Kattokaa morjesta, chatti, morjesta. Morjesta, morjesta, morjesta. Morjesta kaikille. It's your boy Kasone here. Yeah, I know man. Hei, tiedättekö te mitä? Mun piti aloittaa tai olisi pitänyt aloittaa tasan tunti sitten. Tai siis silleen niinku tunti niinku myöhemmin. Mut mä aloitin sen nyt vähän aikaisemmin, koska mä katsoin kelloa väärin. Mä luulin, että vittu kello oli 3 minuuttia vai 8, mut itse asiassa 17 minuutin päästä alkaa lähetys, joten ei se niin vakavaa oo. Mut joo. Joka tapauksessa. Niin. Mä pelasin just äsken Closing Counteria. Kattokaa mitä tapahtui. Heti ensimmäinen matsi. Ja mä olin tietenkin 5. Koska mulla oli kauhea kiire striimaamaan, niin mä en pystynyt pelaamaan sitä peliä, niin mulla oli kauhea kiire tappaa, että mä kerkein ennen just niinku tätä kello 7, koska mä katsoin kelloa väärin. Mutta joka tapauksessa ei haittaa. 16 minuuttia, sit alkaa lähetys ja 8 aikaa alkaa pelit. Ja siellä tänään pelaa itse boy Bela ja Karhu. Pelataan hetken aikaa tässä Closing Counteri, koska mä tuun droppaamaan nyt 30 pommin. Mä lupaan, vittu, jos nyt ei 30 pommia tuu, niin sit on ihme. Mut joka tapauksessa niin 16 minuuttia niin alkaa World Cupin lähetys. Tulkaa silloin messiin. Siellä pelaa tosiaan 2 suomalaista, Bela ja Karhu, ja ne saa tosiaan vähintään tästä turnauksesta se 50 tonnia. Ne ketkä siis ei ole seurannut FORTNITEN MM-kisojen prize pooleja, niin joka ikinen soolopelaaja, ketä pelaa finaaleista tällä hetkellä, tulee saamaan vähintään 50 tonnia. Kaikki. Ja teki se, ketä voittaa, sit saa 3 miltsiä, ja mä voin näyttää noi prize poolit sit. Aha. 25 alkaa pelit, Marshmallow esiintyy kello 20, okei. No mut joka tapauksessa. Niin pelataan hetken aikaa Closing Counteria, vartin päästä alkaa lähetys ja mä droppaan tässä välissä yhden 30 pommin, koska tää on fucking beast pelimuoto. Ainoa mitä mä tarviin on kompatti, se on siinä. Onko Mongreli? Mongreli qualifies ykalla viikolla. Pääs. Ja mä veikkaan, että Mongi on nyt niin, se on niin niin... Mikä sana on? Sanokaa nyt. Sanokaa nyt nopeasti joku se sana, mitä mä etin tällä hetkellä. Se on se englanninkielinen sana. Heti kun joku pistää chattiin. Mä en tiedä, onko se splash sen. Nyt mä en... No, kerkeekö mä ottaa? No, kerkeen mä varmaan. Mennään katsomaan. Okei. Ei. Oi kompatti, noniin. Siis mikä se on? Ei counter vaan, se on toi. Cracked, joo, cracked, noniin. Se on tällä hetkellä, se on semmoisessa cracked modissa, että niin... Ei mitään rajaa. Mä pistin mun sensseäkin nyt silloin korkeammalle, että tää on ihan hyvä haulikkopräkkiä tai aimin kannalta. Oh! Hoho. Mä en tiedä itse asiassa, että onko ne sopinut jo etukäteen niiden muiden pelaajien kanssa ländit, koska mä voisin kyllä aivan hyvin kuvitella, että ne on tehnyt sen. Että ne on niinku, ne kyselee toisilta, että mihin sä oot ländää ja tälleen näin. Mun mielestä se kävis järkeen, koska... Ja muutenkin katsoo eilistä peliä, niin tosi niin kuin tasaisesti jengi meni. Nyt on semmonen juttu, että nyt tulee hiukan kiire. Mä 30 pommia haluan droppaa, tarvitaan se yksi squadi. Nyt tässä on trappin sit. What? Apua! Topika! Hei, Kukkonen, kiitos seurasta! Tosiaan vartin päästä alkaa lähetys. Vartin päästä. Oho! Oi mitä he? Ai se oli siellä. Sata! Joku vaan. Se oli suomalainen paita. Voi vittu. Vittu mikä joke. Ei mongraalia tai nakkia. No joo, se oli itse asiassa vähän huono peli. Hei, 11 minuuttia, sen jälkeen mä liivaan vaikka pelistä, mutta tosiaan 11 minuuttia, niin lähetys alkaa 20.00 Marshmallown esitys. Se pitää siellä jonkun shown ja 20.15 alkaa sitten pelit. Ilmeisesti täällä on niinku peleissä, täällä on ilmoitettu ajaksi kello 8-12, mutta se voi olla, että nyt se aikataulu on muuttunut. Ja täällä näkyy nyt tää price pool sit, jos haluatte katsoa. Pistäkää vaikka paussille, kelakkaa siihen kohtaan. Ihan mielenkiintoiset price poolit. Siinä on silleen just, että kun oliko se top 10? Kaikki muut saa vissiin massia, paitsi ne ketkä on top 20 vai top 10, mä en muista. Muuten tulee käytännössä kaikille se saman se 50 tonnia, niin 20 tulee. Jotakin 100 tonnia ja 3 miljoonan väliltä. Oi. Sama price pool kuin duossa, mutta siinä on semmonen twisti. Se on duo, tää on solo. Sä saat ne kaikki rahat. Kaikki rahat. Eli ihan 5/5. Monelta World Cup alkaa, se lähetys alkaa 10 minuutin päästä. Ja sitten pelit alkaa tuossa 8 aikaa. Tulkaa viimeistä 8 aikaa, koska silloin hei, jaffa mies! Kuukauteen. Ei se haittaa, mä oon lisätty tuosta modit, oota hetki, mä pelaan tän matsi. Voi kompatti, mä haluun sen, jos se on high crafterinkin. Hei, tuu tänne. Kiitos. Oi. Aha! Mulla... Apamalle matkua. Nyt on missään noin paljon toi tilanne. Andre. Mä missään paljon. Kattokaa sitä. Kun missaa, pitäisi kaikki noin paukut osua. Oho. What? Ai, mikä choukki, noniin, ootellaan vaan, noniin. Mä annan sulle noin Jaffa noin modit tosta. 22 jäi. Tai no itse me keritään 7 minuuttia aikaa. Otan parit early game pelit tohon ja... muistatko mut eiliseltä? Näin Jaffan ne modit. Okei, Jaffa täällä. Kiitoksia, ei mitään Jaffa, ei mitään. Tänään siis suuri päivä suomalaisessa Fortniteissa. Äärimmäisen suuri päivä on tänään. Katsojat rakkaat, tänään pelaa EU, pelaa ja Karhu pelaa ja pelaa siellä MM-finaaleissa sooloa ja tosiaan tänään jännitetään sitten kaikki täällä yhdessä sitten suuri tosiaan päivä on tänään. Ottakaa hetki, kaveri soittaa. Pelaa 1, Kadu 2 ja Monkey 3. Oli vitsis. Ei sitä koskaan tiedä, voi olla. Se voi olla ihan mitä vaan. Tää on Fortnite. Tässä saattaa tapahtua ihan mitä vaan. Nyt on morit, Jaffa, nyt on morit. Mut kuulkaas. Chanterit. Se on pian semmonen juttu, että pian alkaa suuri lähetys. Absolutely hieno lähetys. Suuri lähetys. Oi. Vedetään noin minit nopeaa, mennään. Ei morjesta, sä et ilmeisesti nähnyt meikäläistä. Ei se haittaa. Se pitää mennä hiukan nopeampaa teestä. Ai vittu ne nousee tolle. Ai vittu mä kuolen täällä ja... Aha. Mistä vitusta se tuli? Pelo ländää snoppyy. Ai ländää vai? Jengi sanoo, että se ländää sinne koriskentällä tai sinne futiskoriskentällä. En mä jaksa mennä peliin. Tässä on 4 minuuttia aikaa. No niin, haipataan nyt tässä näin vielä. Viimeisellä. Mä näytän nyt nämä price poolit nyt ja nyt nämä kelloajat. Eli tässä on nyt sit tosiaan viimeinen pelimuoto World Cupissa. Ja se on itse kuningas pelimuoto, eli soolo. Ja siellä on pelaamassa 2 suomalaista kaveria. Pelaa EU ja Karhu. Ja tässä näemme nyt virallisesti nämä kellon ajat, eli 8 pitäisi alkaa pelit, kestää 12 asti. Toivottavasti moni pystyy katsomaan sinne asti, koska silloin tosiaan selviää sitten se voittaja. Täältä näemme nyt price poolit, eli top 1 3 miltsiä, 2 1.8, 3 1.2, kaikki nyt näkee, ei tarvii sen erikseen, täällä on nää. Eli jokainen pelaaja tuolta väliltä sieltä 21-100 tulee saamaan 50 tonnia. Että semmoista. Sitten siinä on top 20 ihan mukava potti heti, josta 12 tonnista 50 tonnia, 225 tommonen ja tommonen ja top 4 saa sitten jo miltsin tosta ja noin. Ja Tifue on pelaamassa nyt tosiaan solo. Mä nyt voin sanoa, ketä kuuluisuuksia siellä on tänään soloa pelaamassa. Tänään on siis äärimmäisen kovia nimiä. Itse asiassa hei, onks modella jotakin linkkiä, että näkis kaikkien niitten. Mut mitä mä kenet mä tiedän, että siellä on pelaamassa, niin siellä on tosiaan ulkomaailmasta nyt sit tosiaan, eli Amerikasta. Siellä on Tifueta. No itse asiassa me nähdään täältä näin. No mä katon täältä nyt sen virallisen lista. Ketkä siellä on pelaamassa, koska mua itseäkin kiinnostaa. Mä en oo suurin piirtein tiedä. Sit siellä on nää mekkat enää, mutta mä oon itse asiassa nähdä sen koko lista. Okei, katsotaan alkaako tää lähetys. Hei, 2 minuuttia lähetykseen. Ja niin. Näkeekö täältä kaikki? Okei, mä katon siitä. No niin, kiitti Pyrkke. Pelaajupovista. Onks tää... Ois mukava nähdä ne kaikki pelaajalistat. Etten mä vaan sanon väärin, koska sit taas syntyy kauhea halo sitten, että mä sanoin väärin, että siellä ei ollutkaan sitä pelaajaa. Oh, 246, elikkä... Joo. Ai no niin, nyt hei joo, täältä me saadaan kaikki. Joo, tästä me saadaan hei kaikki. Juu hei, no niin, nyt me saadaan, no niin tässä on kaikki, no niin. Hei, lähetys alkaa, tervetuloa katsomaan Fortnite MM kisoja, kuningas pelimuotoa, siellä pelaa 2 suomalaista. Vikke, kiitos 2 eurosta. Juu Vikke. Ai menee tälleen tää. Odotellaan hetken aikaa, starttivideo, noniin. No niin. Nyt sitten kaikki jännittää. Siellä pelaa nyt 2 suomalaista sitten. No niin, ja tosiaan sanon ketkä nyt täältä sitten pelaa. Elikkä tämmönen brasilialainen kaveri kuin Kasar. Okei, ei siinä mitään. Sit mennään tonne Westin puolelle. Siellä pelaa Liquid Riversan. Sit Snow XD. Sit pelaa, Liquid Vividikin on qualifyannut. Ghost Pizzle on qualifyannut. Dapsi on qualifyannut. Sen Pukha. Mitä mulla tulee niinku mieleen, niin Pukha on varmaan mekaanisesti kaikkein kovin niinku Amerikan maista. Se on kova kaveri. Siinä on niinku Mongrali niinku kova vastustaja. Se on meikäläisen yksi semmos lemppareista tässä soolos kans. Mä en tiedä kerkeekö mä näitä kaikkia pelaajia katsomaan, mutta jos teitä kiinnostaa, niin kirjoittakaa vaan nettiin. Tässä me esitellään nämä pelaajat vissiin. Tai nää esittelee.
What you'll be seeing will be 4 sets of 3 matches in 2 never before seen maps. Every match is for 55.
8 peliä? Ei. Ei kun tää on tätä vittu kreatiivea.
And suddenly Llama Record takes the lead. Nope, Fishman no longer have a free point.
One more goes over and that's it! Llama Record Co!
All he has to do is swipe just a couple of times. Can he win this straight? And he does not!
No one's in there! Can he find it? And he
Ottakaa hetki,
does!
mä pistän näitä hiukan hiljemman näitä ääniä. Mä pistän hiukan... Miltä kuulostaa? Venakkaa hetki. Koska nää nyt on varmaan kaikki nähnyt. Joo, nää on nyt aika hiljaisella nää äänet, mutta ei se varmaan haittaa. Nää vielä toistaiseksi. Sit kun matsi alkaa, niin pistän ne täysille. Mut tosiaan mä nyt käyn nää pelaajat tästä nyt nopeasti vielä. Sanon ne ketä siellä oli. Milloin alkaa pelit? Tuossa 8 maissa. Mistä jengi repäsee noit ihme aikoja? Niinku mä en tiedä vittu kun pelissä sanotaan, että kello 8 aikaa. Joku sanoo 20.15 ja joku sanoo, että 20.30. Hiljaisella on. Pulkkioma pisti tarkoituksella hiljaisella. Ottakaa myös.
One coin. Just grab this coin right down here. If he can do this.
Juu, tää. Kattokaa tämä. Kattokaa tämä.
Oh, he missed it, but gets it with the trap trigger. The fish fam. Zan clutches up. And the winner of the Fortnite Creative World Championship is the fish fam.
Tää kaveri poikki.
So
Ja
you got yourself $1 million.
tuolla yhdellä hypyllä.
How does that feel today, my man? It's unreal. Like, I don't know what to say, to be honest. Welcome to the Fortnite Pro-Am. All right, folks, the moment you've been waiting for. It is now time for the third Fortnite Pro-Am. The players are loaded into the island. The battle bus is ready to go. It starts right now. King is going to be out. It is all up to Sinnoh here. Wildcat down low. He takes the shot, and it's Sinnoh with a victory royale. He loses the high ground. Jacob, look. Oh!
The side shot of Cloaksy. He has to make something. Neither of them have the HP. No, you can't go on the storm. What's it gonna happen? JT Brown has given up the positioning and he actually connects right there. And JT Brown wraps up Aiden in the final moments of the Pro-Am. Your 2019 Pro-Am winner is Airwalks in RM.
Siis mun on pakko kertoa sit, mitä tossa tapahtui. Siis toi kaveri, jos se ei olisi saanut sitä kolikkoa, mikä siinä oli, niin ne olisi vittu hävinnyt se. Tai ne olisi tullut toiseksi. Ne olisi, siis tuolla voitolla tiedosta 1 miljoona. Vittu sillä yhdellä hypyllä. Siis aivan hullu. Mun mielestä toi on todella kova peliliike. Tommosesta tulee paineet, kun oikeesti sun pitää niinku tehdä se. Katsotaan nytten. No niin, sanotaan täältä nyt sit semmoset ketkä meikäläiselle. Elikkä Soloviikko ykköseltä. Jaha, nyt alkoi tää vittu sit. No, katsotaan tää nyt sit. Hei Jotsetti, kiitos 2 eurosta. Hyvin menee. Absolutely hyvin menee tällä hetkellä. Jännitetään tänään, miten pelaalle noin menee. No katsotaan. Solviikko ykköseltä Oceaniasta qualifiennut Sleija. Sitten on Aasiasta Top Fox. Sitten Euroopasta E11 Stomppi. Sitten on Pensifishi, Bela, Campit, Letvike ja sit mitäs muita, onks täällä jotain muita semmosia? Sen Bukha, N.I.S. Dapsi, Cospisle ja Liquid Vividi. Siinä on viikko ykkösen qualifiajat. Sitten Solo viikko kakkosen qualifiajat, ketkä on semmosia isoja nimiä täällä, niin Cooler, Left Eye, TTV Core Gaming, ainakin siis meikäläiselle, TC Hub, Factual Boomi, Secret Domentos, MSF Kliksi on pelaamassa, Funkki on pelaamassa Fatsesta ja sit Step Pro Karhu, it's a boy who is from Finland. Epic Veili on pelaamassa. Sitten kolmannelta viikolta Letse, Savage, Issa tänään voidaan nähdä Issa niin pelaavan kovaa ohjaimella. Sitten toi Dual Media Blast R, NRG Zeitti on pelaamassa, eli se ketä tuli eilen, oliko ne kolmansia. Fatse Mekka on pelaamassa ja no jo muut on vähän ei niin tuttu. Ja sitten viikko nelosella Atlantis Kings eli Solari Kinstari, Agua, Reverse, sit vikalla viikolla qualifierneet on isoin nimi Secret Mongrali, Leestream, Black Zoe. Eikä tässä oikeastaan mitään muita ollut semmosia. Mongia, sit toi Leestreami. Hetkonen, missä Tifue on? Mä en saanut Tifuen nimeä ollenkaan. Joo, ja sit Tifue, joo, täällä on... Juu, mä oon näkee missä siihen. Secret Domentos, Tifue, MSF Clicks. Epic Fail ja Karhu. Joo. Yes. Eilisen Wolfiets, joka oli... Joo, se oli controller, joo, niin oli ekale. Niin oli joo, se oli controller-pelaaja, sori mä muistin väärin. Tai mä tiesin väärin. Tiesin väärin. Vittu, tiesin väärin! Eikö oo viisasti sanottu? Joo, mut kiitti hei nettitrolli Jekale 2 eurosta. Iso päivä ja tänään. Iso päivä tänään. Nää on muista mielenkiintoisia nää.
The stage is set. It's time to bring out the players. You love them. It's Ninja and Marshawn Lynch. It's gonna be T-Food.
I went to the Fortnite Pro-Am because I wanted to do like a little bit of research on like what the stage and production's like and see how the fans react and how loud they will get. I hope World Cup will be just like that, or like even louder.
I'm excited. It's gonna be all packed, like fully, like 100 players.
I could maybe use that to my advantage when it comes to game day. My name's Keenan Santos. My alias is Rux.
Rux is fantastic. He's been performing crazy. Perfect timing there. Hey, Rux, you are ridiculous.
I'm 24 and I moved in with my grandparents when I'm 17. My grandparents supported me by giving me a roof over my head and food on the table while I pursued my dream of pro gaming.
That's it, boy. I tell you something else.
Ootan mestaripoju, ketään tää loppuu.
My grandfather used to be a professional baseball player and he used to play for Kansas City Royals. He played center field and he was a 5-time All-Star.
I'm famous Amos Otis. I'm Keenan's grandfather, and I keep him in line.
I watched plenty of videos online of him hitting home runs and I looked up to him.
Ever since he was a kid, he was very into the video games, and once he became Rux, he was a professional.
I practice 12 hours a day at least. I dedicate all my time in perfecting my edits, perfecting my builds, practicing my aim especially. Since I'm 24, I don't have the high mechanics of like a 14-year-old. So I wait for other people to make mistakes. I may be a little slower, but I'm more precise.
Eikö se todella mekanisti mikä vitun jumala? Se, että sä saat pelaa järkevästi, sä hahmot tilanteet ja sulla on vittu hyvä aimeni. Ja älynyt vittu. Niinku esimerkiksi kun pelaa. Silloin niinku se mekanisti mikä vaan paras ihan vittu hyvä rotaamaan ja tälleen näin. Niin pärjää ihan pirun pitkälle.
The support from my
Tajun ne
grandfather
tilanteet.
is pretty huge. He's always been there for me, and I hope to be as successful in Fortnite as he was in baseball.
This is Hollywood.
Trying to make you proud.
It's very proud, very proud. And I think the most important thing is you got to have the passion, dedicated, and the work ethics to be successful. And my grandson has that. Love you, sir.
I love you too.
I was very proud of him, still proud of him. Win or lose, I'm proud of him.
My grandfather had fans watching him come play baseball, so when he hits a home run, they all cheer. I hope that fans will be cheering my name, especially when I win the World Cup.
Se on oikea asenne. Se on oikea asenne.
Welcome back to the Fortnite World Cup. We're here
Hei,
today.
pari minuuttia niin alkaa lähetys. Pari minuuttia.
10 weeks of competition leads to this.
Juu, sopimukseni usko. Juu, mikä no tietenkin. Ne on sopinut kaikki ja ne on puhunut läpi kaikki suunnitelmat. Ne on.
Right now. Teammate has to be at 30 health. The wall comes through, trying to spray it, and it's not gonna happen. Zayden and Saf, 2 versus 1. Will they take game number 1? Yes, they will. Zexro and Vinny spraying from the high ground. It's a 2 versus 1. The player right on the edge of the zone. The shockwave into the air, and he's gonna drop on down to height for the moment. The spray coming on in. It's not enough.
Kun
He gets it on lane, takes the wall. 184.
The double snipe combination. Calculator and
Mä oon yksinään mieluummin. Kaikki kun vittu päällä.
That's the victory royale.
I want to see where we stand here.
The best players we've ever seen in any lobby, literally ever. And we're here along with
Aivan, hei, juu.
1,000 people at Arthur.
Hei, mä oon unohtanut, hei.
Nyrox takes out Falconer down low, and he's wrestling with everyone.
Pieni mainoskatko tähän kohtaan, mainoskatko. Hei, pistäkääs linkkiä, meillä on Tiitarin kanssa, mä jeesaan häntä, niin tosiaan menkää subaamaan hänen kanavansa. Pistäkää modit pari linkkiä, niin tää oli iso, muuten Skeptikiltä iso liike toi äskeinen. Mut joka tapauksessa, niin pistäkää modit hei, linkkiä Tiitarin kanavalle. Niin saatais pari tilaajaa sille. Mä mainostin tuossa pari päivää Tiitariin ja pistä yhteisöön vielä yhden päivityksen. Niin käykää tilaa Tiitarin kanava, pistäkää pari linkkiä, niin jengi pääsee tilaamaan Tiitarin kanavan. Muistakaa tilata Tiitari. Älä pyrkkä noin paljon spämmi, mut siinä pyrkkeen niin siellä on nyt pari linkkiä chatissa. Mut joo.
Boys and girls, Jonesies, Bonesies, and everyone in between. Welcome back to the Fortnite World Cup Finals. Today it will be the solos competition, and after 2 years of Fortnite action and so many months of qualifiers, we are here to crown our first ever World Champion Solo. My name is Sundown, joined here by Bala TW, and it is going to be an incredible day.
That it is. Over 30 countries are represented here today in the World Cup Finals. And I mean, this entire weekend has been amazing. It has had some of the most amazing Fortnite action. And this is the best of competitive Fortnite. So we're gonna go ahead. We already did crown a World Champions duo in Nyrox and Aqua.
And it was very well deserved from there. Don't forget about the Creative Championship and the Pro-Am that kicked it all off on Friday. We saw the Fish Fam take it away, and then of course, the cooler duo of Aqua and Nyrox, crediting the boot camp, all of the practice put in. The first half of the games were rough. The back 3, Victory Royale, top 5 with 2 clutch eliminations coming out of Aqua to push them in to that top spot. And we'll be seeing Aqua here again today, Baller.
That we will. We'll see if he's gonna be able to repeat some some of the magic that he did yesterday, but he's not the only person. We have 100 more players, and they all competed over 5 weeks of solo qualifiers. We have already awarded $6 million over the course of those qualifiers, and 40 million players competed to try to qualify for this day right now. Only 100 players remain.
And they're all fighting for their share of the $15 million prize pool. We've already given away $18 million between the creative and the duos competition yesterday, as well as the charity portion for the Pro-Am, and they all want to be in that top spot. First place walking away with $3 million in prize money, but for most of them, it's about the...
Otsetti, hei! Kiitoksia kympistä! Odotatko Assylle ja tuutko Illemaalle vaikka CS? Nyt en tuu CS, nyt katson tätä isoa lähetystä. Mutta hei, valtavat kiitokset Atsetti 10 eurosta. Nähdään Assylle taas jälleen kerran. No niin, siinä on kaverit.
Vivid, Cease, Snow, Riversun, Leleo, and Dubs.
Now, these were the players who qualified out of NA East, NA West, and Brazil during the first week. The ones who rose to the occasion right away, cemented themselves in there and didn't have to worry about it. And right away, how can you not call out the NA East Titans of Bizzle, Vivid, and Cease? Been around forever. And Cease, more importantly, we said he deserved more recognition. He was one of the best. And what did he do yesterday? Third place with Elevate. He's looking ready to go, but Dubs
Kiitos
also
Atsetti
ready.
2
Him and
eurosta.
Mega had an incredible performance yesterday, and they're looking to represent on the stage.
Yeah, so we'll see if he's going to be able to do that. Of course, at the top of the list is
Siinä on Soloviikko ykkösen qualifierit.
looking forward to see what he can do on a land environment.
Siis NA East ja NA West ja Brasilia.
The performance he's had in the last couple of weeks. So we're going to continue though. Dubs had we're going to check in with Jordan Fisher on the floor with Dubs.
Thank you so much, Fortnite family and fans. What's going on? I'm Jordan Fisher. I've got Dubs right here. Dubs, you placed consistently well during the qualifiers, wrangling a first, second, and sixth place finish over the course of 3 weeks of solos, and as well, let's go, and placed in the duos as well. Qualified for the duos. How does competing on this stage now compare to yesterday's games?
The energy is insane here, and like it's just the most amazing experience. I love Fortnite.
Fantastic. Oh, a lot of people are really excited to see you play today. Now, you and your partner Mega did an incredible job yesterday. Did you guys see them play together yesterday? It was amazing. It was amazing. You placed 7th in the duos competition yesterday. Are you changing up your strategy at all to prepare for today's solo games?
No, I'll pretty much be doing the same strat, playing for late game, trying to get picks, and that's about it.
Great job. Love it. We can't wait to see. Bala, who's next?
Thank you so much.
Jordan Fisher, appreciate that. Those are our NA East, NA West, and Brazil competition from the first.
Tuleekohan, hei!
And Asia, starting with Stompy.
Tuleekohan Bela EU haastatteluun? No niin, siellä on Bela! Moi man, Bela EU, sieltä! Siinä on Bela, Horetsi! Siellä on Bela!
Wanted, but he'll be coming out.
Hype chatti, hype chatti!
About Faxfox, his ability to turn heads, qualifying multiple times.
Koko kisojen vanhin pelaaja.
So close for duos, and he has
hype chatti äijät, hype!
Skills out of any of these solo players.
And then of course we also see Slaya down in the bottom middle there.
Siellä on itse boim keskellä.
For a couple of weeks, and he's made a number of clips in terms of his aim. He's one of the best mechanical players for.
Mitä vittua? Tää lähetys on paska. Kaikille, siis tässä meni äänet. Tulee varmaan pian takas. Ei vittu. Mitä tässä tapahtui tässä lähetyksessä? Kun mun mielestä kaikilla katkesi toi vittu ääni. Ei vittu! Ei tämmöisessä kohtaa voi katkea äänet, vittu! Katkes äänet tästä vittu koko lähetyksestä. Mitä vittua? Se lagaa se koko lähetys. Just tässä kohtaa pitää lagata. Niinku siis... Mitä vittua nyt? Ei se voi tässä kohtaa, hei! Noniin nyt. Noniin, oi vittu. Haistakaa paskaa. Haistakaa paskaa, kun lähes. Anteeksi nyt kauheasti. Mua ärsyttää tämmönen. Ja siellä on karhu! Karhu!
And what a story it was in front of 250,000 people on a stream, no delay, just slayed out and qualified.
Was able to play very well in the LAN environment, has taken the title at TwitchCon. Well, let's not forget about somebody else who was there. You got Funkbomb played yesterday.
Se on Epic Veili ja Tifue.
Saw him as well, another player who is a big competitive veteran coming from a mobile background, transitioning into Fortnite and showing his ability to break it down and push the meta farther. And then you have the two young warriors out of Clix and Epic Whale, known for taking walls, taking names, and pressing forward, doing everything they can to stop their opponents.
Yeah, absolutely. Clix, one of the players who has fully qualified for both solos and duos. And at the end, Kurt's out of Brazil. We're going to continue forward with him and go ahead and listen to some of the stuff he had preparing for ahead of the competition.
Ai että.
When I play Fortnite, I change my personality. I play very aggressive. If you make a mistake, you will be the victim. Easy, bro. My name is Enrique Kurtz. I'm 14 years old. My name in game is Kurtz.
Well, easy, bro. I like that line most of all out of that entire package. That was amazing. We'll see if it is going to be easy, bro. Today,
käykää tilaa tiitari.
It is going to be Luki, Left Eye, Fleeter Moyes, T-Chub, Core Gaming, Wakey, Dementos, Banny, Takamura, Cat, and LOL.
Dementos siinä. Joo, soloviikko, 3 qualifierit. Hetkonen. Mitä sä ei ollut kaikki vielä? Joo. Oceania ja Aasia, joo. Hei, mä kerron yhden pieni story stamp tähän kohtaan. Toi Core Gaming ei olisi qualifyannut tonne, jos mä olisin tappannut se siinä 1v1. Mut mä kuolin Stormiin, jos jengi muistaa silloin kun Epic spekkas mua ja Core Gamingista fightiin. Niin se ei olisi koskaan tonne päässyt, jos mä olisin sen tappanut. Se pelasi se järkevästi ja hyvä vaan, etten tappanut.
Two players who are very aggressive, but we talked about LOL Boom, we talked about wanting to represent his family and what it means to him. Let's hear a little bit about that from him.
Hi, my name is Lalboom. I'm originally from Philippines, but I live in Ireland, and I qualified for the solo Fortnite World Cup. Every week was really intense. I didn't expect myself to qualify for the solos. It was just unbelievable. What I love about competitive Fortnite is the players around it. Everyone's so nice. Loads of people are really humble. I don't really feel any pressure on me. I just really focus on this moment and this tournament, and hopefully I do good and bring back home one of the best Fortnite players in the world. I'd like to thank my parents, my brothers especially, and also the viewers that stuck up to me and who are loyal to me, because they're like the only ones that supported me throughout this whole journey, and I'd just like to thank all of them.
It's so nice to see someone just so grateful to be in the position, but continue striving forward. Someone who was originally seen in the skirmishes, but now wants to perform on the main stage. On to our next group representing...
Jos jotain kiinnostaa käydä kattoo se, niin kyllä se löytyy YouTubesta. No niin, siinä on uudet kaverit.
Mega, Bucky, Class, Rux, Pizzas, and Saint.
I just want to talk about Bucky because I know we've talked about it a lot. I know we've talked about on broadcast that video of him qualifying, his dad in the background coaching him, and he's here today by himself. He has performed on the stage before back at the summer block party. He did quite well there and had a good time on the stage, so we'll see. That was a little bit of a less competition. It was for charity. This today is for $15 million total.
And he's going to want to be pushing the pace, particularly against players like this.
Toivotaan tänään, että pelaa ottaa se Suomi HG, sen legendaarisen Suomi HG.
We got to see a little bit from Rux and his baseball playing grandfather during the pre-show. He has that competitive bones in his body. He was there every single week, and mega great performance again yesterday. Colorful, the one we got to interview on Mother's Day.
Niin siis, Hönö, jos et katson tarkemmin, niin tässä on siis NA-iisti, NA-vesti ja Brasilian kaverit on tässä näin.
Eliminated Mitro and Mongrel, one of the biggest duos in Fortnite in EU, and that was crazy to be able to do that.
Joo, siis jos pelaa tänään voittaa, niin sit vittu mä lähden vaikka Helsinkiin. Sit se on niinku... Mä en tiedä. Se näkee sit räjähtää kuulkapojat pankki. Tai karhu, jompikumpi.
Wild cards, and I'm very interested to see what happens when you run into him. And now we're going to actually get a chance to talk with Zay, who we saw him and Sap have an amazing performance yesterday. Let's see what he's feeling ahead of the competition. Jordan, what do you have for us?
You are not wrong, Sundown. One of the best and most dominant duo players standing right next to me in Zay. Zay, you dominated yesterday. It's very clear to absolutely everybody, claiming that #1 slot for 5 of the 6 games. Obviously, it's Fortnite, RNG happens, right? But again, going into in-game, you two staying together, locking down high ground, that's ultimately what secured the dub. What was your mentality going into duos yesterday?
So we kept the same mentality, same strategies for every single game. After the 3 games, the 3 first games, we had 38 points, so we're really confident. So we didn't change anything. A lot of unfortunate things happened, so we finished with 6 points in the last 3 games and we got 4th. After being first for 5 games in a row, we really want to win it, so it felt kind of bad, but still.
Understandable. I mean, at the end of the day, though, Fortnite, this is the biggest payouts, right? Like, we're seeing some amazing payouts here. 4th place is still very much a win, I would think, to a lot of people. Now, going into the solos tournaments today, obviously you've been performing very consistently over the course of the last year of Fortnite comps. You're faced up against a lot of incredibly talented players from regions all over the world, and there's a lot of different play styles here. What's your mentality going into some of these fights?
For solos, I'm going to play like I've been playing for the past year. I'm just going to be confident because I play best when I'm confident.
Absolutely. Well, we see this confidence. We're going to see it again today on Real Island. What do you have next for us?
Thank you so much, Jordan. And what's surprising to me there is Zay. I mean, it's not surprising at all, actually. He's a true competitor. He placed in 4th place yesterday, and he's very disappointed about that. You can see it on his face.
Definitely felt
Voi kuulkaa, että nyt kyllä jännittää. Nyt kyllä oikeasti jännittää ja kovaa. Siellä on itseboy suomalainen pelaamassa Bela ja Karhu. Voi pojat, kuulkaa. Mitkäköhän kertoimet muuten Belalla on?
Mr. Savage, Snake,
siellä on sama game,
Blaster, and Issa.
Ja Issa.
The beginning of this group that you mentioned, Letshi, one of the most amazing controller players I've ever seen out of Germany, and he was so methodical and so good at the end game. It was unbelievable. The tunneling skills and able to be so aware. I can't be more impressed by Letshi.
Yes, and even in the qualification round, he said, hey, I got the spot. He was almost the first controller qualifier to get in, missed it by 1 place, and that next week when he came back to back solo trap eliminations to just flex on the entirety of Europe. Also rounding out the group, something we saw yesterday was Klusha. He's going to have the time to be on the stage as well as Mr. Savage. They're there, but let's talk about the other controller player making his first trip over here. It is Ghost Issa, the original controller gang, and we had a chance to talk with him ahead of the competition. Let's hear what he had to say.
So I qualified for solos in week 5. It's been 10 stressful weeks, a lot of ups and downs.
but it's been pretty good. When I qualified, I was so happy. I had a rough 10 games. I think I played 5 games out and died like 4 times off spawn. So I was so happy when I qualified. I instantly called my mom and was like, hey, I qualified. I think it's nice that the open qualifiers, literally everyone can qualify. You can be 13 and win millions of dollars, and just everyone is really chill. New York is way different. Like even the air, everything is so much different. The traffic, but I love it. Meeting everyone has been the nicest part. My advice would be just keep grinding. That's how you get better. Watch better player play, like watch Mongrel's VODs, whatever, and just keep grinding. That's the only way you can make it.
Ei tuossa kulmassa oo mitään, missä facecam on nyt. Pistäkää chattiin nopeasti. Eikö toi ole hyvä kulma tällä hetkellä?
Looking to do as much damage as possible. You know he's here to take names. Now on to the next group where you have a lot of what I would consider very talented players. You don't hear enough about them. It's Nyx, King, Clarity G, Astonis, Lunez, Check-ins.
Niin, sori, ottakaa hetki.
Reverse 2K.
I just want to point out, Astonish's outfit is unbelievably incredible. He has slippers on that have claws on them.
No, those aren't slippers. He's in a full onesie and then has the jersey over it. You can check him out on Twitter. Also known for one of the coolest fling knock plays we've ever seen. One of my favorite calls, but also have to talk about Nyx and King. Yes. They're both playing yesterday in the duels. Didn't necessarily get the results they wanted, but they're both known as much stronger individual players. They play much better when they're able to go crazy and do the game plan that they want to do.
Yeah, and in the bottom right there, you see Storm, also known as 4DR Storm. He's one of the players who fully qualified for both solos and duos, and even with this duo partner, Epic Whale, later on. We do also have Reverse 2K on the bottom half of this group. He is on the floor with Jordan Fisher. What do you got?
Standing next to me is Reverse 2K, one of the most gifted mechanically in terms of his aim, his building sense, his speed. Everything about his gameplay is one that I love and look up to personally, and I think for a lot of people here as well. Now, you've already told us that you're dropping pressure, which is where you dropped in your qualifying week, which is a very smart move, I think, in my opinion. Now, are you planning on keeping a strict rotation schedule? Are you going to be able to be flexible?
We're going to be able to flex more. I know Ninja and I duo spot is Lagoon, so that's my hometown, so we might drop there.
Very comfortable there. Mat up really quickly with some wood right there, those masks. Now, another thing that I love about you, Reverse, you're so vocal and so positive in social media, and a lot of people are supporting you and loving you, very much behind you in this journey. How does it feel to have so much support from Fortnite fans and others that are watching your streams and so forth?
It feels amazing. This Fortnite game is definitely a mental game. If you lose your mind, you're going to lose the game, so a lot of sport helps.
Absolutely. Well, we love you, man. I'm excited to see you perform today. Bala, Sundown, who's next?
Thank you so much, Jordan. A lot of people from home rooting for Reverse 2K. He's made quite a fan base, and a lot of people supporting him.
Joo, mitä mä olikaan sanomassa? Toi. No,
from yesterday, it's Aqua, and then Martine, Irus, Robabs, Skylar, Kimstar, and Kinzel.
And we can't forget about Flexi and the X2 twins rounding out the group there, but all eyes are on Aqua, and deservedly so. Nyrox said yesterday, hey, we won because Aqua is a beast. Aqua in his interview said, we're just gonna win. And what did he say last night afterward? He's like, you know, might mess around and win solos as well. He is about it and he is that skilled. But another player who has that very similar attitude is Eros, somebody who is a controller player, swapped over from console to PC. And I had one fan particularly reach out. He's like, hey, I watch him all the time. He doesn't care about anyone else. Whoever is going, he is flying at them. He wants to be known as one of the most skilled players out there. And then you have to talk about Keemstar.
And at the bottom of that list there, we also have Flexi.
Se pela meni jo. Siis se oli viikko 1 qualifieri. Nää jo viikko 7.
Run actually was one of the most mechanically skilled things I've ever seen, but also what a struggle it was. He had so many setbacks in that week that he qualified that I almost thought that he wasn't going to make it, and it was going to be one of the most heartbreaking things I've ever seen.
But he was able to clutch up in the end and get to his spot. You see plenty of French representation coming out there. Of course, Keemstar been around from the very beginning, able to compete on the stage as well. robots up there, and then we have to talk about the X2 twins. Jordan representing down south, known originally as one of the first veterans out there. We're gonna toss it to a quick little video to see
Karhu oli viikon 3 qualifieri.
what they were thinking going into the competition.
I'm twins, and I'm from Brisbane, Australia. I've played LAN, I've played online, I've played the Australian Open, I've played at Poland internationally. I really like LANs. It's a different setting because there's people actually watching you as opposed to just people watching online. I think I'm definitely getting better with it with the more LANs I do. It doesn't really sink in until you actually land here and you get here like, oh, I'm actually in New York. It is definitely a cool experience. I like to listen to music before I play and try and treat it as if I was at home just playing any other scrim. You've got to put work into it. Sometimes you might have to get a little bit lucky with like qualifying and stuff. Like that's a part of it, but you can create your own luck through grinding and just hard work. It's really cool meeting the people and like experiencing it with them and learning from each other. People that can keep their calm, they definitely come through.
Jordan going to be doing everything he can to push forward and be at the top. And now we're into the qualifiers who qualified in the final week. The week 9 ones, the last chance qualifiers. When they made it here, it's Clipnote, Cosmic, Tuzi, Aspect.
Ei tässä joukossa vissiin, kun tässä on yhtä eurooppalaista.
Evil Mare, and Arkram 1X.
Tulee seuraavas porukas sitten.
One of the players out of Brazil who, you know, he was there every single week, just in the top 10, not quite reaching that final top 1 spot, which is how many spots are up per week for Brazil. But he finally did it in the final week. That shows he is clutch.
Yes, the Argentinian was all about it, and we have to talk about Aspect. Him and Anna were the original favorites going into the qualifiers, kind of slid off the pace a little bit, had to swap up their drop spot. In the final week, he rocketed up in the lead with 60 points, but the issue was he finished his games early. Everyone else had an extra half hour. He had to sit there watching the leaderboard for an hour, but when all was said and done, he got the final spot. He'll be playing on that stage, and he'll be looking to take everyone's walls.
That 17 elimination game to qualify was definitely memorable from Aspect, but Arkram 1X also had a memorable performance yesterday in the dual finals. We're going to go ahead and catch up with him on the floor.
Dominant performance from Arkram for sure. Standing next to me here, another one of the most talented. I mean, I say this over and over again. It's because I'm surrounded by the best Fortnite players literally in the entire world. Definitely one of them here, repping the NA West. Over there, a lot of psycho players. Now, Arkram, you qualified for the World Cup in the first week of duos and in the last week of solos. Your preparation for both of these things definitely is very different. How have you prepared in comparison to yesterday, claiming that 5th spot, which was unbelievable, guys? Preparing for solos today is very different. How have you strategized for this?
Well, I try to prepare my mentality a lot better than yesterday, and I know what it's going to be like going in today, other than like tomorrow, because yesterday was like my first time playing at a LAN. Yeah. So I know what I have to do, and I know what I'm going to do to try to win today. Absolutely. Well, that composure is everything, right? I mean, that can really help you dominate in that way. Now, again, repping NA West out there in LA for me. Listen. Your qualification both in duos and solos, you're the only person from NA West that was able to do that. What do you have to say to the rest of the West? I mean, like, if you guys get a brain on the West Coast, like, it'll be a lot easier, you know, but otherwise, yeah, that's all you gotta do.
We gotta get a brain. Okay, I'm gonna come
Karge
voittaa on Unreal Island.
Well, I might also go to Arkram's school. That was definitely interesting there.
Could say Galaxy Brain there from Arkram, you know, just get a brain going on there, looking to represent. But now the final group of competitors, it will be Sosman, Moffin, Andretta, Crew, Light, Mongrel, MQ.
No niin, siellä on nyt sitten loput.
I like the little dab there from Blacks. Absolutely incredible. Again, remember, these are the guys who qualified in the final week. And I do have to point out, Andretta was one of the players who did so. What an amazing performance it was. One of the few players who was streaming his final week, and he did it in an amazing fashion.
Winning 3 out of his first 5 games. He actually took a moment after that on the stream, kind of you could see him deep breath in, deep breath out, and kind of know he had it. He kept pushing forward. We got to see Crew yesterday, had some highlight reel plays, but wasn't quite able to push into the top 10. Going to want to do that today.
Ketä te äänestätte? Ketä on teidän suosikkipelaaja tällä hetkellä?
Let's hear it. What do you got for Mr. Mongrel?
Ketä te äänestätte?
I mean, there's literally so much. I could talk about this guy forever. One of the most mechanically skilled players I have ever seen. So fast with his decisions, you really can't keep up. Sometimes I even have to watch him in slow motion because it's just so ridiculously fast.
And you could see his reactions on the camera, how much he cares, how much he is invested, how much he wants to be
Karhuja pelaa. Hyvä.
as does
Ja Mongia
Skype, the player
Karhuja
from the
pelaa.
stream, overcoming tendinitis and
Pelaa.
interest, qualifying.
Mä oon ihan samaa mieltä. Ja sit tietenkin on toi Benchi. Benchi on kans kova.
Jordan, take it away.
Benchi, Mongi, pelaajakarhu. Siinä on niinku nelikko.
Especially ahead of a competition of this caliber. How have you prepared physically going into today?
Avec un concours de cette nature, il y a beaucoup évidemment d'ambition et de comment est-ce que vous gérez un peu la situation?
Je m'entraîne et j'essaie de pas stresser et je reste concentré en jouant.
I train, I try not to be too stressed out and I just, think about the game.
Understood, as you should. Now you have a lot of LAN experience and a lot of success in online tournaments as well. Your preparation for today, knowing that you're going up against a bunch of the best players in the world, regions all over the world, how are you strategizing for solos today?
Tu es un des meilleurs joueurs du monde, tu as beaucoup d'expérience, etc. Mais en même temps, ça c'est une compétition nouvelle. Comment est-ce que tu t'es organisé pour la stratégie de cette Coupe du Monde?
J'essaie juste de jouer mon jeu et de pas stresser. Et j'essaie de m'adapter à la méta actuelle. Et voilà.
I try not to stress out, I try to sleep well, eat well, and I try to think how I'm going to really play the game.
Lovely, and that allows you composure, right? Then you can dominate. Love it, Skype. Back to you guys at Unreal Island.
Thank you so much, Jordan and Skype. Skype, originally known for his Winter Royale performance where he was top the qualifier, top the semifinal, and then top the final. It put him on the map, and now he's here competing on the main stage.
Joo, eli mitä nyt tänään tapahtuu, niin tänään on siis suuri päivä suomalaisessa Fortniteissa. Tänään pelaa 2 kappaletta suomalaisia nyt näissä finaaleissa ja mahdollisuus voittaa 3 militsiä. Jos se tapahtuu meikäläinen sekoo, chatti sekoo, Suomi sekoo, se on aivan jäätävän kova juttu. Mut joo, toivotaan tosiaan noille vielä tsempit ja vittu, mä niin haluan nähdä jätkät oikeesti pärjäävä siellä endgameissa ja piistaava. Ja niin ei muuta kuin rock'n'roll ja katsotaan mitä tapahtuu. Rapsu 100 pelaa.
We got the map. I mean, what more could you want as an analyst, Paula?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm definitely going to check it out when I get home. I'm going to go back and watch those because I need to see every little detail for some of these guys who are going to perform on this stage. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy, and I can't wait to do that.
I mean, this is what is going to allow these guys to push up into the prizing. I mean, just look at some of those numbers. Of course, everyone who made it here, $50,000 going through. But once you push into that top group, you'll start seeing a little bit of a pay bump. But ultimately, at the top, it's about the $3 million. It's about being the best of the world.
Siinä on nyt sit prize pooli.
The world champion solo baller. This is what it's all about.
This is what it's all about. We're moments away from getting inside the stage and getting ready to launch the Fortnite World Cup Solos competition.
100 of the best players, every single one is be here. Are you ready for the Fortnite World Cup Finals? Let's start the show!
Nyt alkaa jätkät sitten! Hei, nyt alkaa Marshmallow Show, by the way, nyt. Nyt alkaa Marshmallow Show. Miten sä tee semmosia vittu dapseja ja saffeja? Noniin, nyt alkaa! Mä oon ihan turpakin.
What's up, Fortnite World Cup? How we feeling today? Come on. Let me see everybody's hands up. Come on. Put your hands up.
Let's mennään.
How's everybody feeling today? Make some noise. If you know this, let me hear you sing it. Let's go. Hey, I work hard every month. I work hard every day. Today is my day. It's my
Kuka ei oo messissä, niin ja... No. Ihan sama.
Hey, let me see those hands up. Come on.
Ei tämmöstä muista. Ja hulluna.
Yo, I just want to say thank you to Fortnite, thank you to Epic Games for having me out today. If you guys know this next song, let me hear you sing along. Let's go.
Lately, I've been thinking. I want you to be happier. When the morning comes and we see what we've become.
Mitä vittu laulaa? Oi hyvänä aika.
Every argument, every word we can't take back. 'Cause with all that has happened,
Toi on rapsu osittain totta.
Sing it if you know it.
Voi olla pahimmassa tapauksessa näin ei edes vittu tiedä ketä tää laulaja oikeesti on. Tai... Niin. Ei nyt laulaja varsinaisesti oo, mut... Musiikin tekijä. Mitä on vittu oikeet ilmapalloja, mitkä tuolla lensi? Alkuun. Näytti ihan siltä. Hei, tilatkaa tiitari! Tilatkaa tiitari sieltä niin. Tunarin linkistä.
someone else was heating me up inside. But we ran our course, we pretended we're okay. Now if we jump together, at least we can swim far away from the wreck we made.
Come on.
And only for a minute, I want to change my mind, 'cause this just don't feel.
Please, lähtekää nyt joku ehtoo. Vittu mä olen...
to see everybody's phone flashlights out right now. Everybody put your phones up right now. Put your phones up right now. Put them up. Everybody follow me like this.
Lately, I've been thinking, I want you to be happier. I want you to be happier. Even though I might not like this, I think that you'll be happier. I want you to be happier.
Let's go.
Then only I want to change my mind, 'cause this just don't feel right to me. I wanna raise your spirits. I want to see you smile. No, that means I'll have to leave. No, that means I'll have to leave. Lately, I've been thinking, I want you to be happier. I want you to be happier. So
I just want to say thank you again to Fortnite, and good luck to all the players today competing. Have a good day. Thank you guys.
Mitä?
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up one more time for Marshmallow! I tell you, I've opened up for a few DJs in my career, by far.
Oota pensismies hetki, aivan valtavat
Hands
kiitokset
down. Guys,
20.
this is
Palataan
incredible
hetken
stuff.
päästä, oota
I'm Golden Boy, your host, and this is the moment that we have been waiting for. 10 weeks have culminated to this point right here in New York City, Arthur Ashe Stadium. This packed house. Ladies and gentlemen, give yourselves a round of applause for being here with us today. Without you, this is not possible. But now it's all about these players up on this stage. And this, right here, the trophy and the title of being the Fortnite World Champion. And I don't know about you guys, but I'm excited. I want to get into these games as soon as possible, but I think we gotta ramp up the excitement just a little bit more.
No niin. Hei, valtavat kiitokset Pensasmies Fortnite 20 eurosta. Päivää päätin tännekin tulla pistää massia. En tiedä haittaako jos sanon vaan, että uusimmassa videossa on kiveä jos tää oli. Joo, käy katso Pensasmiehenkin toi juttu. Kiitos hei paljon 20 eurosta Pensasmies, kiitos paljon. Ja Tiitarille tosiaan terkkuja, käykää tilaa Tiitarin kanava. Mut äijät, nyt on iso ilta, siellä on suomalaiset pelaamassa, iso ilta tänään hei.
Competition, and today these people are riding solo.
Tsemppiä pelaaja Karhu. Tsemppiä. Täältä lähtee kaikilta sinne tosiaan Amerikan maihin. Toivotaan nyt vaan, pistetään kädet ja jalat, kato nyt kun ristiin. Nyt toivottaa, että nyt tapahtuu isoja asioita. Nyt niinku pamahtaa se pankki, nyt.
The myth.
Tifu! I want my vest back, by the way. Guys, standing next to me, I mean, you guys know him. He needs no introduction. He's pretty decent at the game of Fortnite. He's like, fine, I guess. I don't know, 1v1 man creative. We'll see what happens, right? But knowing that you're as good as you are, right, and your skills, your gifts, your game sense, your speed, your dexterity, your precision, all of these things that I'm sure a lot of people are very fearful of. There are a lot of incredibly young, gifted talents that are out there on the stage right now from all over the world. How do you prepare for all of these different game styles?
Basically, how I prepare is just stream to all of my beautiful viewers, and you know, they stream snipe me, and I get rushed by like 30 people every game. So if I can handle that, then I can handle anything, right?
I have seen it happen in real time. It's insane.
Toi oli kova.
I mean, you got a long way, you know, to get to the end, but obviously.
Vähän sama situation kuin meikäläiselläkin.
How was your strategy working out going into your drop spot today? Your rotation, are you going to be flexible? What are your thought processes going into today, knowing that you're up against some of the best players in the world?
My drop spot's pretty good, you know. I have some people contest me, but I just lay them out and then move on from there.
Lay them out, move on. 350 pot, there it is, from the man himself. Back to you, GB.
Thank you once again, Jordan, for that. Now we're gonna get into the game.
Aivan valtavat kiitokset, aivan valtavat kiitokset. Sen mä voin tehdä, että käykää katsoa Pensmiehenkin kanavat, siellä on iso kive, niin käykää osallistumassa hänen giveawayhin ja valtavat kiitokset Pensmies. Tänään äijät! Tänään me nähdään 2 isoa kaveria, suomalaista kaveria pelaamassa tuolla. Kiitos Kivitsi 3 eurosta ja jos mä ostan. Nyt alkaa!
Send it over to your casters for the
Hype Tacti!
And Dr. Lupo.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time. The Fortnite World Cup Finals Solos competition kicks off today, and I could not be more excited. I'm still sweating from the marshmallow performance we just saw, but absolutely, Dr. Lupo, this is going to be a darn good time. 100 of the best solo players the world has ever seen in Fortnite are today playing for $15 million. And Jack, first place takes home $3 million, which is the largest individual prize for any player in esports ever up until this point. You realize that? That is ridiculous.
It's a pretty long history. Lives will be changed today, as we know. It's been happening throughout the weekend, and we've seen the best competitors in the world go up in creative, obviously in the Pro-Am, in the solos or duos competition, and now it is time for solos. We're going to go through the format, the prizing for everyone at home so you can get caught up to speed. Millions tuned in throughout the weekend so far, and even more we'll be watching here today. So Ben, I want to break down these rules for everyone at home. It's not your normal Fortnite game we're going to be playing.
Oh, no, it is not, especially if you've watched any competitive gameplay over the past. On your screen right now is the format. This is solo, so the top 25 placement will get you 3 placement points. Top 15 is 5. If you make it all the way to top 5, that's 7 points. And that coveted victory royale, of which there will only be 6 today, is worth 10 points. But on top of that, it's not just about placement. Every single elimination is an additional point. Those are going to add up, and we're going to see exactly how things play out over 6 games. Now, those 6 games, we add those scores up. Jack, what's the take-home? I know, just read it out.
Ladies and gentlemen, first place today wins $3 million US. If you get second, third, or fourth, your prize money you're winning is also above the 1 million mark. Hey, I wouldn't be too upset with 5th place either at $900,000, but you see, top 20 all earn $112,500.
Hei, Pensasmies, valtavat kiitokset 10 eurosta. Mene nyt uimaan ja olisi... Noniin, kiitos Pensasmies, valtavat ja 10 eurosta. Ihan valtavat kiitokset.
But I can tell you the prize money is sweet. It's great going up against the best in the world, but that right there, the coveted trophy on your screen and the title of Fortnite World Champion, the first ever solo World Champion, is what's on all these players' mind.
You have to remember, too, over the course of the 10 weeks of qualifiers, we had 40 million players throw their name in the pot to try and make their way to the top 100 here in New York City. And of those 100, only 1 gets first place. Only 1 takes home the trophy. And I'm going to say this is mine just from watching him play over the last few days. Duos didn't go exactly how he wanted things to go, but I'm looking forward to seeing Benji Fishy rise above and just put on a good show for everybody. He's an excellent player, one of the best mechanically we've ever seen. His awareness is insane. What about you? Who do you have, Jack?
There's so many talented players. You know, we've been comparing drop spots. We've been comparing how they performed yesterday. We talked about LAN experience and how much the nerves can get to them. Arkram is someone that showed up yesterday on stage, performed quite well, placing in the top 5. I think that today, with where he's dropped at, who he's going to be going up against, he could put on a good showing, but we want to hear your guys' thoughts as well. Hashtag Fortnite World Cup. Send us your thoughts. Who do you predict to win? We've also talked to many of the people here in the venue about who they've got coming out on top. Let's take a look.
My prediction for the Fortnite Solo World Cup Finals winner is Ghost Bizzle.
My picks to win solos has got to be this guy. Better.
I feel like Young Calculator or Clicks is gonna win.
I want to see Benji Fish take the dumb solos.
Tifu's gonna win.
Tifu's gonna win.
It's gonna be between Clicks and Tifu, so it's gonna be Clicks though.
Probably Bizzle, because he has the most experience.
I think Bizzle has a good chance.
En solo, je dirais Bouga, je pense.
Tifu's gonna win.
Fact Fox.
Je pense que la solo, c'est Benji Fishy qui va gagner.
Bizzle is just the most consistent player, and he's at the top right now, so I'd say Bizzle.
I'd probably say Bizzle too, because he has a lot of LAN experience and all that.
My prediction for the solo World Cup champion is Dubs.
Hei, kiitoksia Bebemake kulletuksesta. Kiitos 5 eurosta, valtavat kiitokset.
People continuing to pile on in here to the Arthur Ashe Stadium.
Kuka on kova, se on mekaanisesti
Dr. Lupo, our games
top
are
2
almost
maailmassa.
ready to kick things off, but there's so many ways you can watch this weekend. Obviously, your normal streaming platforms, but a new initiative as well from Fortnite, a new way to watch on Fortnite.com/.
Hei, Mongi näkyy tuolla vasemmassa alanurkassa, näettekö?
As well as all sorts of feeds you can watch from. It's a viewing experience with real-time stats at different points of view in game. Head to Fortnite.com/watch and choose from this channel a dedicated map channel and 10 rotating options covering a selection of diverse players. You see there on your screen exactly who will be brought on up. If you want, feed 3 features Tifu, a player spotlight. If you're repping the Oceanic region and you want to see the Twins play, you want to see Twins play, there you go. You've got your dedicated feed as well. An awesome thing to see for the future of competitive Fortnite.
It's absolutely amazing, but Jack, everybody here wants to see the first game, and I've got good news. Ladies and gentlemen, the Fortnite World Cup Solos competition is about to begin. You are here at Arthur Ashe Stadium. I need you to get as loud as you possibly can. 100 of the best players in the entire world are about to face off for $15 million. Jack, guess what? 100 players.
No niin, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 ja mennään pois! Nyt alkoi sitten vittu MM. Nyt pelaa, vittu ja Karhu, pelatkaa kovaa äijät.
Game 1 of 6 officially underway, and on your screen, all 100 players. Arguably the biggest day of their entire lives. The average age of competitors, just 16 years old. If you're a younger fan here in the audience, you dream of one day being here. If you're the same age, you people to look up to and aspire to be as good as one day. If you're a parent, I'm sure you can imagine what's going through these kids' minds. Here we go, folks. Tifu on your screen. Block has been his place forever, Dr. Lupo, and he is not shying away here in game number 1.
I had a chance earlier during warm-ups to talk to Tifu about this landing zone. The opinion was basically, I don't care who else lands here, I'm going to take it. I'm going to clear out every other opponent there and roll on through. He's got a chance to go up.
Vittu mitkä kamat, kattokaa mitkä kamat, mitä helvettiä.
He has a free legendary chest right here in the middle. And look at the inventory already. Blue pump shotgun, gold tactical AR, gold standard AR, a mini bandages. The resources are incredible. A loadout already. He just needs some mobility. Maybe drop one of the ARs depending on ammunition at a certain point. Gotta find some shadow bombs. Even the redeploy might be worth it. We'll see if he swaps out. He actually puts down that tac AR and grabs a purple grenade launcher.
And the right there as well. Oh my god. Only one other player landed here. That's Clipnode. So it's going to be Tifu versus Clipnode for control of the block, unless Clipnode decides to say,
rotate away.
I've got a lot of respect for that gameplay. He knows block as well. Clipnode always landing here too. Will go ahead and fall away. And folks, I think as a sign of respect for Tifu as a player, they have forfeited the rest of block to this man, as he's already at 190 total HP and a fantastic inventory. Rotating here towards Fatal Fields. Class on your screen. Bucky there as well. Class currently with a little bit of a mixed inventory, but this is what we talked about yesterday. If you play Fortnite, you know that in the Fatal Fields core maze, there is loot. Well, guess what?
Just floor spawns all over.
Typically, you and I, I'm sure, Ben, break all the corn down. We farm it on up. These players know the exact route of where the loot is while it's hidden in the corn because they've studied this area of the map so much. It's the little things that make the biggest differences. Class right now looting, and no one has any clue where he is.
Lucky long barn, grabbing. There's 2 chests spawn here, plus any of the floor loot possible along the way. Little side stalls, so quite a bit of wood to farm up. He's got a couple little forests. He's got the fork knife quarry there. Plus the ship up top. He can take that slip all the way to the top. He's got an opportunity to travel basically uncontested early game unless somebody maybe gets a couple shots from a distance. Meanwhile, over here at Mega Mall, Pika and Keenstar hanging out inside the shops. Quite a few chests, a lot of verticality tends to lead to whether your opponent is above or below and how much these players play. If they're keen on those audio cues, they'll know almost immediately.
Rotating now down to Lucky Landing. Kuka on the screen, Snazy there as well. First stink bomb coming on through, doesn't actually wind up connecting with too much. 16 builds in total. Now remember, we do play with siphon settings on, so if you get an elimination, you earn 50 HP. So if you're at 74 total health, you gain 26 HP to go to max and 24 shield. Also, when you get the elimination, even if the opponent has 0 materials, they'll still drop 50 of each material type. So there's a lot, especially early game reward, Dr. Lupo, in securing some of these eliminations.
Now Snazy right now with the top down on his opponent, it looked like he's trying to use the stinks and that proximity grenade launcher just to try and find even one hit, which at this point with such low ammunition, he's out of stinks now. He still has the 3 proxy grenade launcher shots. He's kind of burning through resources.
I was going to say, he sees those grenades. I was thinking exactly that, yep.
Well, just trying to find a bead at this point. He knows based on the audio, Bugga is rotating back and forth in this little brick tunnel underneath. No tags quite yet, minus a little bit of HP with the stink earlier. Snazy still has the high ground here. Not a ton of materials, 18 builds. At some point, he's going to have to opt to either push this or rotate away, and now might be the time to rotate away unless Bugga's going to push from behind.
There you
go.
Oh wait, actually,
not even an upgrade. Never mind, he already has a gold combat number 4 slot.
Sen takia, ettei Pukha saa sitä.
Easy Bugga separating from each other a little bit, not necessarily pressuring. Early game pressure at game 1 of 6 for World Cup Solo.
Siinä on mekaanisesti kova kaveri.
Pretty advantageous to get that siphon. He's looking for a shot, the heavy snipe. Where it goes, and not quite enough. Bugga misses just behind as Snazy sneaks away on the higher floors of that north side building. Lucky.
Yeah, Bugga winds up seeing that middle cherry blossom tree get knocked down, and a lot of times in competitive games, players will just hit the trees down to 50 total HP left, but they won't fully remove them from the map because the animation of the tree breaking gives away your position. So if you want to make sure you stay a little bit more hidden in your games at home, only break trees down to 50 total health left and leave them. You'll get a ton of materials, but you'll also still remain as hidden as possible. Benji Fishy, a player with very high expectations for not only himself, but from the community here this weekend. Did play yesterday, I believe placed 14th with his duo, Mr. Savage. The first stink bomb comes on through, and with that damage, it looks like Benji Fishy wants a fight, but unfortunately does take 50 immediately from the back, and will go ahead and just give up his position for the moment.
A little bit of frustration on his face, and I can't blame him. Shots as he's attempting to push a little bit on Nate right there. Pleasant Park still inside the safe zone, so moving away from this doesn't have to happen just yet. We'll see. Nate takes an opportunity, rotates all the way across to that treehouse building in the southwest corner. Meanwhile, southwest of the entire map, Crew not alone down here. A little bit of a build fight back and forth, and they are not inside the zone. 91 players remain right now. Only 9 have gone down. It's early in the game. It's going to stay very, very high in the player count. Crew maybe waiting to see if that edit comes through. Doesn't quite. Storm waiting inside. We see this all the time. Just holding the edit inside the pyramid. Yep. He doesn't want to step out, potentially get shot. Rotate back down underneath and maybe check his other sides. Meanwhile, King led Wiki in a 1v1. King on the defensive. At this point, he might have the high ground. Oh my gosh! Sneaks the shotgun shot in right.
Älä tee mitään, älä tee mitään, älä tee mitään. Ei vittu.
Okay. No. And you see King, a little bit of a smirk right there yesterday when we had a little bit of a, I guess you could say, trash talk in the game. It was Skeptic who winds up going down to Mongrel Mitro. This time I think King will live to see another fight. But I like some of this little spiciness to kick off game number 1. See, he wins that fight with a quick wall retake and edit on through. Over to Neo Tilted, Hornet, and Click. Within a couple buildings. You see on your screen on the backside, Lechi, Baw, and Mongrel still there as well.
Fluttermoy is rotating through, looks like on a ball on the backside. real quick. Put the replay up of exactly how that played out. Storm here, inside that box just moments ago.
Hei, kiitti Benjaminista 5 euroa.
Full send into the air and does catch the shots there. The burst SMG proving useful even mid-air.
Burst SMG, probably not the exact item that players want, but still making use of it. Uh-oh, it's a corn fight. Dr. Lupo, you're used to this in Nebraska, as right now we've got
like
Rogue
home
Shark.
for me, Jack.
Yeah, this is, I mean, you've got a ton of skill in this one, as we see Rogue Shark currently dropping down the bandage for the moment. Already the ramp goes through, and Rogue Shark just wasn't ready for it, so he didn't catch what happened right there, Dr. Lupo. Quick little breakdown. The campfire was placed, he lost control of his wall, but because he had no pyramid inside his box, the opponent placed a ramp and then edited past the ramp for extra cover. It's one of the fastest but most effective ways to take out an opponent when they're inside their 1-by-1. Left Eye did just get an elimination, does use that shockwave to get away from Erouse, but solid start as well, and I believe I did just see a fan favorite in Vivid in the elimination feed picking up his first elim.
Storm starting to move. We have 56 seconds. My apologies before the next circle closes, and it is a big crunch to the center of the map. You might not be able to see in the bottom right there, but folks, it is just northeast centered from Neo tilted. Everyone is going to get pushed together into the city. Let's see here. Dubs. Confident play, trying to push from the outside of Flint, knock from his opponent to rotate away, and Dubs does not want to let them go. 47 Evil Mare goes down out here at the old Greasy Grove Ice Lake.
And you see Evil Mare with still just in total about 80 got the 50 back for the elimination, so when you calculate it, really only had about 30 health left, so Dubs so close, but not able to connect with that final combat shotgun shot. And Dr. Lupo, look at this inventory for Riverson for Team Liquid. 6 shockwave grenades, 2 minis, 3 chug splashes, a launch pad. Weapons a little bit awkward, if I'm going to be honest. Just a scoped assault rifle and a epic tactical shotgun. But Storm Surge is coming to play, and Dr. Lupo, we haven't really touched on that yet today. Inform the viewers at home exactly what this is.
So Storm Surge is a mechanic to prevent players from engaging in fights. If there are a certain number of players at this point, when there's over 70,
Jarkko Ässäkin vittu qualifyannut.
to take 25 damage
Ei oo suomalainen siis.
5 seconds, unless they
Mä
are
saksalainen.
over the threshold for the amount of damage
Mä oon
done
kouluttanut Jarkko
in the lobby.
Ässällä.
It's a way to encourage players to get engaged in fights without having to force anybody. You can't really just sit still the entire time. You've got to get engaged, get involved with what's going on.
And it ends when we go below that threshold. As we bring up this first threshold, you have to drop below 70 players. So Storm Surge will remain in play right now until 69 players is reached. You see Booga with an elimination, Blaster with one as well. Players above the damage threshold sitting pretty right now, but players who are below it, they're frantically searching for some damage they can do to try to get themselves in a safe spot.
Aqua on your screen, one of the World Cup duo champions from yesterday, just outside of Dusty Divot. Shots inside here, Colorful trying to rotate back away, doesn't want to quite get caught just yet. Those splashes, by the way, one of the best healing items in the game right now in scrimmages and competitive Fortnite. An instant throw 20, and it's HP or shield. It'll transfer across both. May not be able to get this off quite yet. It's got to cancel.
He did.
Oh, he did indeed. Yep. Kurtz applying pressure from the side. Not a lot of ammunition right now in the inventory. Only 70 medium rounds for that heavy AR. Not the favorite for a spray weapon. Great at tap fire at a distance, though.
Look at how dead center this zone is in the bottom right of your screen. Mr. Savage did just get an elimination down on him often. Mr. Savage.
Te näette tuolla mapin reunassa 4 pelaajaa. Mä tiedän, että se on jompikumpi.
Kurtz still, we saw the player piece on him. From Brazil, trying to rep for his family class with elimination.
No, joku onnistu pelaa.
And Storm
Tifu kuoli.
Active for the players still above.
Ei jukulauta.
People will begin taking damage, and that's a solid chunk with that common tactical shotgun. But another player begins to throw their name into the hat. Dr. Lupo, Kurtz, no more shield left. We'll back up for the moment.
At this point, with the circle where it is, we've got 60 seconds before things start to close, and I would say maybe a third of the field is still outside of the next safe zone. You're going to see a lot of players pushing to Loot Lake. You have to realize, if you're watching at home, if you're here at Arthur Ashe Stadium, competitive Fortnite is very much about late game strategy and positioning. 74 players right now remaining does not surprise us in the slightest, to be honest, especially with how much money is on the line. Harrians goes down. Keenstar picking up that one.
Ai, Keenstar ottaa vittu stormidamageja.
2 more players need to get eliminated.
They just got him up down as players began to drop. So Wakey went down to the Storm, Skype with an elimination onto Astonish. We are 1 player away from the end of Storm Surge, and there it is as we just hit the threshold. So now no more panic has to come through for these players for the moment. The next one will come into play in a couple more zones as Keenstar right now, the double qualified player from France, currently set on up against Envy's Bucky as they are within a couple boxes of each other.
Just to see exactly where things move through here. Just want to hold these edits and look out. No reason to apply too much pressure just yet. He's kind of waiting to see other players that may be around him rotating away, and that's exactly the play. Bucky, by the way, a player that we've seen in competitive qualifiers. He actually spent some time talking to Hogman a lot to refine his gameplay and his drop, and we've seen a big improvement since then. Big shout out to Hogman for helping Bucky out with that one. All the way here to the World Cup solo finals.
Will he use one of the campfires in the inventory for 25 extra health?
It depends on the play. If he's looking towards late game,
Karhu
he's going to try and hold on to those for a
on
heal off, potentially when that final zone starts to close. We'll have to see. A quick reminder, by the way, on the right side of your screen, a victory royale. The win is worth 10 placement points. Those are big. Top 5 is 7 points. Top 15 is 5. Top 25 is 3 points, and every single elimination for these players is an additional point.
Karhulla aika paska tilanne
focus
hiirien
of
kanssa.
the current map right now. A lot of players out here on the hill. Northeast side of Neo Tilted, actually a pretty good spot. You have multiple slips nearby. While those are still on, you have to remember those do turn off. Sky taking shots. I believe that's on DRG just to the south. No pressure applied there. He's trying to sneak any shot he can through. Actually, it's challenged. Surprises me. Doesn't go for the build there to protect and get a better spot.
Wow, that's solid damage though.
Just go for it.
Solid damage, and look what's also on the ground right there. The legendary infantry rifle. Still can swap to that when needed. Right now, choosing to go with the spray weapon. This is a player that's close. We have a replay coming on in soon of Mega from FaZe, who played yesterday in the duos competition with Dubs. Dubs already dropped his cable. See how Mega plays this one. Gets in the opponent's box. 2 clean shots. And there it comes through. And near max materials, Slurp Juice as well as Chug Splashes will be sitting pretty with the inventory right there. The next zone did just pop on up, moving to kind of the eastern side of the current zone. And what we're seeing right now from Skite is Skite recognizes he's got extra materials back. So he's going to run back, build out a little bit, grab the excess materials, and continue to tunnel with these mats. He's also juggling items over as well to still have the ability to use these whenever he would like to wish to in these next zones. Here's everyone on the map. A rocket being fired on the far side. Bizzle there still on your screen. Commandment. Prisionero still boxed up in metal just outside the zone, and Stompy, who was one of the more dominant European players in the online qualifier, still in this one, but Zate was in the lead.
Karhulla vaan vähän huono tilanne noissa HP:issa.
Games, but in the end, not able to close it out. As you see, just continuing to spray, is above the damage threshold. This next threshold of players, Dr. Lupo, 50. So we're about a minute away before it activates. Bizzle with elimination, though, down on the Stacey.
At this point, too, you have a lot of players. Crunch is going to start to happen. Player count starting to dwindle. The loadout here in Zate's inventory, a single Shadow Bomb going to be used for rotation if he has to. Not quite yet, though. He's already in the next safe zone. That heavy sniper rifle we just saw moments ago, and he'll probably go for it again. He's going to knock out a wall and immediately swap to that legendary AR to try and take shots while the wall is gone, while the player may not be paying attention. This could be a big one right here. Immediate swap, a 69 shield pack, solid crit through the wall. They do box up, but it looks like at that moment he saw the box was being pressured from another player and decided to go for it.
Siellä on 61 pelaajaa vielä elossa.
No healing for Zate, so you can see just how cautiously he's taking these fights.
Oh yeah.
Also today in solos, there's no longer the threat, Dr. Lupo, of the double heavy sniper. Sure, we've seen solo players try to use it to their advantage by themselves, but it just is not the same effect. Lolboom, bottom right of your screen. Zate, top left of your screen. Both with 2 eliminations so far, and Here comes Storm Surge for players pushing on in. Not a threat for Lolboom as he's 409 above, but Karhu did just go down.
Karhu kuoli, Karhu. Karhu tappoi itses.
Some free shockwave grenades to pick up Dr. Lupo will be extremely useful in these rotating zones. And oh man, Lolboom is eating the stink bomb. 50 damage, Dr. Lupo. Terrible, terrible spot to be in for Lolboom.
Lolboom, a solo Irishman, qualified for the World Cup here. Gonna have to push on through and try and make his way to the next safe zone. Multiple balls on the outside. He might be able to grab that one in the water right there if he sees it when he pops out. You can see Vivid on your screen. Evil Mare still there as well.
Ei Karhu oli vissiin surkea, niin se ei kun joo se oli surkea. Joo Bela, siellä on Bela! Siellä on Bela! Siellä on Bela!
Fortnite World Cup apartment complex. You have countless players stacked in next to each other. Bizzle going for the edit reset, can't quite catch himself just yet.
Bugha still making plays happen. A lot of people have him high up on the leaders, and here it is again. Yarkos with the elimination from earlier on, down onto Aqua, who obviously was our Fortnite World Champion yesterday in duos. Rough start in game number 1. Bizzle, one of the most consistent and winningest Fortnite pro players of all time, Dr. Lupo. When you say a veteran in Fortnite competitive, Bizzle is at the top of that list, but here's Yarkos again, now on the high ground after that first elimination down onto Aqua, looking for more right now as he's got ultimate high.
This is one of the best spots in the game right now. We'll have to see where the map is going to rotate in northwest, so he's going to have to make a move soon. A very hefty weapon loadout. Not a whole ton of rotation. Does have the 2 launch pads, does have the redeploy, but those are going to leave you exposed up in the air. Little look back, King. Rotation here. The feed starting to light up. 38 players.
Oh, yeah.
And that count is going to go down, down, down. Zate eliminated by Left Eye. Colorful taking up another one out as well. King, 4 eliminations. You have to remember, placement points don't kick in until top 25, so he only has those 4. But those are 4 very, very big points. Here we go, the Storm starting to pressure players. You're going to see a lot of launch pads and redeploys coming to play, and those community movement mechanics like launch pads placed on the ground would be tough. A player actually just flew right through King's box.
That could have been bad, Dr. Lupo. That could have been real bad.
Maybe a trap play from either player. We'll have to see here. Benji Fishy in the feed taking another elimination. Top 35 now, Jacks. We're coming 30 seconds away from the next circle.
And Mr. Savage.
Pelaa pallolla. Pelaa pallo tällä hetkellä. Tuo painaa.
As they both continue to build on up, Mr. Savage goes for the shot. Rux gives up for the moment. Game 1 right now. The height goes to Mr. Savage, but there's still a ton of time left on the low ground right now. You've got Pico.
Ihan vittu iso rote Bela. Ihan vittu iso rotationi.
Tuesday week as well. Mr. Savage has shot down Rux for the moment. He still continues to keep height. Yarkos, though, looking to challenge right now. 27 players left. Placement points about to come into play.
Yarkos takes the ultimate high in the backside there. Riverson from Team Liquid flying across right to left of your screen. Multiple players. Ultimate low ground warriors down there, both in and out of ballers. Class looks like he might be in the middle of it. Mr. Savage.
King had 7 limbs, and it's made it into placements. King absolutely the #1 performance so far in game 1. 120 in total HP. Can he find us a limb? No! As the crowd erupts. Top 20 now.
Pelaa tuolla noin. Tuolla Bela. Joo, ei oo kuollut Bela vielä. Top 20. Meno, hetkonen, miten placement? Top
5.
Hei, piukan vielä. Pysy siellä pallossa. Pysy siellä pelaa. Nyt pelaa kovaa. Siellä 13 sai placementit, sillä on 5 pistettä ainakin, vähintään nyt placementeista. Mekka benchi kuoli. Pelaa vielä Elossa, pelaa vissiin. 8 pelaajaa jäljellä. Ei saatana jätkät.
Or even a long-range rotation. 8 players remaining. Jack Yarkos, 4 eliminations. Everyone in here getting those placement points. Beam from above, it goes down.
Pelalla on 0 fragi, joo. Nyt top 5 vielä. Saat 7 pistettä pelaa siitä. Saat pelkästään 7 pistettä siitä. Pelaa.
Still with shockwave grenades too.
Paljon sillä on matskua?
The number 1 point you've seen in competitive Fortnite this weekend. When do you use the shockwave to go for height? It's Sam currently on height. Bugha sees that. That was him taking a look for exactly where the player is. I think it's time, Dr. Lupo. No, Shadow Bomb will be used. Okay, so not quite doing it yet.
Looking for edessä 2 pistettä
looking to see.
He's saving those. Don't you worry. I guarantee before too long, a player like this is going to make
No niin,
the edge of the storm. The box up. He's going for edit shots. Big hit.
Toista placementit! Se on 5 enää!
Sixth elimination. Creo.
Otti HG! Lisä Suomi HG! Ei vittu! Oi! No sai...
It's still some up top.
Sai top 5, 7 pojoo. 7 pojoo, hei. Ei oo vittu, voi helvettari.
Back-to-back shots. Bugha picking up another elimination.
Bugha is insane
now. Almost gonna be his game to win. We'll see here another one. Can he
Kuka.
find the 9th elimination and the first victory
Mitä
of the World Cup
vittua?
solos?
Siinä on kaverit, siinä on soolopelaaja.
Bugha smiling, he's got the health advantage on Creo.
Does.
Folks, it might be time for the shockwave play. Bugha could soar up into the sky. Go for it, here it is! Shockwave died! Shots coming in! No elimination yet for the first game.
No!
Royale!
Oh my gosh! Confident play
Sieltä
from
tuli.
Bugha.
Bugha sai 19 pistet vittu ensimmäiseen matsiin. 19 pistet vittu ensimmäiseen soolomatsiin. Mitä helvettiä. Toi on ihan sairas kaveri toi Bugha, toi on ihan vittu sairas.
What a swing of points right there, Dr. Lupo. You get the win, you get max placement points, 9 elims too. Folks, that is a statement game number 1 for Bugha, and here it is again. The shockwave.
Mut hyvä peli, erittäin hyvä peli ensimmäiseksi matsiksi Pelaalta. Aivan loistava, hei. Aivan loistava peli Pelaalta. Sai 7 pistettä ekaan peli. Se sijoittuu ihan varmasti top 10 heti ensimmäisessä matsissa. Eli jos se pelaa tasaisia matseja, joka matsis yli 5 pistettä vähintään, niin vittu se on hyvä.
And instead of opting for a safe, stay down the bottom, wait, bait your shots, you throw a shockwave down and you ascend to the high ground, take over and get the victory royale.
Much deserved game 1 victory right there. The number one thing I noticed from Bugha, in the shadow bombs, so many people worry so much about popping out of the shadow and immediately boxing and protecting themselves. Instead, Bugha winds up pushing forward, looking for where his next victim could be, and then pops out of the shadow and lives the player 3 times right there, and it was big reasons why he was able to push on through.
Hei, tässä kohtaa muistakaa tilata meikäläisen kanava, jos ette oo tilannut vielä, ja muistakaa, että liikaa streamillä. Ja muistakaa käydä tilaa Tiitarin kanava. Muistakaa käydä tilaa Tiitarin kanava. Kattokaa, hetkonen, ei täs mee top 10. Se menee niinku 10-15 siellä. Ihan vittu iso johto Bughal, ihan vittun iso johto. Vittu jos se poppaa toisen matsis voittoa tuollaisella 8 fragilta yli tai 9 tai millä vaan, niin vittu se voittaa tämän paska. Pelaa 14! Kyllä!
Of the 10 top players after game 1 all
Benji sai 6, joo.
Here's your 11th through 20th place right now. Benji Fishy on there. Evil Mare.
Mut kattokaa kuinka monta siellä se on 5, niin.
Start to today and I'm loving the energy from this crowd at the first ever Fortnite World Cup. They saw how good the competition was yesterday, and I know everyone was so excited to kick it off today with millions.
Siinä on 7 pistettä, 7-10. Siinä välissä on 14 pelaajaa, ja Bugha johtaa reilusti niinku.
First game for the Enterprise.
Aivan jäätävä peli tuolta. Aivan jäätävä. Vittu 9 fragia. Vittu mä en kattonut yhtään Bughan pelaamista, kun mä katsoin tuota pelaa. Mut ei se haittaa.
Well, I'm pretty much low ground. I have like 200 mats, and I realized that I could probably make a play with the impulse, just go fry and just like get a big pump on him.
Amazing. Well, we saw that happen in real time. An amazing clutch for an end of a first game for Bugha. Yo, Jack, Lupo, that is exactly what you want to see, is it not?
I mean, I don't think you can really ask for much more than that. A victory royale and 9 elims. The man is so talented, has always been one of the top solo players in the North American region, and he shows it right there in game 1 and already solid stuff.
What an incredible game out of the gate already. Number 1 down. We have 5 left to go.
On pelaa suomalainen. Täällä pelaa 2 suomalaista. Karhu ja pelaaja.
How everything worked and maybe a little bit of a deep dive into how some of these players play. So we're going to throw it over to Sundown. Unreal Island.
Tässä alkaa pian toinen matsi. Toisen matsin jälkeen on pieni tauko.
Thank you so much, Lupo and Courage. And while Bugha was able to dominate the rest of the lobby, I want to take a look at one of the other most marquee and aggressive players we saw. He had the entire lobby saying, Toda salve al rey de Argentina. It is king of 9Z with an incredible 70 elimination run in 20th place. Let's take a look at some of this gameplay. So right away, you'll notice, what is he doing? He's his patented going forward, wall replace on land 123. That's going to be the theme of these clips. He doesn't miss his shots, and he's not afraid to flex either. Throwing the donkey laugh out there, throwing him a little love, saying, I don't care who you are. Now he's sitting on the 4 elims. He's in the box fights, and he's constantly looking to pick up new targets. Replaces the wall from the side, turns around, and picks up a great elimination there onto Bucky in the rotation. But now watch on the sprees on. 5 elims right now. Cones himself off. Look at this. The player challenges him. He's not building. He's going at him. He says, if you want to fight me, I shoot first. I am the king. Was able to go, but unfortunately gets caught there in the rotation, but still a brilliant performance from the young Argentinian. He's looking to challenge. He's looking to frag out with the best of the best, putting himself currently sitting in the number 2 spot. He has played so absurdly well in that first game. This is what it's all about. If you can bring your aggression, what you do in the qualifiers, and take it to this stage, and you don't have nerves. If you're like Bugha and say, I'm gonna go. If you're like King and say, you wanna edit, I'll shoot first. I'll take the 50 health on Elim there, and I will take the point and staying in the match. You can wait and watch me dominate. Let's get into match 2, because that first match was insane. Courage and Lupo, take it away, guys.
Sundown, thank you so much. Appreciate the quick analysis of everything that happened in the middle of that game. A lot of action here at the Fortnite World Cup solo competition. This is the last day for the entire event as well. I hope everyone has enjoyed Marshmallow's concert. We have tons of people here in the crowd. Yeah. Absolutely, it's just been ridiculous, so much fun.
My Italian family was out there, 25 people deep. They've got a full deli layout. Unfortunately, my Aunt Lorraine down in Florida, I know you're watching. Shout out, we love you, miss you. But no, they're all here for their first ever event too. It is an incredible energy in here. And you know, guys in the venue, do you guys want to see another Fortnite World Cup next year? Should we do this again?
I'm thinking, yeah, Jay.
All right, budget's approved, Epic, it's happening. But folks, let's get back into the action. Game number 2 about to begin.
No niin, ja toinen matsi alkakoon.
On all social media.
Mennään vaan.
Hashtag Fortnite World Cup. What a play. The lobby is ready. The players are ready. Ladies and gentlemen in the venue, are you ready? Game 2 of the solos competition here at the Fortnite World Cup Finals starts right now.
After last game, I have a feeling you're going to see maybe potentially more contested drops and players vying for those points, seeing exactly what can be done now. Bugha bringing home 9 eliminations in that first game. I think the next 2 closest were 7-4, and then everybody was below that. Yarkos, I think, having 4, King with 7. Going into game 2, Jack. Yep. Knowing that we still have 5 remaining. Knowing that based on the leaderboards from yesterday, that 17 points at one point separated first and last. And by the way, a quick note, we can see the mini-map, but I think Tfue, yeah, there it is.
There it is.
I'm pretty sure Tfue has the block all by himself.
No one nearby at all, and also on that right outside of racetrack, it looks like one player's about to go claim him. Also, Bizzle, who basically lands in Dusty Divot uncontested, I believe already got a llama in this one. So some great movement will be up there for them.
Tämmönen situation, sä pelat vittu miljoonista euroista. Ja sä saat vittu toisessa matsissa 2 laamaa tolleen ihan vierekkäin. Tiedättekö kun iso se etu? Se on ihan semmoinen kaverista tulee. Plussaks tuollainen vittu rolliradalla ei edes mennyt ketään.
$3 million.
I have to say, I feel like after one game, seeing an average placement stat of first, That's something I would screenshot just to hold on to. Yeah, World Cup. I averaged first through all the games that have been played.
Here is Aqua versus Twins Aqua, as we can't stress enough, our Fortnite World Champion from yesterday in duos. Only with a common SMG is Twins, and Pumps being missed left and right from Aqua. And I'm going to tell you right now, Aqua's going to be upset with himself on that one, Dr. Lupo. That was a sloppy fight from both sides. I'm going to say it right now. Those early game fights can be very, very awkward, but we also have the elimination what we saw earlier. And it was Bizzle with the common pistol and then says, here's your reward. A llama that was looking at a nice view from the top of Dusty Dip.
Go back down his minds. By the way, a quick note here. Twins had 46 elims in his qualifying matches. That's so many eliminations to get to this point. Yeah. Over 10 games, that's huge. And most players didn't even get to play the full 10, so you got to think Twins did pop off in his region when it was going on right there. Yep. 2 shadow bombs, already has a flint knock sitting on minis and a pump. Solid early game loadout. Pick up maybe one more movement ability, depending on whether or not he wants to keep the flint knock in his inventory. We'll have to see. Still hopefully looking for a slurp at some point. MQ and Mr. Savage not far from each other. Takamura, Clarity G also in Happy Hamlet. My least favorite drop, I'm going to be honest with you, but a lot of these players know exactly where the chests are and know exactly how to get there as fast as they can. And there are so many materials down here. This also is one of the highest chest spawn counts in the entire game. This POI is insane.
Yeah, I believe 29 possible chests or something along those lines, but as MQ says, you know what, let me roll away for right now. Give that to Mr. Savage. Over to Snobby Shores, it's Hornet. Putting the spray down with that heavy assault rifle. Only 19 AR shots left, Dr. Lupo, so we'll have to use them wisely here. 8 players have dropped so far in the zone. The southwestern side zone on this one, so already some good variation between the zones in Game 1 and Game 2. Hornet will continue to move slowly but surely over to Nyx. So again, looking at the map, looks like a lot of players still outside the zone as you'd expect, but they'll begin to rotate on through as the first storm will close.
Good point, plenty of time to make decisions. Force engagement there, the tree disappears, and that drum shotgun spewing shells out, gonna push inside the box. Might get the wall if the trap was placed. No luck there, doesn't have one in the inventory. Nyx still trying to apply as much pressure as possible without having to chew through too many rounds. Reload here, the drum shotgun. So much damage dealt with this thing so far. Wouldn't be surprised if he goes in for it here in just a second, and he does. Watching that corner, Hornet still on the defensive. Long-range spray from a drum shotgun isn't enough, but up close, the thing is very, very deadly. Nyx picking up first elimination in this game.
Also with the emote after the eliminations. That's 2 so far. This is spicy.
Jack, you love
I mean, I love this.
You love it.
I get like 1 limit for every 3 games. So every time I have the option. Fantastic.
A very important note there. Nyx had the most eliminations in the online opens at 61 during his qualifying week. That's crazy too. And Nyx from Brazil. We often saw very aggressive gameplay from those players during their qualifying matches.
All they would do was kind of just stomp through their lobbies. We always talked about how insane it was. Here's the inventory for Tfue right now. 4 minutes, 3 big shields,
good lord,
4 shadow bombs,
good lord,
a launch pad, a legendary infantry rifle, a blue pump shotgun. Tfue set up for the rest of this game, nearing max materials as well. This is what happens when you give this man block all by himself.
Nobody wants to challenge here, but it's one of the best loot spots in the game. Robab's over on the right side of your screen, going to try and take that southeast corner building, see if there's anything left inside, but there's so much loot here at the block, so many materials, so many opportunities to get an advantageous position too, because you're right up the hill, like I said before, this baller spawns up there. Those are going to get grabbed pretty quick, but if they don't, if you're lucky enough, you have free rotation as well. It's also not terribly far from a slipstream to the south, just past the umbrella quarry down there. Meanwhile, Mr. Savage, 1v1 down here at Happy Hamlet. There's actually 3 players total. My apologies. You see on the mini-map in the bottom right there. They can't see those arrows, but we definitely can. And Crew and Takamura still down inside in the building. Audio cues trying to listen for each other. Takamura, you see, not really moving. Crew trying to do some wall replacing to build up a little bit of a material buffer in case fighting does happen here. I think Mr. Savage can rotate out.
Here is Tfue with the player just in front. Looks like a fight he's potentially looking to take. Not sure exactly what the health is of the opponent just ahead, but you got to think, okay, so there is a health advantage. Maybe Tfue did a bit of damage as Kluja will begin to heal on up. So it does look like Tfue damaged the player, thought about challenging, but for right now, we'll just box for a moment. They are very, very soon going to have to move towards the zone.
If you're watching online and you get
rakenna nyt. Toi oli ihan turha.
Tifu, it's going to be very accurate. We've seen it before and we'll see it
Toisaalta
again with that infantry rifle. One of the best in the game.
That was kind of greedy from Tifu. He has a ton of materials. I think he didn't expect his opponent to challenge and go for a shot, but because he tries to save a couple walls of wood, has to pop one of those big shields, and Kluja says, you know what? I'm out of here, and the zone's already there, so Tifu has a long trek ahead of him. Might have to decide if he's going to use a launch pad here. Probably not, as he does have the slipstreams down below, but still will take some damage from this storm.
If there is a rift spawn out of the burger, he can take the zip across, jump off midway through, and go down and grab it. We'll see.
Booga eliminated to start off this game in 90th place. So our game 1 winner out early on, which means that that 9-point lead will surely be cut down as this one goes on. Quick thing I want to remind everyone of, yesterday we were hearing the #1 trend in the world on Twitter. I'm going to challenge all of you right now. Use the hashtag Fortnite World Cup across everywhere. Send in how you're watching today. Let me know who you think's going to win. Hashtag Fortnite World Cup everywhere from the millions of you all tuning on in. Can't stress that enough. Let everyone know that the largest event, one of the largest events of all time, concludes today with a $30 million prize pot in total throughout the weekend.
Kizar holding an edit here. Stuck in a little stalemate. He's going to hold that side, look for the shot. Can't quite find it. Player backs out of that. Not fast enough to get
Mr. Savage goes down to Mega.
Oh, damn.
Big names eliminated early in this game 2 with World Cup solos. Start holding this edit yet again, just trying to wait and watch to see if he's going to spot this player and make a move. This might be an opportunity to make a play here. Twins kind of baiting the high ground here. Quick little resets, can go for a wall replace. Does get it. Pressure apply, going to jump up. He built the ramp preemptively to defend against any shots. Here it is, a shot from the side, does make contact. Twins down to 90 total HP. Big hit there with the shot. He can try and rotate up on the outside, getting pressured against the edge of the storm, and a build-off is kind of the only answer at this point. Quick, and it's down, doesn't quite find that the player inside ahead of him has the lead. Another big hit, 14 HP left for Twins. A build fight is all he's got left. He could shadow and try and get away, but if the player inside is smart enough, Keemstar knows exactly where to shoot. Twins is going to go down. We'll see here. One pump is all it takes, though, with this thing. 150 HP.
Oh my gosh.
Almost going down there. No shield remaining. A back and forth between these two titans of Fortnite. And there it is. Keemstar finding the lead with the shotty there, and Twins eliminated.
Move towards Storm Surge kicking on in. I do want to point out where this next zone is. Spoke to production. We'll bring that back in for you all to see just how insane zone number 2 will be for everyone on this map.
Actually,
yeah, because they have a long run ahead. Look at that.
All the
a third
way
of the
to
zone
south side.
Off the map.
Not only are you forced all the way to the bottom of the map, you've got nothing on the south end of the safe zone. Players going to get compressed together. I would expect going into circle 3 or 4, you're going to see a very low player count in comparison to last game. We're already down to 75, and Storm Surge now getting ready to kick in. You have 5 players that need to go down before damage starts to go out to those that have not dealt enough of it.
Yep.
Multiple players bunkering up here at Happy Hamlet. Not a whole lot of real estate left. Shots going out there. You heard that minigun, one of the very good weapon for applying pressure to structures, especially when you see other players are taking shots at the same target. Let it fight the top left of your screen there. Replay between Niddle, opponent inside the box. Caught above, but headed down. Quite fine the first shot. Follows through with a second, third, and the elimination.
Had 1 health
Miten toi kurssi choukkas? Oh my fucking god, toi oli paha choukki, toi oli paha.
He was under 1 HP. He had effectively 0.9% health. And goes down right there. His opponent can't win the fight as he's rewarded. Nakamura on your screen, 179 total HP, and that's a tough battle you have here, Dr. Lupo. Do you use your last healing item in the big shield?
Minkä takia mä katson tätä ylipäätään? Tää näkee kaikkien näitten pelaajien.
It's a double-edged sword.
Fightit ja kaikki, sen takia mä haluan nähdä nää.
Still active.
Mä en halua nähdä pelkästään luuttaamista semmoista. Me nähdään sit pelaa endgameista ja pelaamassa.
Can't quite find it. Quick edit up and out. Gonna make the rotation away. Waiting. This is just an opportunity. He's basically trying to bait to see if the player inside is gonna.
No siitä hyviä, että näistä optioneista
He hits the tree. It might cost him. Pressure being applied now. The 1v1 not over quite yet. Combat shotgun from above right here will be very effective. The spread from a top-down position like this is like a guaranteed crit. Here we go. Shot from behind, can't quite make contact yet.
Zone now hitting for 2 as well.
Player's gonna have to go for it very soon. Here we go. Another shockwave to push away. Storm Surge is active, he's way above, and those bandages are gonna be key to survival. We'll see. I guess the swap in position, but she took the high ground temporarily here.
They're at a point now where they basically just, one of them needs to get in a fight. One of them needs to win this fight if they want to survive for the 50 extra health. Fletchy slowly taking this damage, 2 ticks every second, and it's going quick. Dr. Lupo now down to just 12 HP. This could be done here momentarily. A shot, no! Moffin wins it with the quick shotgun to the dome, and you see, using 4 bandages, the 50 health puts him back up to 100. It should be enough to move on in. Storm Surge now over as well, and the next zone just popped up. And it's even more southwest. Tfue still alive in this game. So far, 0 eliminations. Still, though, with this magnificent inventory for the late game.
I just want to say that the bait outside in the storm, forcing your opponent to take damage, knowing
their
own HP,
basically a way of
weakening them, and then you choose the time to engage, means you don't even have to be as accurate as before. That shotgun, Tfue take a couple shots, and that player on rotation with the Shadow Bomb, a little more difficult to see them since they're basically invisible. They are a is that why they call it a Shadow Bomb?
Not entirely sure yet.
Still
figuring that out. Tfue not safe in the next zone. Is he going to use the launch pad? He's going to try to use whatever his opponent places down right here.
Oh, no damage being applied. Maybe an attempt to try and bait. Doesn't put down that launch pad. Here we go. Thought for a second he might go for the right. Chooses not to, flying past multiple players in
Shadow Bomb
move, and here we go. Shots from the backside, on Tfue, and he's going to have to box up for just a second. There it is, Shadow Bomb and door edit. Making a move on the outside. He is in the shadow form still, and you can keep this by jumping against the wall.
That was not a good Shadow Bomb, I can tell you right now.
Gotta be disappointed there. Big hit from above, down to 55 HP. Tfue, the edit from the outside, and he is eliminated by King.
And look who it is again, King, the player with 7 eliminations in game number 1. Keeps the aggression going in game 2. The heavy sniper that immediately destroys that wall and is rewarded with incredible loot, almost max builds as well. Tfue, a very quiet start to today's World Cup competition.
Here's that elimination on Tfue, shot from above. A little bit of shield damage, but a big hit from the outside. Using a heavy snipe to take that wall almost instantly. Very intelligent play there. Again, more aggressive players we've seen thus far.
Yep, and it's working out up to this point.
Oh my gosh, this is back down at Happy Hamlet, right on the edge. So many players on the east side of the safe zone, and this is a far southwest. Remember, about a third of it is in the water right now. Nobody's on the island, the outside. We're going to see where this goes next. There it is, focused just to the west.
Tämän takia mä haluan olla aina alueen perällä tai alueen keskellä. Kattokaa tuolla karttaa. Kaikki stäkkääntyy aina alueen reunoilla. No ketkä tuolla on alueen reunalla, niin tosi harva yleensä aina voittaa. Ne ketkä tuolla on jo valmiit alueen keskellä, hyvät positiiviset, hyvät kamat, niin ne yleensä ottaa sit.
Drop coming on through. Crew boxed up, Creo boxed up. Rux under 100 health, has to play this one safely, but they are so far on the east side of the zone. The Storm is going to move quite quick, Ben. And they've got to be ready for it. There's already the first shockwave used. Rux trying to shoot them from behind. Not able to get elimination there. Claps so far away. Will use the launch pad and just begin to move towards this circle.
You have to think at this point with both placement and eliminations before too long here. King maybe taking an opportunity to push into the first place position on the leaderboards, especially with Bugha going down so early in this game, 90th place.
I love this outfit from Rux right now.
He's a dinosaur.
Rux is, no, I'm talking about his real life outfit.
He's a dinosaur.
He's set up to play in the Fortnite World Cup at 1, and then he's got a dinner date at 7:30.
So good for him.
Classes everything, Jack.
The guy looks great. I'm going to give a shout out to that. Best dressed, 2 extra points. A Fortnite World Cup champion right there, Rux. but
only a 6 damage tag from the side there. Doesn't have to panic too much. That I would panic a little more about.
When you have no movement. When you have no movement in that far from the zone, it's literally exactly what I just spoke about. King on your stream, but also someone you haven't spoken a lot about, Reverse 2K. Duo with Ninja, unable to qualify together for this competition, but did make it into solos, and now seeing what he can do by himself, was on the far side of this zone, so also not a fun spot by any means.
Quick note, King currently has the highest damage in the match. 74, meaning, like I said, that aggressive gameplay. Still in it, still trying to win, still trying to get the beat on players, and a quick beam on Aspect up the ramp, caught off guard by an edit play. A shot through the wall, gets the follow through with the edit, goes down. He is playing out of his mind right now.
King reminds me of like Vinny and Zextro back from the earlier duo competitions when they would just try to fight anyone they saw. King, 7 eliminations in game 1, now 4 eliminations in game number 2, and there's still 42 players remaining. And there is only one person in the next zone that just popped up, Dr. Lupo. It is as far west as possible, and look at those arrows frantically moving on over as everyone knows prime real estate is available. This is one of the most insane zones I've seen. Look at, no one's in it, no one's in it.
Quick couple notes about King, one of our players from Argentina. He is the minimum age required in order to play in the Fortnite World Cup. 13-year-old savant.
Wait, King is 13?
He is indeed.
My goodness.
Jack is 11 million times better than both of us combined.
Yeah, I mean, that is absolutely ridiculous to think about. Cosmic on the height, Vivid still alive in this game, Artwork still alive in this game. Dragon still alive in this game. Use here. Looks like Will again plays the launch pad, but you saw right there a ramp placed backwards to bounce off of it, so he doesn't go all the way up. It's basically a sitting duck up in the air. Kind of flows quite quickly towards the opposing player. King, imagine winning $3 million as a 13-year-old.
Tiedättekö minkä takia Bela ei näy tuolla? Bela on niin sneaky kaveri, että sitä ei näy missään. Se on niin ninja kaveri, että se ei oo missään näkyvillä.
Don't really know where I was going with that one, but to be honest,
se on ketterä. Tai silleen ketterä, että se ei tuolla näy.
King getting aggressive into the next safe zone. Here we go. Gonna have to hold the wall for just a moment. Little drop down. Like this.
Kunhan se vaan pistäisi placementti-pojoja. Samanlaiset 7 pojoa pistetään. Joo, Jarkko Assa. Bela kuoli! Ei!
Dubs, Bucky, multiple players still in this game on your screen.
Oh shit, eikä saanut mitään placementti-pojoa.
29 players left is the big thing to note. 4 more from placement points, which if you make it to top 25, instantly 3 points earned. That is on the mind of every player still remaining, and the zone's still moving west now.
Shots through. Minigun, a quick swap there, picks the shotty back up.
Kintseli on kans kova kaveri. Tää on ehkä Mitro ja Kintseli on varmaan mun lemppareja Atlantikset.
Shockwave. Gonna look for optimal placement. Maybe a little bit of time to disrupt the shockwave into a shadow bomb. 9,000 IQ.
I didn't even know you could do that.
Get all the way across the map and take as high on the mountain as possible. Very excellent play there for positioning the King, the star of the show thus far for game 2. 5 eliminations. We are in the top 25 for placement now, so those points go out, and that's got to push King even higher on the board.
Yeah, King was already surging towards the top of our leaderboards. Now could very well be after this game. King spraying on through with the submachine gun. Players moving as fast as they can over this mountain.
Mitäs Bentsia ja...
Side of your screen, now the full
screen empty. Mitäs Bentsia?
Still moving through. Look at how fast he can tunnel. Benji Fishy still alive in this game. Just took down.
No niin, hyvä.
Down the hill we go. Rogue Shark on height right now, but we'll need to waterfall down for a moment. Vivid still followed on up. King down to just 40, 30, 20, 15 HP. Under 10. No, still 17 HP. Will only be at 42 effective health. I mean, if he gets any further than this, it'll be an absolute miracle. No, down goes King, but I think one of the crowd favorites beginning to emerge today. Fantastic performance at this point. Benji Fishy goes down as well.
A little bit of a crowd building up behind him. Still in a baller at the bottom.
Top 15.
Star sitting on 2 eliminations in this. The entire field at the bottom of your screen on the left with Rogue Shark remaining up top, forced into the drop. Shadow bomb to save from any fall damage. Vivid beamed on the rotation up to the ultimate high ground.
Vivid's on height.
Still there too.
Vivid's on height.
Has an opportunity here, can capitalize and take shots on all these players rotating. At this point, Vivid's best bet is to force players out of ballers into fights. You don't want to let them remain inside and safe. If you pop them out, it may be an exposed position. Other players will take shots, and that's going to get you in a better place.
Look at the ballers. The ballers beginning to scale the mountain. Vivid, I think, still has high ground. Has time to pop a mini by chance? Nope, nothing as of yet. Now the fight for height begins. Vivid building out up. Arc from in your elimination feed now into our top 10.
Liquid Vivid.
Issa, the controller god as many regard him as, takes down Sam. Another one onto Thatch too. So Issa from Europe getting involved in this game as well. Vivid and Rogue Shark all the way on high ground. Still multiple ballers in play. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Fortnite World Cup Solos competition. This is game 2 of 6. And oh no! Vivid has lost the high ground, but he says no! This is mine, young man! And takes it right back. No mats!
Hey!
No mats! No life! Vivid is out of this game. But he got the elim! He got the elim on the Rogue Shark.
Niin, mut ei se auta mitään.
2 eliminations sitting in the middle of the pack right now. 7 players.
Heitä nyt se ei vittuissa! Vittu sillä on hitaat reput kaveri.
20 total HP. He can't spend any time out of the zone right now. Player going down inside the box. Can't quite get in. One right behind outside. Can't find a beat. Issa goes down, placed in 4th. A 1v1. Dubs, the ultimate high ground. The crowd cheering behind him, looking to see if he can capitalize on this advantageous position.
Down low, it's Dubs for Skite.
A little bit of a build-off between the two, layering defensively against each other, but Dubs,
no build.
One build. The flint knock to save him on the drop might be the play just outside ahead of the build. Maybe can catch himself.
Oh my gosh, is he
around.
Ei impulse!
Shockwave into the flint knock, into the safe zone, doubling back, another one, a valiant effort. He's got to find a bead, but he won't be able to do it. Ladies and gentlemen, game 2 goes to Skite.
Skite had 27 health left, 8 HP. If he took one hit from the storm, he was dead, but he clutches on up. We heard in the interview earlier, he said, I'm going to play my game, win, do what I do best, and Skite does it there. Dubs, what a valiant effort. Look at that. Look at Skite's HP. Literally one storm tick would have been enough, but Dubs had no mats left, and unfortunately didn't wind up making it up that mountain. Skite just wins, and there you see the celebration. Game 2 goes to EU as Skite comes out on top.
Single elimination.
Vähän feels Batmanin tuolla.
Gonna be great for the leaderboard. We'll have to see exactly where they end up. But a big, just maximum effort from Dubs was insane to try and stay inside. Absolutely incredible. Here's your leaderboard as it stands right now.
Hei, Benji on 12 pistettä, 9 mies. Se on hyvä, mutta katos pelaa. Kun on pelaa pysyy top 20,
no showing the second game, but it's still enough to keep him all the way at the top. But King slowly climbing his way up to the top, just behind now by only 1 point.
Folks, King can't drive because he's 13, but he can win $3 million today. When you talk about lives being changed, it's what the Fortnite World Cup
Joo, ja hei, siellä on linkki kanavalla. Menkää tilaa tiittari.
Crazy 9-point lead is down to just 1 first through 10th within arm's reach. Our top 20 absolutely there as well. This is still anybody's game.
Eikä oo mikään niinku paha niin Bensinkään niinku ero ykköseen. Et se poppaa, jos se on nyt 3. ja 4. vetää vaikka kui kovaa, niin sit se voi voittaa to. Pelaa vissiin 20-30. Ihan hyvä. Ja sai ekas pelissä 7 pojoa, tosi hyvä. Ja hei, muistakaa käyttää meidän support creatoria sopissa. Mä oon tosi huono mainostamaan sitä koodia, niin nyt on hyvä aika taas, jos joku haluaa pistää ja muistaa pistää, niin voi pistää se mun koodi sinne soppiin. Mut pelaa, joo, 1 pisteen päästä top, jep. Ja Henri, tässä on niinku, tää pisteytys on ihan niinku 5-20 pisteen sisällä, et se on niin pienistä niinku pistemääristä. Että sä ei voi tapahtua ihan mitä vaan. Pelaa poppaa vaikka 2 tai 3 tapolla voiton, niin vittu se on kova. On joo.
Gets the cone on top. That's Leleo, another player from South America. But he continues to take out big names, and here's Tifu. He tags him a little bit, but then pulls out the heavy sniper right as Tifu takes the box. And because of that, that came as a surprise to Tifu that he could bring out the heavy sniper, take the wall right in that instance. Usually he'd be expecting the pickaxe on the wall, but the heavy sniper, speed. Now King continuing to look forward, continue to look towards the zone where players come from. It's Aspect that he takes out. That's 3 eliminations, but he goes on forward and grabs another one with great awareness onto Nate. So unbelievable play from here. King is just racking up elims. Again, no placement points in this game, but he still pushed himself.
Oh my fucking god, mikä choke kliksiltä. Oh my fucking god,
and
man.
this is, he's taking
Mä en nähnyt sitä.
He's taken out Tifu. He's taken
Mä en
out
edes nähnyt
these are some of the
se
best box fighters in the
kläppäs
world.
kliksin
But now,
tolleen noin.
King, he's saying, hey, I'm here at the Fortnite World Cup. I am one of the best box fighters in the world as well. So guys, that's King, the story so far. He's climbing the ranks. He's inching ever so closer to Booga. Gentlemen, back to you.
Great stuff, Bala, and yeah, a fantastic breakdown of how King has made it up to our second place spot so far. We were only a third of the way through today's competition, on the road to crowning a Fortnite World Champion. Thoughts after games 1 and 2?
I'd love to see the aggressive gameplay from King and others. Those kind of plays you don't often see in the Fortnite World Cup or really any competitive play. A lot of players are waiting for those opportunities to maybe get shots on players that are moving, that kind of thing. It's been great to see, and obviously a crowd favorite here, as we've heard people erupt every time he pushes into another box. What about you thus far?
Crazy action. I'm really interested to see how these different landings continue. We've already seen games 1 to game 2, people switch up their spots, land at different areas, and sometimes it's come back to bite them. All I know is, though, that's going to do it for us two for right now. We'll be back later today, but down on the floor we have Zeke with some more information on our players.
Thank you so much, Lupo Courage. Man, what an insane first 2 games here on the first day, or the final day of solos competition. Booga with insane shockwave play to give him the high ground. And then here, Sky, his positioning on point, which gave him the win over Dubs. I mean, you guys, and of course, the Marshmallow performance. If you guys are here, have you enjoyed the day so far? What do you think? Some of you are still sleeping. Guys, what do you think? This is it, the final day! There it is. You're awake, I appreciate that. Now, of course, guys, we've been getting through this Fortnite action all weekend long. But don't forget, we actually had creative.
Monesko pelaan tällä hetkellä 20-30 pelaajan välissiin. Mutta kun tässä on se, että tässä on niin tiheesti pelaajia niin pienellä pistealueella, että tässä voi tapahtua ihan mitä vaan. Sieltä voi joku kaveri 0 tapolla vetää sitä jonkun ihan hullu peli, vittu 5 tapolla voittaa, saa 15 pistettä, se on saman tien top 10. Täytyy vaan popata, siis vittu 1 peli. Se on siitä kiinni ja sit sun pitää muut pelata tasaisesti. Ei tietenkään toinen tai 3. peli ole huono, jos poppaa, mutta niinku, ainakin 1 pitää popata kyllä pelaa. Et se pääsee ainakin top 10. Eli suomeksi sanottuna pelaan osalta se tarkoittaa sitä, että hänen pitää voittaa peli, koska pelaaja ei ole kauhean kova fragääjä, eli suomeksi sanottuna ei tapa kauheasti, niin se tarkoittaa sitä, että pelaan pitää ottaa voittaa.
Yeah, I always knew we had it in the bag. You know, we're the week 1 qualifiers. We're the most.
Ja jos muutama fragi, semmonen 1-4 fragi, jos sais,
I knew we had that in the bag. We got some good players here. I knew Zan would clutch up, and he did just that.
You could tell he lifted the finger. He said, "We need 1 coin."
Tämä on ihan sairas. Kattokaa tää kaverit.
If he can do this without being eliminated, it is.
Kattokaa tää. Ihan sairas.
I think I would definitely stay consistent with creative because I feel like there's a lot of potential in creative still, and yeah, definitely this is my thing.
But I want to go down the line and see what each of you guys plan on.
Mä en tiedä, 3. peliä pitäisi alkaa niinku vartin sisään. Ja se on joka 2 pelin niinku välein on niinku pieni tauko, joku 5 minuuttia, 10 minuuttia.
All right, guys, congratulations
Se on aika hyvä. Kaveri investoi sen johonkin. Sijoittaa johonkin ja tienaa vielä enemmän rahaa. Se on ihan kova. Ja jos täällä on uusi sankarei, niin muistakaa heittää liket streamille ja muistakaa tilaa kanava. Kiitoksia. Minä kiitän teitä. Teitä on tuhannesti siellä katsomassa. Minä kiitän. Ja on oikeasti iso osa, että kaikki on katsomassa. Oli se kenen vaan striimi, mutta se, että katsoo kun suomalainen pelaa tämmöisessä isossa turnauksessa, niin kyllä se on hienoa. Sama asia kuin ensijoitussakin Majoressa. Se on kuulkaa. Se on hyvä. Se on hyvä, että täällä on jengiä. Kiitän ja kumarran teitä kaikkia.
Defending champions that faced off against Airwalks and RL Grime. Grime, your summer block party Pro-Am champions. And the winners in the end were actually Grimes and Airwalks. They are two-time Pro-Am champions. So let's actually check in with them and see how they're doing.
Vitsi, onko pelastettu tämmönen?
Here in the player lounge right now, joined by our Pro-Am winners, RL Grimes and Airwalks. Wasn't totally expecting you'd win 2 in a row. Can you walk me through those final moments?
It felt really good. I don't think I would have won if I didn't have him.
Now, RL Grime, you were holding your own, you were keeping up, you were staying alive, you were getting eliminations. How did you change your playstyle from last Pro-Am to this Pro-Am?
I think we learned a lot from the last one. Just that you should focus on late game a little bit, and I just sort of let him lead the way and made it happen.
How did it feel to play with a potential World Cup duo winner?
It's amazing. I'm actually going to come tomorrow and sit in the stands and cheer for my man Airwalks, yeah.
Maybe make an Airwalks sign and wave it in the air?
Maybe a 98 bot sign. I'll hold it up.
Good luck on the event tomorrow. Congratulations on winning. Congratulations on winning. Incredible, incredible gameplay throughout Fortnite World Cup Pro-Am.
Man, Grimes and Airwax coming in clutch. Very happy for those two, but I'm actually happy for this guy.
Hei Pyrkkä, sit on semmonen juttu, että jos tää nyt tää spämmiminen ei lopu, niin sit tiedät mitä se meinaa. Niin älä viitti kauas. Se riittää, että pistät muutaman viestin, kaikki näkee.
I need you guys to make some noise right here.
Se on aina tää sama homma. Nyt.
Him. How does that make you feel? You got all these crowds.
That's great. Feels amazing.
There you go. Now, Nyrox, let's chat a little bit, right? Because you played yesterday, like I talked about, in the duo competition. Your partner, Aqua, is actually playing today in the solo competition. So what advice did you give him heading into these games?
I told him earlier this morning that he should stick with the plan we had yesterday. And even if he has a bad start, he can still make a comeback like we did. And he can still take the trophy home.
That's pretty good advice, pretty good advice. Now, you're already a world champion. You've got the title. So how does it feel now that you've got this title, you're here, you get to experience this and watch the solo competition, you know, how are you feeling after all that?
I mean, it feels amazing winning the duo, even though I want to compete in solo as well. But hopefully this gives me confidence in solos, which makes me do better in solo next tournament.
Okay. One final question for you. This morning, you know, obviously yesterday was a huge day.
Meillä on siellä 28, eli ei ole mikään paha homma. Ei ole mikään paha. Kunhan pääsee top 20, jos on vielä 4 matsia edessä. Ja hei, sieltä tuli Eemi Batmeaniltä 11 € donaus. Kiitoksia aivan mahdottomasti. Eemi, voiko lisää EM-rektejä ja oot paras? Mä lisään. Nyt hei, streamin jälkeen, tai siis lopuksi. Mut nyt hei, nyt pienet tsempit pelaalle sinne chattiin ja niin toivotaan, että nyt tulisi tähän 3. matsiin se poppaus. Ei muuta kuin kovaa jo.
I'm Sky from Lost Stream. I'm French, coming from Paris. I've been preparing the finals by playing customs and playing every day with friends or mates. It was hard in the beginning because my wrist was a little bit broken, so I just wait, and then I qualified for the boss in the last 2 weeks. I definitely want to thank my team because they support me a lot when I was playing qualifier. In here we are more aggressive, and NA is a little bit slower, so we try to play a little bit safe. I think maybe Zayt is really good, and I want to take him down. I don't think playing in Stadium will affect my my gameplay because I already did it. I love everyone, and I'm just excited to play.
Ja tietenkin karhulle tsempit kans. Unohdin, sori. Karhulle kanssa tsempit. Ja kiitos Viltsu 2 eurosta. Karhukin voi poppaa. Vetää se semmosen kunnon matsin tohon noin. Niin. Tsempit kummallekin.
Mr. Vivid, you know, Mr. Clutchman himself. Unfortunately, didn't work out for him there, but don't worry, he's going to bring some more heat. We actually had time to spend with him and his hometown, learn more about him, so let's watch this together.
Mitä vittua? Noniin.
I live in South Jersey in a small town. Population of under 1,000.
Oh.
You see a couple of cars pass by your house. It's quiet, so it's nice. Here, I played Fortnite at the highest level.
Vivid picks it up. Gets the elimination.
My name is Noah Wright.
Oh yeah, bud.
Also known as Vivid.
Let's go, dude.
I am 21 years old. I've been playing competitive Fortnite for almost a year now.
Vivid, a familiar name to a lot of fans.
What makes me a successful player is probably all the hours that I put into it. The schedule gets kind of crazy, but I'll keep myself in good shape. I will do a workout routine, 20 minutes on the exercise bike, 15 minutes of stretching, and then back to playing Fortnite.
Look at that! I don't know what's hitting you, bud. What's hitting you then?
Just having fun.
Vivid popping off. Taking that victory royale. That was insane.
I live with my dad. We've always been really close. All he ever wants to do is fish. He takes care of everything around the house. It makes everything really convenient in terms of, you know, playing games and just being able to focus on that.
Mikä ikäinen video?
Our schedules work pretty well. When I get done work, he's usually up gaming, so we do spend a little bit of time talking and going through the day's activities. Noah and I helped each other very much getting through the difficult time.
When I was 10, my mom passed away. She passed away to a cancer called small cell carcinoma. It definitely made me mature a lot. Made me realize like how much my mom actually did for me.
Noah's mom had a very big impact on his life. She set the ground rules, making sure the grades were all straight A's, and he could go into gaming.
Minkä takia näette kaikkien pelaajien joku äiti tai isä on kuollut? Mä en niinku... Tosi niinku... Nuoresti jäsen menettää. Ei oo todellakaan kiva, ei vittu todellakaan kiva.
Knowing that I'm successful at doing what I love to do, that would just make her really happy.
Ready?
Yeah. Fortnite granted me with a decent amount of money. I can help my dad out now, so I got on the boat.
He presented it to me for being a great father, bringing him up since their mother passed away.
Niin ja Bentsillä on sama.
I actually haven't been on the boat yet, so this weekend I'm gonna go on the boat for the first time.
getting him on the boat and back on the water again. One of my ultimate dreams.
Looks nice.
What do you think Mom would say?
Like it.
Tatu 2 peli.
I love it. I want to thank you for this and everything. You made me happy. What do you think of your first trip out here?
It's nice.
Now you gotta come out more often.
Man, I'm gonna be honest. I'm trying to keep myself together right now. I know how you're feeling, Vivid. I am very close to my own mom, and she means the world. If you guys have a chance here to meet Vivid, he is genuinely one of the most hardworking, kindest people you will ever meet in your entire life. If you can say hello, take time to do it. I promise you will not be disappointed. And of course, Fortnite fam, we got to keep the games coming. Games are about to be underway. The players are back. They are ready to board the battle bus. So for now, we're going to send it back up to none other than Monster D-Face, Golden Boy, House DJ, Mike Realm. Bring the heat.
All right, folks, we know you're excited to get into some more games, and good news, we got you covered. Welcome, everyone. Golden Boy alongside with Monster D-Face. We're going to call games 3 and 4 of the Fortnite World Cup Solos competition. And, man, you couldn't have asked for two better teams to start things off, Monster. Craziness through and through, top to bottom. Best players in the world, and they're showing up here on the world stage.
I mean, you guys saw the reaction. Booga, with the insane game 1, had us jumping out of our seats, quite literally. And man, Sky, at the final moments, I thought we were going to see a victory comeback from Dubs with the Flint knock, shockwave to shake up the entire place.
Yeah.
But it was great.
Yeah, it was very, it was a nail biter. Let's just put it like that. But let's run over the format and how this whole thing's worked. So at top 25, players will start to get 3 points. Then we move on to 15th place. At that point, all the players that are still remaining will get an additional 2 points, making it a total of 5. Then after that, if they get to the top 5, they'll add 2 more points to that, making it a 7-point total earned for staying alive all the way until the end. But if you get that victory royale, you get a total of 10 points, so +3 coming out of the top 5 there. And each elimination is going to count for 1 point. So look for these players to play for the placement. Some, like King, want to play for those eliminations. And then the prizing, it's all on the line for $3 million for the first place prize. 1.8 million for second, 1.2 million for third, and then
siinä on prize pooli, pojat. Kattokaas hetki.
That is crazy. That's a lot of money.
Pistäkää paussille, kattokaa toi prize pooli.
It's all
Kiittikö poika
right? It's just a solo competitor. So, and everyone here's a winner. We're here to celebrate every single player that has made it this far. If you stepped onto this stage, you are already a winner.
The marathon that they took to get up to this point, bananas to say the least. 10 weeks, grueling competition in both solos and duos, and for a lot of our competitors that had to prep not just for the competition today, but also yesterday. Now we're already 2 games in. We had mentioned some of the players that had performed very well, right? Your Booga, who had a monumental game 1, and then you also had Skype, who was able to just outlive everyone else and stay alive. But it is Booga who still holds first place, but by 1 point, because Argentina's very own King is looking to contend that, and that is crazy. I mean, talking about aggression, this guy embodies it.
Yeah, you've seen him time in and time out. It's players like King that really make these tournaments interesting to watch for the spectators at home, for everyone here in the audience. You gotta have your King show up and bring that action all the way through to the end. And it's not to discredit anyone who made it this far. These guys are still in the running.
Yeah, it's only 2 games in. Games 3 and 4 are going to be just as important. Players are going to have to step it up if they want to get within the top 20 here. There's just so much on the line. There you see Booga, who's getting ready, getting prepped up. Everyone is so hyped up here at the Arthur Ashe Stadium. And I don't even know what to expect, man. Game 3, like, what are we even going to get? We're seeing early aggression here from a lot of the South American players. Our players that we talked to from North America and Europe said that was what they wanted to avoid, was the South American aggression, the OCE aggression. But this time it's South America that's showing up, Monster.
And not to bring it up, but you know, you saw exactly what happened when King walked into Tfue. He just saw him trying to shadow bomb peacefully to the zone. They were not safe, by the way. They still had to make it through to Happy Hamlin, but King said, you know what, I'm gonna pause right here and I'm gonna take this fight. And that is how the Brazilian region does.
Yeah, that's how they do it, man. They just want to take the fight. They want to go right at your face. They don't care who you are. Listen, you can have millions of subscribers on YouTube. You can have all the Twitch Prime subs. You can have all the fame and the fortune. But at the end of the day, everyone that's in that game, they are all equal. There is no upper hand depending on how popular you are, and you shouldn't be treated that way either. You should just go at them with everything you got, because that's what it's going to take to walk out of New York City with $3 million in your pocket, which, by the way, you'd have to have a very
Take a look there. Benji Fishy has been showing up.
I told him to play to the crowd. I said,
yeah, good to see him smiling. You know, we were there in the warm-up games. He was a little timid, but Benji, loosen up, buddy. There goes Mr. Savage. And the rest of our competitors, Creo, Kinstar, Vivid, of course. This is a big moment for everyone here. Game 3's close.
And it must be cool as well.
Guys, give a round of applause. He waved to everybody. He waved to everybody. You know? That's not bad.
All right, so here we go, folks. It's now time to jump into game number 3 here for the Fortnite World Cup Solos competition. The countdown has begun. The players are loaded up in the battle bus.
3, 2, 1. Ei muuta kuin kolmanteen matsiin. Voon sitten. Kaikki voon. Tsemppi kaikille. Varsinkin pelaavia. Sentsille karkuille kaikille.
Oh man, I'm excited, Monster.
And so far, Aqua has been the only player to prove that he can win on a stage of this magnitude. But just to give you guys a little context on the bus here, this is a bus coming from the south to the north side. So all of your competitors are going to get, yes, a fair split at the map here. And that's exactly what you like to see. You want everyone to have a fair shot at the map. So let's go and see as Skype is looking to land here. We saw Skype win that last game.
Yep.
It's just outside of Pleasant Park. He's probably playing for some ballers here. Our top 10 over on the left-hand side here, Golden Boy. Booga, King, Commandment, Psalm, one of our competitive veterans doing so great right here. Even with that one win, though, Sky is still in 6th place.
Yeah, it's wild to think about that. That's what it took for him to be able to climb up into the top 10. Only 2 eliminations to his name currently standing. But we're going to keep eyes for the time being here as we head on over to Junk Junction. There's a hot spot there as well.
We have talked to some players about landing for hot spots.
I actually just got word from production in the back. King has been eliminated off spawn.
Wow,
King.
That's huge. That's going to be a real big setback. We've seen players like Zayt and Sap really fall behind yesterday. One game not going their way.
That is certainly not going to be pretty for him, but hey, you have 3 more games remaining. You just got to shake that one off. Moving on, though, we're checking out the action at hand here. You're going to have Tuzo punches right in. He's going to make him pay. That's going to be an elimination on to Fledimoys. Well done. Number 1 on the board.
I'll be honest, I wouldn't trust myself with that Magnum, but he gets right up on him and hits him in the chest. Here now with Crew.
That was the shot.
Ei otti Kingi, otti Kingi.
Right on the sky platform too.
That was how King was taken out. Couldn't even land safely. Got pinched right out the sky. That's rough.
Because there's nothing you can do. You're in a glider state. You're just floating down. You're hoping that no one's looking right at you. The players at this point, they're going to go for those shots, those open opportunities. Then you got Tuzi, who had just picked up an elimination earlier on. The circle is going to be over in the ice biome, so by the Polar P, Frosty Flights.
Nyt tää se pelon peli.
Within Pleasant Park as well. So the eastern part of the map, they're going to have to worry about moving on over to the safe zone. Now we're going to be looking at a crowd favorite here. We got Tfue.
Yeah,
He's had the best run so far.
He's been playing the blocks. He's been getting out of the block successfully. It's actually Clipnode who's been landing here from the Brazilian region. Again, known for landing on a weapon and pushing straight into whoever's at the block. But Tfue has successfully defended himself. Even in the warm-up games, T was winning all of the early game engagements. And you know, shout out to Clip. He actually changed his strategy.
Clip went for a shot there.
Yeah, but Clipnode stopped pushing though. He's not using the same strat. He's actually adopted so far. But let's see what Tfue can do in these moments. He's chucking some perfect grenades across.
Yeah, in game one, Clipnode ended up getting everything that he needed and then disengaged out of the block, whereas Tfue took a little bit more time to loot up, get as much as he possibly can. Clipnode from the Brazilian region here, who it's a possibility that he can take him out, but it's going to be very challenging.
And maybe it was just the difference in loadout. Maybe before he didn't have exactly what he needed. Now we can kind of peek into his loadout here. This is a very strong loadout. He's got everything he needs to stick around and take this battle. And that's why you see him playing with such confidence now. And this could just be his game.
And it was also admirable of him as well. You know, qualified week 9, last chance to do so. Argentinian player as well.
Mihin Mongraali? Eikö niissä ole tiltterissä jo Mongraali?
Sees a player right in front of him.
Mihin Bentsi menee muuta?
Where this fight's going to be taking place. As Clarity G.
Tietääks ketään Bentsi Fissin ländipaikkaa?
In game 2. Had high ground there for a moment. Thought he could have pulled that one off. Mr. Savage has eyes on Clarity G. Does put the pressure on him. Now Clarity's going to have to deal with a player that's behind and in front of him. So just shadow bombs on out of there. He's going to have another one to use as well in case he needs to pop it, but it doesn't seem like anyone's going to be paying any attention to him for right now.
There's over 6 players landing at Happy Hamlet, but we're jumping right into this battle right here.
Hey.
Unknown Army, who has had the time to prove to the world that he is here to bring the heat. Early on in our competitive days, Unknown Army was known. Take over, Golden.
This is it, man. Unknown Army, one of our first controller players. Actually, he was our first controller player to qualify for the Fortnite World Cup. Perhaps this is going to be the opportunity that he was looking for, Monster. Put himself on this stage. Get a big opportunity. Things have slowed down here for a moment. He's looking to overtake that roof. He can get it. He can get possession of that. Head it on out. That's Commandment. Commandment's going to be sitting at the top 5 if I'm correct currently. Good fight here between 2 quality players.
Not a battle he wants to lose. There's lots to prove here. Unknown Army, one of the few controller players in it. We saw Wolfies have a big day yesterday. That wall's his. He's got the aggro. The last one is not, though.
He's charging right in, and Commandment's going to have to get out of there. He didn't want to deal with that player. He knew the Unknown Army just had that beat on him. Wisely enough, and look at the health there. That's why Commandment does not want to go for that fight. He's going to be in dire straits right now, as Unknown Army does have the life lead.
Mulla on vähän semmonen fiilis, se vaan pumppaa
these platforms too. Gaining control slowly but surely. Nice little peek right there. He goes for the staircase first. So clean.
Doing this all with a controller. You know we have millions of players that play on controller at home, and he goes in, does apply white damage. One more, that's gonna do it. Commandment was in 3rd place, and Unknown Army now made him put in the place that he wanted him to. Dominant.
And a little taunt to throw some salt on the wound right there. Now hopping to the other side of the map, we have Blaster, who's looking for a vehicle. He does have a baller. And his main priority right now is metal and more loot.
Let's take a look here. We got Martine. He's got eyes on a target. Also using his Sky Stalker skin. One of my personal favorites. Charges forward with that drum gun. Close range, but no! It was low.
My fucking god. Vittu mä haluan nähdä ton replayn sen.
Fun fact, Christian, our boy from Fortnite VR Live, told me look out for low boom.
Nyt let se mennä hakee mongia vai?
Someone to definitely take eyes on. They did eliminate one another though. So Boom, not in this one. Maybe you'll find some better luck in games 4, 5, and 6.
It's the risk you take when you jump into someone's box here in the Fortnite world. Leshy, another controller player, bringing it back to the good old nostalgic Tilted Towers for that close-range PvP. He's going to get shot a few times right there, but still keeping his cool. He has plenty of extra shields and mobility. Shockwaves are going to be great for maneuvering around this congested area That's what it is. 4 players in Neo tilted right now. You have to be careful.
This is a controller battle, actually.
Mongi on omassa talossa farmaamassa.
See who can best one another here. Leshy's probably looking to take this wall. All right, he's gonna break into the building now, get that high ground over his opponent. Astonis is just waiting, not making a sound here, seeing if he can bait Leshy into a trap play. Let's see if he's gonna fall for it. Will he make a mistake? And that's really what it is, right, Golden?
Yeah, it is. When players are on that stage here in the audience, the crowd, everyone cheering, there's obviously going to be that added pressure. We talked with a few of the players before the game started today. The number one thing that I think everyone brought up to me was just the volume, right? The sheer presence of where we are. Some of them even went as far as to say, yeah, I don't think I'm going to look up at all. I think I'm just going to focus on the screen. That's what I know. No reason for me to try and go above and beyond anything else, right? Sometimes the moment can take you away.
You can see both points of POVs right here, both points of views.
Yeah.
They're looking to take any walls that they can just to gain control, have a little bit of an advantage here.
Yeah, this is basically like the Fortnite equivalent of an arm wrestling match right now. Maybe for some of our parents who are joining us here for the first time, haven't watched Fortnite before, they're really just struggling to try and get positioning over the other player. That is the struggle that they're wrestling with here. See, use wrestling again, worked out well that time.
All right, Lesh this time has decided to commit. He is now down face to face. There's nowhere Astonis can run. He goes into it.
Oh,
lands the 2-shot. And that's the little tactic right there. If there's a ramp in front of the wall, you have to recognize you are in big danger because there's a nifty little trick to get you in that box.
Another one of my favorite players here. You got Legendary. He's going to be in a fight right now. Moves around the side, loses the high ground. Oh, man. That is rough. Legendary not having the best games at this point in time.
Pizza's placed 8th on average when he qualified in the online opens. On average,
Hey,
across every
keskittykää tähän
game he
peliin.
wins. That's very high for placement, and now he's picking up elims. Unfortunately, like we said here, Legendary just not really connecting the dots today, but it's not over yet. We're only halfway through this competition here.
There's Lechi who has to get out of there. Whew, that could have been very dangerous, but gets an elimination on Kinstar. A massive elim here for Leshi, who's sitting right now at 2 elims currently in this battle at Neo Tilted.
Representing for all the controller players across the world, Leshi, very dangerous. It's going to be a huge upset right there.
And you just get close range with a player like Leshi, and they'll punish you, right? When you have the controller, you have that little bit of the ability to just L-trigger. You're going to have, and I know some people are going to be like, oh, L-trigger, low, whatever. But the reality is, right, you got the full use of your arm. They have the use of your thumbs. But when you push in for there, you just don't want to box with them inside of that. It's very rough to deal with.
Maybe Ruck said it best, you know, just the age difference. Leshy's 15, you know, could just be a little faster than Kinstar here.
Yeah, I know. When I was 15, I was nowhere near as good as he was with a controller. So, and I competed for a very long time. Got through. Was just in this fight here for the moment. Does get ownership of the wall because that player does disengage above him, and he hears that movement all around. You also get an eye on the bottom right of your screen. You can see the mini map where players are going to be located. The player we're typically on is going to be that white triangle, but that blue triangle, that other player goes right in for the fight, is going to knock down the shield just a little bit there. He's going to have minis to be able to top himself back up.
This is very
yeah. Yep. Shockwave. Yeah, you don't want to go for that fight. Shockwaves are so important. Players saving them for that late game. And in some cases, they'll just use it, disengage. You don't want to take a fight. There's no reason for you to do so. A lot of players playing cautiously as they should. With what's on the line here, but Crew. Oh, he marches forward. That's number 2 for Crew.
You can see the excitement there. Nice little smirking grin on his face. He throws a peace sign to the crowd when he takes that player lucky right out. This Happy Hamlet area is so dangerous to rotate through. You have players like Mr. Savage. Now we see Left Eye and Kurtz. Left Eye was responsible, again, for a big upset in the last game, taking out the likes of some huge names towards the end game. But Kurtz here with a heavy sniper. Can he open up a base here and follow up with that infantry rifle? So he's coming up, he's getting his little peek on right here.
I think Ninja yesterday had talked about the infantry rifle, how good that weapon is, and it truly, I mean, the accuracy that you get out of it is absurd. It's something that if you pick it up and you know how to use it, you'll be deadly out there in the field. But she has done a lot of times Ninja, which is why he likes that weapon so much, and I would understand why a lot of our players will go for that as well. When you have the option to, why not? If you got that comfortability with it. Then you got Left Eye. 2 eliminations currently. Has 2 shockwave nades.
Ei oo pelaa kuollut. Eikä mun
And you gotta give some respect to Left Eye, who completely left his previous job 6 months ago to fully focus in on competitive Fortnite. And he found himself at the Fortnite World Cup stage. I don't think it gets any better than that. That is a dream story here.
Yeah, in competitive gaming, you take those risks if you want it so badly. If you want it more than you have to breathe, you just go for that moment. You never know what's gonna happen. This could very well be a lot of the people in this arena next year playing on that stage. Courage has said that they had the budget, so I'm just going along with what he said. You know?
All right, but here we have
Tfue.
Tfue playing his classic high ground center map, more or less. He does have a lead for the next zone.
Yep, movement options for him, which in the last game he had the shadow bombs. Didn't really pan out for him because King, very thirsty, went for just all the water he could possibly get out of that one. And I say he certainly was quenched in his thirst. But then Tfue, now this is, sometimes you're flying and then you just become a magnet, and that is unfortunate.
It's Clarity G who picks up Tfue, unfortunately right there with one wall open from behind him.
That's
not
so
placed
difficult.
down, unfortunately.
That's so difficult. There are times you fly into the sky and then the entire server just looks right at you.
It's all about timing in Fortnite here, but that's the risk you take. So now looking at Link here. Link putting some pressure up above. Remember, Storm Surge is in effect in these games, so you have to be hyperactive. You have to be proactive for seeking for damage. But when you commit to battle, you are more than likely going to have to finish that battle. Here we have Robabs just kind of looking up. He's holding that edit, though. He is ready to open it up. I think he's going to trade fire as soon as Link goes for the shot. Now they're both, they're both playing that little mind game right here. Who's going to go first now?
New circle, now active.
Kestää Tfuelta.
Shambles loadout as Link doesn't have much loot.
No, doesn't have much loot, doesn't have much HP either. He's gonna have to try again in the next game. It's Robabs. Does manage to get the better. Oh man, this is intense. Now we're at 62 players remaining. Some players taking fights, others really just focusing on staying alive. Staying in this one to the placement points.
That's right, and now we have Leshy back with Leshy. We saw him in Neo Tilted, taking out the likes of Keemstar, Astonish in these 1v1 battles. Clearly not afraid to jump in your box. And oh man, with a loadout like this, 6 shockwaves, 3 launch pads, all the ammunition in the world, and zone favor right now. He is looking very good in game 3 right now.
Yeah, he's got a lot of builds. He's got tons of stuff to work with. No reason why Leshy can't make it to that end game. This is going to be interesting. Controller player. Let's not forget yesterday, Wolfie's controller player getting 2nd place here in the Fortnite World Cup Duos competition, along with his teammate Rojo. Here's Leshy though, applying the pressure. With that shockwave nade, he gets right on top of a nice position, kind of planning himself, understanding a player's going to be around there, but now all these players looking right at him as he just has to play defense. No choice. Gets tagged up a little bit, loses some of his shield.
The
amount of players you see on the stadium side that once he showed his self to that angle right there, and everyone just collapsed on him. That is so scary. Coming in, but he's fending himself off, punishing another player off to the east side right there. There's Leshy. He can figure out that player is the same one that just tried to make a move on him. Could spell disaster for Evilmare.
Evilmare doesn't have much to work with regarding health, right? He's sitting at just above half HP. Right above him is going to be Clash. Got Pieces as well. Down low on the floor.
Mungi kuoli. Vittu, kuoliko se? Karhuka tappo Kliksi! Karhu tappoi kliksi.
Weaponry is concerned. Also has that glider with the HP.
Pelotti Vividi.
Might want to take advantage of Shadow Bomb or something like that rather than exposing yourself to the sky. But this is another play from earlier on, I believe. Or actually, no, Storm Surge active currently, and we are in line.
He's sitting on 2 ballers here. You see one here. He knows this opponent's gonna have to go for one, but I guess a little bit of scouting here is gonna realize someone's waiting, baiting all of the loot as well.
Also off screen, Leshy did take out Evil Mare. You mentioned that before, Monster. Ended up happening in Storm now. 65 HP. Where is this player that went in for the fight?
It's Wakey. Wakey's right nearby. Storm and Wakey are sitting now in the zone here. Biding time here. Wakey, 3 eliminations, tied up for the most elims in the game so far. You have Wakey, Leshy, and Aspect, all at 3 eliminations so far.
Just under 50 players remaining in game number 3. Players have boxed up.
Just want to
play this slow game. Wait for anyone to make a mistake. It's going to be hard, but for some players like Dubs, they're going to need it. Because thus far, it has not gone well for, I would say, one of the favorites here.
Dubs did go for the shot, unfortunately could not connect. It looks like Clarity's going to pick up Core Gaming there instead. Dubs, we saw in the previous game, do that baller all the way to the end game. Really playing slow and methodical here. You can't stand still. Dubs has definitely found himself a target nearby.
You see some, I think they're just looking at each other. They know exactly what's going on. Circle's going to be closing down now. We're going to find out where the next one is. And that's when players start to prioritize these rotations, the movement. Dubs does have a baller, which has been his strategy. He did it in game 2. He had the baller pretty much all the way until the end there. Got shot out of it.
No niin, siellä on pelaaja Karhu, ihan vierekkäin.
Second place finish. Another top 3 finish for him, top 5, top 3, maybe even a victory royale, right? But ideally that,
You tried to catch him right there, you saw that? Wild. You wanted to put him in the box for a second there and take it.
Grabbed him right there. Player will have no idea what to do at that moment.
That's actually pretty interesting as well, because Class is desperate right now for an Elim. He has to really feed off of a Siphon. He doesn't have any other way to heal. Even taking the safety edits, making doorways so that he doesn't expose himself even for the slightest bit.
84 builds left for Class. Tons of builds here. And then the Storm. Now the Storm starting to push. Look at Lechy still going for shots as players are moving about. I think I saw a player get right in his face. He did pop that Shadow Bomb. Now we're going to the game 1 winner, Booga. He's dealt 420 damage in this match. Hasn't taken a single shot. 1 elimination for him right now. As now the action feed begins to fall. You see so many names getting eliminated one by one. Bizzle on this one. That was from Lechy, who's having one heck of a game, taking out some big names.
It's really going down right here. Overhead view right here. Clarity J just nearby. In this end game, just trying to avoid that lower ground congestion. All these players are just slammed in the middle right here. As Andretta gets the high ground, we haven't seen much of Andretta so far. But you gotta be careful, those shockwaves will really sting and take that placement from you.
Ottaa ison rotate.
Does manage to maintain the high ground. Lost it for a brief moment, but wisely enough went outside of the Storm to retain some of those builds. On the right side of your screen, you got Booga and Lechy. Lechy, a great game that he's managed to put together.
Missä Karhu on? Karhu lähtee. Karhu ottanut vissi lähtö vai?
Winner, maybe looking to get a second win on the board. How massive
will
that be for your current first place player?
Leshy just picked up his 6th elimination now. He is really popping off right here.
Pelottaa ihan valtavaa
rotation for him. Lots of builds to work with. Booga does get another one. That's Kinzel.
Booga, one of the superior box fighters in the Fortnite competitive scene right now.
Lechy went up for the high ground. If you see it on the left side, he went high ground. He does get possession of it, but ends up getting hit there by Andretta and finally eliminated. But what a run Lechy had in this game. Finally comes to a conclusion when he went for high ground. Now it's Booga. Again, with 11 players remaining, we're about to get into the top 10 here, Monster.
Booga last we saw, he does get taken out right there. Unfortunately, it's Peter Pan. who takes him out with 6 eliminations. Peter Pan, the dark horse right now. He's going to get wiped out here too, but it's still a great game. Wakey, who we saw leading in eliminations at one point, is still popping off as well.
Skyte's in this one as well. Maybe he's going to get a back-to-back win. Riverson, he's got the high ground. He's got the explodes. He sees players. He has 11 builds, so he has to be very conservative with this. Does pop that player in the baller, forcing them down. Going in for the engagement now. More explodes. 5 remaining left. Player lands in front of him, and he tags him up for a lot of shields there. Riverson has to reset. Needs to be careful not to get hit by that storm. Someone's going to be a bubble.
Oi, mikä pelaus!
On to Skype. We're now sitting at a 1v1. 2 players left standing here. Who's it going to be down low? It's Dubs. It's Dubs down low. And Riversan has Dubs on his sight. Who's going to get the win here? Riversan navigating, tarping. He has 7 builds remaining. Dubs trying to play defense, giving himself any kind of cover that he can possibly maintain. But Riversan, a few more explodes remaining. That could punish Dubs.
He's really trying to keep him down to the zone here, Golden Boy.
Oh man, this is it. He sends another one out, and they're just telling him, you gotta run. He goes into it. He's still holding position. Dubs has the high ground, but he lands in front of him. And Dubs gets a victory royale on the world stage.
Absolutely incredible for Dubs to connect. Finally hits all of his shots, and nearly a back-to-back performance right there. That is the kind of comeback story you want to see here on the main stage.
Prove to the world that you're the greatest to ever do it. But you gotta give credit to Riversan. Second place finish for him. Had the high ground, explodes, but it was Dubs who managed to get the better of Riversan. And look at this unfold right here. Riversan had the Rockets looking right at Dubs, and Dubs just needed to play defense. Riversan had no more builds to work with, and Dubs recognized he had the high ground. He just needed to go in there for the clothesline, and he nails it with that green pump.
That is the name of the game. You cannot miss your shots when you fully commit. Dubs and Vega sitting side by side. What a better player to have nearby you. Arguably probably his best friend right here in the competition.
Hey man, that was nuts. What a game from Dubs. And what a journey he's had. 4-time qualified. We know that he is a unit when it comes to solo.
Ei oo, nyt ei oo pidempää taukoa. Nyt lähtee aika lailla. Otas hiukan jotain highlightteja tai joku 5 minuuttia.
That is the kind of
sitten 4. pelin jälkeen on taas pieni tauko.
And it must feel good to finally solidify a victory over the course of the weekend.
Yeah, it's like
just a load
off your shoulders, man. Honestly, because I've been talking to him quite a bit. And he's like, I just want to get this win. Now with that, Dubs goes up to 3rd place. At the top though, Skype, he managed to make it to the end game, as well as Booga. So our 3 winners, 1, 2, and 3, in the order of which
they took their victories.
Game 1 was Booga, Game 2 was Skype, and Game 3 was Dubs. 19 points, 1 point shy of taking 2nd, and Booga, way to hold on to that positioning at the top of the mountain.
King is still here too, as is Psalm, as is Commandment. They've all been in the running, but that was a great fight to see the West and the East clash in those final moments.
I love it, man. I love it. Another, we look here at 11th through 20th, Epic Whale, Fwexy, and Isa all managed to get up in the standings here, as well as Left Eye and Wakey. Oh, what a game that was. Game 3 did not disappoint, but I did get word that we have Dubs standing by with Jordan Fisher to get us started.
Pieni mainoskatko tähän kohtaan. Käykää tilaamassa Tiitarin kanava. Pistäkää pari linkkiä sinne, niin. Pari linkkiä sinne chattiin. Käykää hei oikeasti ottaa Tiitarin kanava haltuun. Käykää ottaa Tiitarin kanava haltuun. Chattiin tulee linkki. Menkää siitä.
Staying in the baller for so long obviously helped you win that right there at the end. Yo, the Rockets are coming down on you hard. What are you thinking in this moment? You trying to get high ground? What's going on?
Last game I was just purely playing for placement and try to hold out in the ball, and it worked.
Obviously, we got that victory. Okay, going into these next matches, you're sitting in a pretty great position right now, if I do say so myself. What are you thinking? What strategy going into this right now?
I'm just gonna keep trying to play consistent, and I should be good.
Golden Boy, Monster D-Face, it's feeling amazing down here. How's it feeling up there?
I think the feeling's mutual, my friend, because these have been excellent games. I love duos, right? You and I have been talking about it. We love casting duos. but there's just something special about when it's just you, the game, solos competition, the way Battle Royale was meant. Dare I say, to quote Dr. Lupo, the ultimate Battle Royale experience.
There's just no room for error in solos. There's no, buddy there, no battle buddy to come pick you up when you get dropped, when you get sniped for making an error. You cannot make a mistake. And we saw this sign earlier today. The Dr. Lupo is not old.
He's not old.
Hey, dad fam out there.
He's just a little elderly. That's all it is. As am I. So, what a game that was. And I understand, though, we actually have Cam standing by with a special announcement. Sundown, what's up?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Golden Boy and Monster. And while we're here in the midst of the largest...
Joo, pelaan tällä hetkellä siellä 20-30. Taas se on suurin piirtein samoissa. Ei haittaa, nyt on puolet mennyt matseista. Nyt sit pitää oikeesti alkaa poppaamaan. Nyt pitää olla sit voitto. Jos me halutaan nähdä pelaa voittavan tämän. Nyt pitää sit voittaa. Tai ainakin joku niistä 3 matsista pitää voittaa, vähintään. Kun siellä vetää toi Kuka vetää niin saakelilujaa. Silloin 6 pisteen johto. Ihan jäätävää. Jäätävää ei tule tässä vaan. Ketä mä luulen voittava seuraavan peliin? Seuraavan peliin mä luulisin, että vois voittaa... Voisiko olla Bisle?
Well, that's awesome. I didn't even know that was coming. Oh, look at you. That was pretty dope. Fortnite Championship Series?
Can I just say, did you hear that? Every placement matters. Wait, is this something you guys have been wanting or something like that?
Oh, this is awesome stuff there. It's obviously not going to stop, and we're glad that that is the case. But focusing on what's at hand right now, Fortnite World Cup Finals here in New York City. And just a reset here. I'm Golden Boy along with Monster D-Face, and this has been quite the day. 3 games so far, did not disappoint. In game 1, we ended up seeing a huge victory from Buga, who
Tifo on pelannut joku, Tifo ja Shogun, se on pelannut ihan päin periset.
Just outliving, outpositioning Dubs, but Dubs got his redemption and picked up a Game 3 win just now. He said with Jordan that he wanted to remain consistent. He's been playing the baller play.
Tifo 9 pojaa.
That players can implement here in competitive Fortnite.
Yeah, you saw Dubs game 1 tried to get a little bit more aggressive, opting in to take that fight over by the Greasy Lake, and it did not pay off. So he took his lesson, took his little, spanking, I dare say, right there. He said, all right, you know what? I'm just gonna stay away from that guy. You gotta respect him on that rotation. He switched it up, and now he's finding himself in endgame. And that is the kind of adaptability you have to have as a Fortnite professional.
Yeah, it's necessary. 4-time qualified solo player is Dubs. And what I mean by that, when he qualified the first time for this event right here, he queued up again. Each week the solos competition was available.
Did again.
And did it again. And then did it again, and then did it again. That's how good he was. Everyone doubted him. No one knew who this kid was. And then he shocks the world. That, my friend, is undisputed. But the next game is going to start up. Game 4 about to begin. New York City, come on, let me hear you. It's about to start. It's about to kick off. These players need your energy. The battle bots is getting loaded. And look at everyone in the stands. What about that Marshmello concert earlier today? Incredible stuff, that live performance from him. You love to see it. But this has been a wild day thus far.
No niin, ja 4. matsiin pian lähdetään liikenteeseen. No niin, 4. matsi lähtee jo. No niin, tsemppiä nyt Pelolla ja Karulla.
King is going to be someone we have to keep a keen eye on, not a king eye. Keen eye on.
Keep a king eye on him too, because
why not?
A king out there.
He really is, man. You got. I think someone on the Fortnite competitive Reddit said.
Mongille ei mennyt kauhean hyvin. Tässä ollaan.
That's right.
Kasvainen Mongilla oli 8.
There's the standings once again to get you all up to speed. Buga still holding on to his first place position. Skype and Dubs right behind him.
Dubs tänään soolot vähän läskiksi varmaan.
By 1 point only, and this is the spread of the island thus far. Paradise Palms. Some players are going to start to land over there in just a little bit.
FORTNITEilla Twitchissä yli 1 miljoonaa katsojaa tällä hetkellä.
What is going on there? I see 7 arrows or so just outside of where Dubs is currently positioned. Dubs, our last match winner, in great fashion. You can see he's playing the crack shot house here, where tons of chests spawn.
I'm also noticing over at the block, I saw another player there. I did not expect that, another body. Block, but he ended up disengaging out of there. And Clarity G off screen, Legendian as well. They're going to be some of the first to fall in Game 4.
Here's a nice little fun fact. 46 of 68 points were scored in the online opens through Dub's placement strictly. So he definitely knows how to get to endgame. We already know him as one of the most mechanically gifted players, especially with his duo partner Mega, who, by the way, they're both qualifying. One of the only teams that are full qualified.
And sitting right next to one another as well, as you saw when Dubs picked up the win. His first person to congratulate him, his teammate Mega. Now, Rux. There you go. That's what I want out of Rux. At the start, Arcrum. That is a big elimination. Shaking the head, shaking the head.
Bad man.
Oh, and
when friends
ouch. Yeah, that is a rough one. Then you got
kelle se on tuo L?
Brazilian player. He was clinical during the qualifiers. Always seeing him in the top 10.
Mä en nähnyt mitään.
Each and every week that he played. Everyone in the region, everyone in the Brazil region knows how good Nyx is.
Snow.
There's one player right below him, and maybe Niddle is going to experience that for himself. Nyx does have that life lead here. We'll have that shield advantage. Niddle a little weak on the HP side as well.
Listen, Nyx is here to show why he's the first qualified solo and duo player from the Brazilian region. There's only a few players who have the title of being fully qualified or double qualified for the competition here. Nyx is one of them.
He's hearing all that movement up above him. Niddle does have the high ground for the time being. He goes in for the challenge, and that's Nyx doing it for the region, doing it for Brazil. More cowbell, please.
Nyx versus Niddle. Nyx comes out on top.
Aye.
The news is he won't get eliminated right away after he does a little motion to the camera. I love you, buddy.
No instant karma for him.
No instant karma for him.
Taking a look at Moffin. One of our few players representing the Asian region here.
Japan as well, 15 years of age. Got a lot of great players from Japan that have joined us in New York City this weekend.
Tons of young competitors. We saw a great performance from Sinnoh and O-King yesterday, but Let Wyke and Twins, really
tää haluaa kuinka paljon kapulaa pelaavia.
in Paradise Palms.
Joku 5 varmaan.
The only players here, so the winner of this one's going to take it all. 7 builds for Letwick currently. HP, little dire. Twins also going to be in a rough spot too, and won't get an opportunity to be able to pop that big potion there unless he goes for it. Okay, he's making it happen. He's going for the big potion pop, and he does get it. That's going to give him a slight advantage in this fight.
The difference was no hesitation here as Letwick is going back in it, even with the health disadvantage here.
Oh, that shield's going to be gone out of that one, Monster. Let does go
on
up above him, and no! Twins got caught looking, and that's Let, who will benefit with that Chug Jug.
I'll tell you this, so much confidence. Confidence is key when it comes down to these PvP battles. He just went all the way. He was committed, and he was, you know, hell-bent on getting the win there. But Ghost Issa, we haven't seen any Shifty Shafts action all weekend long. Good to see Ghost Issa here on the main stage, as he deserves as much love as anyone else. What's he gonna do? How's he gonna represent for himself and his fans?
It's a battle, cross-regional battle here between Moffin and Issa. Moffin from Japan, putting this region on the map, perhaps. Issa, well-known player in the space. He's been at this for quite a while. Off screen, you just saw King's name in the action feed against Teak. Another shot, actually. Issa getting third-partied, and sometimes when you're in these fights, you just don't expect when another player, they're gonna hear the gunfire, so they're gonna try and push the fight, maybe get an advantage out of it. And it's Mega marches on in and gets the better of Issa. Now it's gonna have to deal with Moffin. Does not have that floor quite yet. Moffin's holding it down. Does he get the hack through? Moffin goes in for the fight, but that's gonna be another one. Number 2 for the Mega Man.
We wanted some shifty shots action. We got it right there. They are just unfortunately in the warpath of Mega. He lands right outside of this area. Good on him to rotate through here and catch him off guard. Here's a nice little replay from
that was the
taking out Teak.
Yeah, the King elimination on Teak. Huge for him.
All right, Unknown Army. We touched up on him in his pass earlier today. At one point, he was actually somewhat shunned out of the competitive discourse for being too aggressive. Little did he know that was the perfect way to find himself here at the World Cup stage, because it was all about pushing players and getting eliminations.
Everyone has their opinion and strong opinions on within the competitive community.
I'll tell you this, he came right back as being everyone's, favorite friend all of a sudden.
That's good. That's good. Obviously, it's this is a competitive game that is still continuing to evolve and grow. Players, trying to learn one another's personalities and stuff. I understand we do have a replay though from one of the other eliminations that had happened earlier on. This is Pika. Look at this, Pika jumping forward, finds one in front. That's the third party, and this player now having to look at Pika, but that was nasty. Pika made him pay.
Pika orders a quick 2-piece chicken nugget, and Aqua was a part of it. It's so unfortunate. Aqua's really been struggling so far in the solo competition, but I'm sure it's a breeze for him now, being that he had such a huge day yesterday. But jumping in with Zayt here.
Right now, Aqua's playing with house money. That's what we like to say. There's a huge performance from Zayt yesterday, but unfortunately for him, not going to be the case in Game 4. Hood J, his first elimination is on to one of Fortnite's greats, Zayt. But the fight continues against Dracons.
It's an artillery strike right here, and Dracons is going to have to back up here. Hood J is going to get a moment of peace because he's in the lowest level. He doesn't have to worry too much. Dracons trying to axe his way through the middle, and a ton of loot right there. That's his loot, respectively, if he can snatch it really quickly. But no, he's more focused on this battle right now. And sets up a cone as well.
And Dracons, from the Brazilian region, so there's just aggression. That's what they do. They'll go after the fights, and they want to get in your face. They don't care. They don't care what region you're from.
Absolutely loving the rhythm right now. He's really messing with the cadence of his axes, but he's going to get punished. And now he's the one who's on the defense right here as he backs up and takes the defensive stance to go ahead and heal.
Doesn't have any shields, no minis, unlike Hood J, who has 2 more remaining. As well as some bandages.
Allow him to bounce back. He's got all the mats now, Golden Boy.
Yeah, he's got everything to work with. Sometimes you got to go and just farm up, pick up as much as you can. Or maybe even disengage from a fight. It may not be worth it. It's okay to disengage. Play the safe game. There's no reason that you got to get aggressive, get in their face. We understand that is what the region likes to do, but in this instance, hey, you're playing for the long game.
Yeah, and I talked with Macwood and Calculator in the Players Lounge for a while, and I asked him, what do you do if someone disengages? Do you respect a good disengage? And he says, it depends, If both of you guys are in a weird situation, they'll give it up.
There's no reason for you to go for a fight that you're just not comfortable with. Crew, though, he's looking for a fight right now. Has his player playing a little defense, but he ends up getting tagged, and now it's going to be him on the back foot. Has to take a moment. Pop a mini.
That was the best case scenario for him because he still has full whites here. He did not lose normal health points. It was just his shield that was ripped off there.
2 quality players right now scrambling against one another. Pika gets rid of the trees so that you can get above. You also get a little bit more resources out of this, perhaps. It's right in front. Oh, man. Played around the corner there. He just had that brief moment to move away. Saw him move ever so slightly down low. Just saw the tip of his head.
This is an intense battle. Pika versus Crew. Crew, a double qualified competitor here. Didn't play in the duos competition yesterday.
Pelatappa tiifuja vai? Pelaa tiifuja. Ei oo todellista.
Let's see how he can handle himself here when just playing solos now.
Voi olla no
He's found himself in the zone.
They get ticked for 1 in the zone, and they're pretty far from it.
He doesn't want to play off that camera angle, but he's going to chuck a brilliant grenade right there. It's going to open up the box.
Now you're inside of the Storm Monster. What do? You're engaging in this fight. You're losing health little by little. What's the play now? Oh no!
Got the med kit, but he couldn't connect.
The play was just to go for it. Pika gets the better, but he's gonna continue to tick for health. Does have a launch pad though. Can fly back. He's really far from the safe zone.
I just gotta say, that was Crew's game to win. He managed to turn it around and get that right camera dominant angle back, and he could have had it at that moment, but Pika's prime positioning put him over the ramp. Lost sight of him, he let his guard down, he got punished for it.
And this is from Pika's perspective and how he got the better of Crew with the burst SMG, the weapon that I happen to favor quite a bit. I like it, although I do like to set myself up for failure sometimes, so I'll pick up the burst SMG. It won't really end that well for me, but for these players here, they know how to take advantage of each item in Fortnite. They're so good at really working with what's in front of them. Now the format, as we mentioned before, we're pretty far from it, okay? So when you get to 25th place, that's when the placement points start to tick, but each elimination is gonna give a crucial point. These have been some low point games. If you watched the online qualifiers wondering, man, we're seeing players getting 60, 70, 80 points, even 100 in some instances. Those are the online qualifiers, a different format. These are the best players in the world going against one another. The gameplay is going to slow down just a little bit as they all fight for the positioning.
Yeah, this is definitely that time in the game when everyone kind of positions up and the heavy congestion begins, but King doesn't care about that because he's King. He's looking for a fight, and arguably approaching zone 4 and 5 here.
He's a savage. He's a savage. He does not want anyone else to sit up upon that throne. It should only be him, but it's okay. Sometimes you don't have to be that thirsty. You can move away. That player popped that ramp in front of him. He gets out.
And look at this, look at that. That was so brilliant. He changes his angle there. He says, you know, I'm not going to use this side. I'm going to go around and start collapsing in on you, just losing or pushing that player out in uncomfortable ways.
Oh, I like this. He's going down low.
Master at finding angles here. He's just looking for the best way to break apart his opponent right now, and he's really playing mind games. Now, suddenly, this guy doesn't know what side he's safe on. He's losing all forms of real estate right here.
You know, King, he just constantly wants to be in your face. He's done it in each game that has happened, and he always seems to just know where everyone is. Like that is a trait that you know, a lot of the players that are up here, they do have it, but in this South American region like this, where there have been obviously not a lot of players coming out of this for this particular tournament, I think King has put this region on the map without a doubt.
He is truly representing here. This King is tracking is phenomenal. He's still keeping track of Tuesday here. Now deciding he's going to replenish some materials and refortify all of this area. Sanctioning to himself here. This is why he's in the running in the top 10 here. We saw him get taken out earlier before, but this is why he plays the high risk, high reward. And if I'm being honest, that's how you take first place. You put it all out there and
go big or go home.
Everything goes in your favor, honestly.
Go big or go home. King fight over on the mountain there. Tuzi's next to him, as well as Keenstar.
Aha!
He's gone. He's flying over
Vittu
to the
se on Agro,
He just doesn't stop. Into another box fight he goes. And now he's gonna reposition here and set up for the prime push.
This is ridiculous.
Look, he's still going.
He does not care, people. King wants to jump into your box. It's his box now! Oh, what a beast! What a beast!
Whoa. He's not here to play. Laser's gonna go down.
King down.
We thought Bugha was one of the best box fighters. Hold up, it's time to do some reviews here, because King is putting himself on the map here.
I will have Bala, if you're listening, I just want to do a VOD review of King, okay?
Get us a VOD review, please.
Just agree on that. Wild stuff, man.
Se pelaa vaan niin
Gets the window.
viisaalla tavalla agrosti, sillä niinku se antaa oikeesti ja vitutin painet.
Right to the kisser.
He's already
ei se oo Bughan tasona.
What's wild about that fight too is a lot of players would have just stayed stationary in that position. Storm was coming.
Kiitos teemme 2 eurosta. Onko suomalaisia vielä elos? Karhupuoli pelaa elos.
Incredible. Here we have Dubs now, center zone. Still has a baller. Bucky still in the running here. Leshy also getting right next to Dubs, also has a baller, so they're probably not gonna get into too much of a battle, but who knows?
Maybe they'll be
Storm
baller
Surge
buddies.
is still a thing. Maybe they'll be baller buddies.
Maybe. But you're right, though, about the Storm Surge. You really are, because if you're not putting in damage, 0 eliminations for Leshy right now. How many fights has he actually gotten into? Someone's going to be above. There's Dubs. Minigun. That minigun goes right through your builds. Very powerful against structures.
Dubs, only with 2 eliminations, is actually the match leader, and that's because he's just pinging other players. Yes, just damage leader. And we just talked about Storm Surge. That's why you want to be proactive. You want to shoot at anything that moves. Because realistically, you don't know when you're going to find yourself in that precarious situation where you have to push someone pretty much with, you know,
and it was,
without wanting to.
we were talking about this before we jumped on the cast. I think it was Zane we were discussing. He's really good at not putting himself in a position, but still still take shots.
Sieltä niin, iso pentsi. Valtava pinkki.
Saw that, he put the trap above his head through the window edit, opens it up and hits him with the pump.
Ihan vitun hyvä. Tätä kaveria mä oon kattonut. Tää on nyt oikea kaveri pekattavaksi. Tää kaveri mä hakee.
Damage perhaps, and King, he's taking fights outside as well.
King is still here to play Golden.
2 eliminations, 53 builds for him, running with that blue combat shotgun. Great range on that item. It's far away though from where the half-in, half-out circle is going to be. We're at zone 5. This is when things start to get a little crazy. What does King have as an option here? Is he looking for people on the move and then punishing them? Maybe trying to get the community launch pad, perhaps, if someone throws that down. What is he looking for?
It really wouldn't even surprise me if he's just looking for elimination to recap on materials right now, because he doesn't have enough to full tunnel across here. Knowing his playstyle, he's probably gonna want to push here. And there it is. He actually found a launch pad, so his game awareness was at an all-time high here. And take a look here. Tfue, nice little replay right there. One of his first elims.
First point, as a matter of fact, against Kurtz. Tfue on the board. The King. What are the chances of that one? Yeah, the good old community launch pad right there. Great neighbors.
What's going on here? And Tfue make a big comeback for himself here.
A little concerned about that player. And Tfue did have the mark on him. Guy though, you hate that one. When you just get focused on so much, you're out and about, trying your best to stay up in this game. And then everyone looks at you, and Tfue again, he's doing damage, but he's not getting the elimination. Other people are siphoning those away from him.
Yes, Prisionero was just snatched from him. That's another point that unfortunately does not go his way here. He does have some shadow bombs though, so he will be able to make it to this next zone. He decides that he's close enough to try and tarp in, but now he becomes the target of the server because he's only building in wood here.
People can take note of the structures being used. That will give you an indication as to where they are currently. Players do build around 2-box metal, perhaps. Metal, the strongest structure. In case you're wondering, maybe you're watching for the first time, wondering what's going on here. Your Game 3 winner, Dubs.
Nyt sit pelaa poppaa, nyt pelaa poppaa tähän matsiin oikeesti isosti, nyt pelaa tee se. Pelaa tee tähän matsiin nyt se. Pelaa. Ei pelaa kuoli, ei.
Just has to play for placement to continue to hold this lead that he has right now on the competition. King gets taken out by Mongrel, fortunately.
Mongrel
Bubba is still in the running here as he catches Flexi, and the kill feed is
Mongi on elos, siellä on Maniac elos vielä, ottakaapa vaan Maniac. Maniac muuten droppaa kaikkein koviten endgameissa. Vielä kovemman mitä puhaa.
25th place. Everyone's going to start to earn some points. Right at the side of your screen, 3 points for everyone still alive, but Dubs, and we mentioned it, that baller was in dire straits. It was not going to be able to survive another rotation, and neither was he.
Mutta siellä on Maniac, ja jos se on HGs, niin se on sit vittu menoa. Näyttää siitä, että Maniac on HGs. Missä on Bentsi?
Build around and protect themselves and hope that they can continue to gain more placements as we
Bentsi lentää tuolla, missä Mongi on?
He was holding his breath because he needed to get that top 25.
He didn't
break it through in time.
Ei, tuolla se painaa.
Left in the game has already gotten
vasemmassa laidassa, nyt on otee tuolla.
You want to play for the next threshold. You want to continue to stay in this game here, as that's exactly what Tifu's doing with the Shadow Bomb, hopping around the builds here, trying to keep a low profile. Bizzle still in the running. One of the innovators when it comes down to targeting and pushing out with effective and clean builds.
Kuka, Savage, Bentsi, Stomppi, Domentos. Mongrel, hey!
It's eliminated by Mongrel. And then Rux has high ground, as you see on your screen to the left. Then you have Bizzle, still very much in this one. Takamura with 4 eliminations and earning placement points as more players.
Sanoinko mä, että Pisle voittaa tästä? Ennustinko mä tähän matsiin?
That's right, we are. And we're gonna jump into Takamura's POV here because he has 4
Bentsi kuoli, Bongi tappoi Bentsi.
plan on stopping, neither does Magro, because Magro catches Benji Fishy as well. Taking a look here at Takamura. He's gonna fall down and he's gonna get shot a few times here. What's he gonna do is he's going for the high ground. He sees an opportunity to take.
Nyt on, siinä on Maniac, siinä on Maniac jätkät, siinä on Maniac!
Is he gonna be able to connect it full? Can he convert here? He does not.
So many players are landing in front of Mongrel here. Coming down to the wire, top 9 remaining. One in front of Mongrel. Does he get the elim? He manages to just get away by the skin of his teeth. Get to the high ground. Maybe using this. If you keep jumping on the wall, you won't go out of the shadow state.
Ei saatana se Morgesta
No
vielä.
one's gonna be there. There's a person all the way above him. Knocks the structure down. And the player does manage to catch himself and maintain the high ground positioning here. We have some great players still left in this game. But Mongrel with 4 eliminations. Hit looking for number 5. And that was on Nate. We're now down to the final moments. Top 5 monster.
He had to fully commit there. Those are the stats that he needed. He's still in the game here. He's gonna go all the way forward.
Oi, iso edu! Iso edu!
Huge elimination on Takamura. We're into a 1v1v1v1. Top 4 players now. Mongrel in the ultimate low ground. Going up against
Iso! Bukhotti lähtee Mongille. Nyt se on sit. Ei vaan mitään, siellä oli lovi.
To the veteran Som, who manages to pick up a massive win.
Using the shockwaves in the final moments to snatch the high ground, Som claims a victory, but it's Mongrel who had a ton of
Mongreli poppas äijät, Mongreli poppas. 14 pojoa. Monkku nousee vielä, 2 matsia edes, hei. Jos se poppaa seuraa, vittu se on voittaa tää. GG-chatti.
He has performed in so many competitions at a
Vittu se
high
laaseroi toi
level, and
Salmi
it's no
to
surprise here when
Mongin
Som gets that
kyllä.
high ground,
Sillä on
everyone
match, kun se
needs to look out. He's so good at that. Mongrel had no builds left.
Ei voinut tuossa aivan tehdä vittu ketään
He did
mitään.
the job he needed to do. Top 2, he got second place and a bunch of eliminations. And Shockwave's late game again, monster. Such a great piece of equipment that you can use.
Love that right there. Stands up, flexes, hits us with the let's go. He's feeling good. And that's a huge accomplishment to take a victory. And just you only have so many opportunities to win a game here. Just to do that alone, it's magnificent.
Yeah, it really, magnificent is the best word that I could think of at those final moments. Games 3 and 4
Monsteri dominoi.
did not
Se on
disappoint.
vituullinen monsteri.
That was a wild game. Here are the standings though. Buga still holding on to first place. Look how far ahead he is. 8 points currently. But Som now jumps in to second place. Nate in third. Riversand, who's managed to put together some great games, is in fourth. Lux as well. Epic Whale in sixth. Sky and Dubs get knocked down to 7 and 8.
Kuinka pitkä tauko, en tiedä sanoa. Mut hei! Mongrel oli 20, 14 pisteellä, Savage ja Bentsi on 3, 14. Niin Mongi sai kaikki tähän peliin. Mut hei, Eittäkää liket striimille, muistakaa tilaa kanavaa. Jos ootte uusia. Ja muistakaa käydä Tiitarin kanava. Tiitarilla on pari tilaajaa vielä, niin sit sillä menee 3.3K rikki, niin käykää tilaa Tiitari.
Wonder who's going to take it all, but let's go down to the stage. We got Jordan standing by with our game 4
pelaa 27. silloin
And a huge game 4 win for Psalm. Now sitting at second place in the standings, feeling really, really good right now. We're just talking about that high ground take. You said I didn't think that it was going to work, but real domination right there at the end. What was your thought process going up against such a stacked final 10 people? I mean, some of the players that were there are all capable of clutching this up.
After I got the high ground, I was just focused on playing safe, make sure I don't lose the high ground, make sure no one pushes up to take my high ground, and then I let everyone on the ground do their thing, and then I clean up.
And the cleanup was real. Back to you, Golden Boy and Monster D-Face.
Mongi otti Beastmoden käytti, juu.
Always a pleasure to hear from Psalm, a veteran in competitive Fortnite, and doing it once again. No shocker there. You take the risk, you make the bold play, and sometimes it pays off, and in that instance, it definitely did. He's coming out quite pretty from there. I believe, was it second place currently in the standings. That was a nutty game, man.
He's been in top 10 this whole time. Since the competition has begun, he's been chipping away at placement. And that last one was a huge victory for him. And that is exactly what he wanted and needed here to keep him relevant.
Yeah, so many great moments in that game. And while we had the best seat in the house, there were some moments that maybe we didn't catch. And the good news is we got one of the best VOD reviewers in the game. Ball is standing by to break it all down.
Thank you so much, GB. Yes, we have 2 games remaining. And it looks like Psalm and Boga repeating that first game success early on. They're going to move forward at the top of the leaderboard. But for now, we're going to take a look at some of Rux's performances and some of his shots that push him up to 5th. So while we roll these clips, Rux, in the end game, first, he set himself up brilliantly in the early game against Arkham. We've talked about Arkham a number of times. This duel has been going on every single game here. Rux takes the better of Arkham. And gets the loadout to push on forward here with the infantry rifle and the combat
jättääkö se 1,5 miljoonaa? Joo, tietenkin on siis silleen, mutta jos mä voitais vaikka duuan, niin mä voin sanoa, että mulla olisi niin paljon motivaatiota. Tai jotenkin se, että sä ootte voittanut ja sä ootte saanut sen voiton tunteen jo. Mä en ainakaan itse saa semmoista tuntia. No en mä tiedä. Ei sitä vaikeasti sanoa. Jotenkin siinä voi tulla lisää sitä voitonhalua. Sitten on pakko voittaa lisää. En tiedä. Mä veikkataan, kun on käynyt silleen, että se on pelannut sitä aikaa.
Retake, it's Stompy. Rux brings himself up into 5th place with that. We'll see if he continues to climb, but for now we've got 2 more games to go. Gentlemen, back to you.
Thank you so much for breaking that down, Balla. Rux.
Pelaan tällä hetkellä siellä 27 ja sit toi Karho vissiin 60-70 tällä hetkellä. Ja joo, pelaa siellä 27, Karho siellä 75. Tässä vielä 2 peliä, nyt pitää sit Mongi ja Bensin tai jonkun oikeesti poppaa voitto. Voitto pitää tulla ja sit pitää tulla ihan enemmän kuin 5 fragia. Sit on kova.
That we have here with Fortnite.
Yeah, you saw it unfold. Like, who would have thought King would be the man to show up today and be, like, honestly, the energy for the arena here, because he has had some of the wildest moments so far in his journey through this World Cup weekend.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. It's been a wild ride here, but that's going to do it for myself and D-Face.
Hey,
always a pleasure to cast with you. Now we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, Courage and Dr. Lupo take the stage one more time, and then we crown our Fortnite World Champion. We'll see you.
Mut siis ihan helposti top 20, jos pela pääsee, niin se on ihan vitu koko, koska mä otan nyt hiukan irti tästä pelistä. Koska joo, tän ei tapahdu mitään. Mä näytän hiukan nyt tuloksia. Noniin. Tästä me nyt nähdään. Mennään takas tuohon lähetykseen ihan nopeasti. Tuossa item sopii jotain kiinnostaa. Nyt me mennään katsomaan viralliset listat, kun nyt kaikki kiinnostaa ja kaikki price poolit ja kaikki. Nyt nähdään täältä näin. Siinä on tilanne. Eli Bugha 37, Salmi 29. Bugha on tällä hetkellä ihan helvetinmoisessa etuasemassa. Eli se tarkoittaa suomeksi sitä, että jos se vetää endgamea top 5, niin se on voittaja. Se on ihan sama, missä vetää, onko se tässä seuraavassa vai toisessa, ei. Siinä Pentsifissi ja Savage, 17 pojoa. Eli tässä huomataan, että jos nyt Mongraali 14 pojoa, jos se vetää samanlaisen matsin, tai vaikka 10 pistettä seuraavaan, se menee 24. Tietenkin okei, se menee sen mukaan top 5, mutta pitää ottaa se huomioon, että täältäkin tulee kavereita, jotka tulee poppaamaan 5. matsissa pojoja. Sitten täällä on Bela, siellä 27, 13 pojolla. Pitää kans popata, pitää saada voitto ja muutama fragi. Sitten Karhu on siinä. Siellä 75. Mitäs täällä on? Agua, reverse, joo. Mut joo. Siinä on tämänhetkinen tilanne. Ja price pooleista sen verran, eli tässä nyt nähdään sitten, että paljon massia noin tulee ottamaan. Eli minkä takia mä toivoisin, että pelaa pääsee top 20, koska kattokaa näitä rahasummia. Tässä nyt nähdään. Eli jos sä oot 21, saat 50 tonnia. Jos sä oot 20, saat 112 tonnia. Yksinkertaisesti. Sen takia ton top 20 olisi ihan pirun kova päästä. Sitten tietenkin tää voitto, 3 miltsiä. Ei siinä mitään, mutta mennään katsoa lähetystä Noniin. Karhu on suomalainen, mutta joo, ei asu Suomessa. Hän asuu Amerikassa. Mutta on suomalainen.
안녕하세요. 저는 이제 팩스폭스라고 하고요. 저는 아시아 서버에서 이제 뉴욕 진출했고요. 이제 나이는 17살입니다. 저는 이제 위크 1에서 이제 처음에 솔로 4연승을 해가지고 초반에 이 점수를 거의 다 따가지고 그냥 후반에 맘 놓고 하고.
4 victory royales, and he averaged 8 elims. Obviously, first place. That's unbelievable.
이제 아시아는 스크림 같은 게 없기 때문에 저는 연습을 제대로 별로 못했기 때문에 아마도 일단 운에 맡겨야 될 것 같습니다.
Hi, New York City.
Oh, okay, Faxlox. I'll take you out for a good pizza. I know a couple good spots.
이제 한국에는 포트나이트 유저가 별로 없는데 진짜 응원하겠습니다.
Niin ei oo asiassa paljon Fortnitein pelaajia semmosen niinku oikeesti kovalta tasolla. Ne on kaikki Eurooppa ja Amerikan maat. No tuolla Japanissa pelataan niitä kaiken maailman strategiapelejä. Siellä Japania ja Korea ja tommoset maat ne on kovia. Hero highlights. Noniin, mennään mongin highlights. Movementti on vaan niin satana sairas, että tosiaan mitään vitun järkeä.
Hey Fortnite fam, VolatiW here to get in the nitty-gritty of competitive Fortnite. The final circles in competitive Fortnite are packed tightly with both action and players, all fighting to get the victory royale.
No niin, siinä on pari pro-tippia, nää kannattaa kattoo. Tää nyt kerrotaan nää kaikki hommat.
What is tunneling? Also known as snaking or pathing, this is when you build a protected tunnel while running away from the storm and into the next safe zone. When these safe zones get so small, this becomes very, very important, as there can be opposing players on all sides of you. Here's an example of the most basic tunnel, the straight tunnel. From your base, you simply build straight towards your destination straight ahead of you, with the floor piece below your feet and above your head. This is the most basic and also dangerous version of the tunnel, since you're not covering horizontally. You're exposed from your sides.
However, you save materials by doing this.
Monta matsia pelattu? 4 matsia pelattu. 2 jäljellä. Karhu siellä 85 vai eiku mitä? Ja sitten toi Pelaajia 27. Pentsi ja Savage siellä 12-13 vai 13-14 mä en muista. Ja sit Bugha on tällä hetkellä johdossa aika reilu 6 pisteellä vai 9, mä en muista paljon se oli, mutta tossa nyt näkeekin. Siinä on tän hetkiset.
This gets really hard really fast, and this is why it's so impressive that not only are these high-level players tunneling so fast and without error, but at the same time going for crazy plays on unsuspecting opponents to rack up elimination points as well as It's a lot to take in, and oftentimes they do things so fast that watching players like Benji Fishy, and all the players playing in the Fortnite World Cup Online Open play from their tunnels can be jaw-dropping. So there you have it. Tunneling, one of the most important skills in competitive Fortnite. It's pretty simple at its core, but at the high pace of these congested endgames, it gets complicated. That means you need to practice and make sure to hop in creative mode and do just that. You can practice it in the open on your own island, or use one of the many amazing pre-built training courses that creators have made. This was BallaTW, and we'll see you in game.
My name is Turner, aka Tifu. I qualified from the North American East region.
This is not. Wait.
Trying to snake him in. Can he get him to drop it?
Oh my! What is that angle?
He hits all of the shots.
The day I qualified was pretty hyped. I didn't even believe it was real at the time. I don't know. I was just kind of streaming, grinding, doing my own thing, and I tried my hardest and succeeded, I guess.
Landing all the way up top, drops in. 100. Follow through on the shot.
Literally reading my mind.
He's a special player. A generational talent. He has qualities that not a lot of young players have. So mature, so dedicated, very rare to see.
힘들어. 안녕하세요. 저의 이름은 김도환이고 플레이어 닉네임은 푸드제이입니다. 나이는 그리고 14살입니다.
Kyllä meillä on ite World Cupia. Sen aika näyttää.
He's disciplined.
Kyllä ne on grindi kovaa. Mut ei tarpeeksi kovaa.
That was an ambitious play.
He wants to push it.
What a charge through the box in there.
That's what he needs to do to become the best.
Mä olin siellä 73, se on ollut paras. Tai siis warmupissa me oltiin Snipin kanssa 25, mut se solo oli ihan kova silloin. Siis tuolla oli yksi semmonen pelaaja, ketä ei olisi päässyt tonne nykiin, jollei se olisi jollei mä ois kuollut Stormiin. Siinä lopussa. Mutta joka tapauksessa jatketaan nytten.
저는 포트나이트 선수로서 일산에 있는 아파트에서 팀원들과 함께 구단에서 생활하고 있습니다.
무슨 연습해?
놀거리가 가장 많고 저희 팀원은 가족 같고 가족보다 뭔가 좀 더 끈끈하고 좀 더 위인 그런 팀인 것 같습니다.
점점 무서워. The team really looks at Jay as the little brother that everybody wants to take care of.
저는 일어나자마자 바로 옆방에 있는 연습실에서 포트나이트를 할 수 있다는 거에 대해서
His tempo is quite a bit faster than a lot of the other players.
Put Jay runs on forward.
그래도 건설이라든지 편집이라든지 그런 부분이 좀 재미있어서이기도 하고 제 목표를 달성할 수 있기 때문입니다. 저는 포트나이트 게임을 시작할 때 이기자라는 목적으로 많이 시작합니다.
He wants to always be creative, always change up his playstyle and steal the tempo from his opponents.
Niin tää nyt kysytään, että kun lähellä mä olin kuolaamisesta, niin mä voin nyt näyttää nämä kaikki viikot, miten mä nyt pelasin. Ja paljon mä oon ottanut näistä. Mut siis finaalissa mä olin siellä 73. Ja top 8 qualifier nytkin, se oli niinku... Ja jos on sanonut joku pari pistettä, 3 pistettä, niin se olisi ollut heti jo melkein joku top 20. Tai mä en muista, mut Tobi oli samalla viikolla, silloin se oli siellä joku 16 jotain. Mut mä itse asiassa tapoin se siinä vikaspelissä.
Jay hasn't realized how talented he is just yet.
Bukhaus tulee tänään miljonääri. Saattaa Bruno olla, että tulee.
He has that potential to become the greatest of all time.
Hey.
Ladies and gentlemen, it all comes down to this. Millions watching across the world. On the biggest stage.
Noniin. Nyt pian alkaa 5. matsi sitten. Ja ne 2 matsia tulee aika lailla perään.
Best shadow bomb use I've ever seen, Mr. Savage M. I don't miss my shot. I don't miss my shots. He's the player there. Runs out in the storm. Jump. Finds him. Yeah!
Qualifying for the World Cup was a major step for me to actually help out my family. I'm so happy we made it.
Tää on niinku oikeesti kovaa. Tää on kovaa joo.
I was freaking out. It was awesome.
Tää on niinku... No, pyrkkä. Niin ne kaikki. Hei! 2 matsia jäät! Nyt oikeesti hypeii chattiin. 2 matsia! Nyt toivotaan, että sieltä isot nimet poppaa. Oli sinne suomalaista joku semmonen...
Fortnite World Champions in solos. History is about to be made here, folks. And now I want to ask everyone here in the arena, are you ready? Let's do it one more time. I'm going to ask you again.
Noniin.
Are you ready? Let's send it over to your casters for the last 2 games, Courage and Dr. Lupo.
Nyt se alkaa.
A year ago, the Fortnite World Cup was announced, and here today it culminates in the final 2 games of the solos competition. $30 million in prize money this weekend, and in 2 games, Dr. Lupo, we will crown another Fortnite World Champion.
We've seen a ridiculous number of plays from everybody on the field. Yep. Even moments like King going out, literally the first eliminated 1 game immediately after just slaying out in the lobby. We love to see gameplay like that. Very aggressive from a number of players that honestly a lot of us didn't even expect to show up on the board. You have to remember though, every single player that has qualified for the solo finals here at the Fortnite World Cup in New York City is at the top of their game. 40 million people played through. This is what's left, the best of the best of the best.
We know the storylines continue throughout this lobby of the 100 best players in the world. We have 2 games left. Our standings, well, they're very close, and Sundown's going to update us on where they lock up.
Thank you so much, Lupo and Courage, with only
Nyt lähtee äijät.
matches left.
Nyt lähtee.
World champion solo player.
Isot nimet taululle nyt. Isot nimet taululle. Isot
We're going
nimet
to take a
taululle.
look at what the standings currently look like and what needs to happen. So the first thing you're going to see right away is the runaway train Bugha up top. 1 victory royale, leading the pack with 15 eliminations.
8 pojoa.
37.8 points clear. But we talked about it a little bit yesterday and a lot during the qualifiers. What is a reasonable game to expect? We've seen a lot of the victory royales today actually coming from more passive players. They've been getting around 11 to 12 points apiece. We've been seeing high volume eliminations happening in the early and the mid game. But right now, looking at this board, Peter Pan sitting in 10th place right now is just off of the mark. He's 16 or 18 points off. With a reasonable game, he could challenge towards that. Let's take a look at the second page, because then from 10th to 20th, it is a 4-point difference. Mongrel, with a fantastic performance in the last game, pushes himself into contention, and this top 20 is the line where you will see an increase in that prize bonus. You want to be at minimum on this page when all is said and done. 2 matches are left. We have already seen world champions crowned in creative and duo. Who will be the ultimate victory royale and who will take home the title? We're going to throw it back inside and see the final 2 matches. Lupo, Courage, let's take it home.
Thank you, Sundown. The standings so close, all for the coveted trophy that you see on your screen, the title of Fortnite World Champion. 15 million just for this solos competition, 3 million for first.
Mulla on pakko sanoa, että kyllä vaan Mongrel on ehkä paras pelaaja tässä koko vitun pelissä. Kyllä se vaan pakko sanoa. Se on vaan hyväksyttävä nyt. Vaikkei se näin olekaan pärjännytkään, mutta kyllä se vaan sit kun se vittu saa sen beast modin käyttöön. Ja se on vähän semmonen kaveri, että joko sillä menee oikeesti ihan vitun kovaa tai sit sillä menee ihan vitun paskasti. Se on, ja sit kun sillä menee ihan vitun paskasti, niin sit sillä menee ihan vitun paskasti. Ja sit kun sillä menee kovaa, niin sillä legit vittu menee kovaa.
Can anyone catch Bugha at the top of our leaderboards?
No niin, ja bussi lähtee! 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 ja mennään vaan.
Underway of the Fortnite World Cup Finals Solos competition. Can they catch Bugha? His lead remains from the incredible Shockwave plays earlier. All 100 players in the biggest day of their entire lives, fighting for their big share of the, well, $3 million first place spot, 15 million in total.
From last game, saw him a last-minute clutch there. Took home a victory royale. We're going to watch his drop in here as well as everybody else near the top of this board. As we go into these later matches, folks, keep in mind we're going to try and keep an eye on those that are closest to contention for that world champion position.
Kattokaa! Mitä helvettiä? 4 laamaa tälleen näin. Tän on jo olisin aika pitkä matka, mutta miettikää nyt kun 4 laamaa. Vittu, se on ihan sairasta.
Very important a baller for Psalm already.
Se on 4 laamaa siinä melkein niinku kilometri alueella.
Drop up here. And are you kidding me? A jug, a proxy grenade launcher.
Sounds like sure. He's only averaging 1 limb per match, you see, but he's in 2nd place. So the values so key for placement has placed in the top 18 in
Pelaa
every
mitä
match.
plus 10 tappaa voittaa ne vittu. Tiedättekö, se on niin monsteripeli. Se on niin monsteripeli. Plus 5 tappaa ja voittoakin on monsteripeli. Yli 10 tapon pelit tai yli 12 pisteen pelit on monsteripelejä. Näis.
Fighting out in Westworld, as people do call it, this desert town. Arkham has had a couple games where he's just basically got fried right off the start. Can he turn it around right now? He was top 15 earlier. Doesn't seem to be the case anymore. Rux, who's gotten the better of him in a few of these previous games, having to back on it for a moment as that airstrike did come down.
Don't count him out just yet, though. This drop, honestly, one of the loot heaviest in the game. You have a lot of materials as well. A player like this, he gets in a good position, maybe even takes out Rux, doesn't have to fight anybody else down here. He can climb his way out of here with ease.
9 grenades in Rux's inventory. If he could somehow bait Arkham into a bad spot and use those to his advantage, it could be the thing that swings the tide in this battle. Hasn't thrown the Chug Splashes. I was going to say, wondering when he was going to begin to throw them, but there they are. Chug Splash is down. 0 limbs still as you'd expect, as he's still looking around for where Arkham could be.
Maybe the hope to save those. We didn't have to necessarily use them just yet. Big anticipation of combat before you know it, or at least the chance of it. I'm gonna throw those down real quick. 40 HP shield.
En mä vaan
just having a stalemate at the edge of the map, waiting to see if there's an opportunity to make a play. They are outside of the safe zone quite a bit. At some point, the zip lines or even the quad that spawns here might be the key to getting all the way into the safe zone soon. Grenades going out, but beamed. Rux takes quite a bit of damage from Arkham, and aggression begins. The build up, and he's going to try and take the high ground. Shots from Rux, no contact just yet. He's going to have to do some damage before you know it. Only 96 HP is not going to necessarily be enough against a player with accuracy like Arkham.
But he does have the combat shotgun, which is the ultimate tool this early in the game. Rux still at 96 health, has those grenades in his back pocket. Hasn't thrown any more yet. 15 builds still remaining. A very intense fight for these two. The shot comes through. Down to just 41 HP. Rux versus Arkham. Who can come out on top? Rux still with high ground. Arkham down below. Will he begin to throw these grenades? It doesn't appear so. Only 6 builds left. And remember, with only 2 games remaining in the competition today, this could spell disaster for their final performance. Arkham popping 1 shield. Definitely has a major health advantage, but still, height can make all the difference. As he has the combat shotgun, but looks like for now, he's back on up.
I was anticipating if Rux had made a tag, we got damage on Arkham down at the bottom of that building, I would have expected a push, 100%. A chance to pick up that the 50 HP or shield because Siphon, no damage dealt there, so Rux decides to opt his way out. King, one of our high Elim players, 35 HP, gonna try and get that med kit off, but he can't quite. Time to fight it out. A little bit of a build battle and see who can take ownership of the walls. King building up and layering yet again.
Oh my goodness.
The shockwave. He's actually going for it. Are you kidding me? Lunesi goes down and King back up to 85 HP. What a play.
On the World Cup stage.
Yeah, the kid.
He just shockwaved to the sky and tried to hip fire hand cannon his opponent.
With 35 HP.
Are you kidding me? With 35 health? Talk about confidence. It's such an insane play that it catches the opponent off guard. Stompy trying to push on in. I believe this is Dubs on the other side of the wall. Stompy gets the wall, gets the elim. Down goes Dubs. And also in the elimination feed, our Fortnite World Champion from yesterday has eliminated Tfue.
Match 5 out of 6, 1 left. Those players, the 16 that have already been eliminated, they still have 1 game remaining. But our current leader on the standings, Bugha, down in Lucky Landing, going to make a rotation away. Avoid any damage. At this point, going to be the most important thing is getting ahead of the game here. As the storm is pressing on in, he's only against one other player down here. So the opt to rotate out to the west towards the river, probably the best one in the situation. Doesn't want to get challenged. He's got a free rotation up now. Slip is right there. Without realizing it too, he is relatively close to 2 llamas in South Africa.
Wonderful spot, either of them, one on his left, one on his right. I doubt he will go below ground, but Bugha, so far, man, 3 out of the 4 games has been fantastic performances. He had 1 where he dropped off early.
Pete, kiitoksia vuoden sponsoroinnista.
was eliminated within the first 10 players in the game, but still keeping his lead because of how well he's performed in the other 3 games up to this point. Teak did show some aggression there for a moment, but decides, nope, I'm going to fall on back. Don't want to take this 1v1 out in the open. Would rather go continue to loot on up, earn more materials because, hey, 45 builds, you think, that's a lot, but not in any case in a competitive lobby like this. And, well, since he fell back, he's able to get himself a combat shotgun.
Feel good about that. Clicks in the feed, picking up an elimination on Nate. Down to 81 players remaining as this first circle starts to close. 52 seconds left before that happens.
And this first zone, very central on the map. No super drastic rotations need to come on through. Here's a replay from earlier on of how Aqua challenged and eliminated Tfue. Tfue goes for the slurp, Aqua gets the floor, and Tfue stands no chance, can't even fire a shot. And there's the frustration from Tfue, as he knows he has not had the day he's wanted.
Siellä on mongi, siellä on mongi.
Fortnite, one of the winningest players of all time, getting shut down here in the Fortnite World Cup solo final.
I would say it's definitely a different playing field than a lot of these players are used to, no matter where they hail from. Because it's the first time that we've had multiple regions from the entire world all play within the same lobby, the same setups. It's all on LAN here, so it's just a different scenario for everybody. Especially on top of that, if you have younger players that have never had LAN experience, nerves could potentially play into it. But she pushing into the box, gets inside, and the elimination. Robams goes down here in Neo tilted.
And I like that a lot from Lechi, right? Because he's got 200 HP. He's already done a lot of damage to his opponent. He also does 23 more white damage, HP damage to realize, wait, I have a major health advantage as Booga begins to dance on the main stage. But he pushes on in, forces the play, and says, you know what, if you have a trap, I'm still going to survive.
Hei Eevi! Kiitos 4 puolesta.
I'll eliminate you, even if I take 150 damage from the trap. Booga, I mean, I guess this is kind of the mindset he has right now. I'm in first. I've got shadow bombs, I've got a launch pad, I've got everything I need.
Ei Booga kuole,
if you want to play this game, bro, you can play this game. But Booga dances, and his opponent says, no thank you. No dance battle for me today, I'll back on up.
It's enough to pressure him to rotate.
Imagine dancing and scaring away your opponent. That's when you know you're good at the game.
Whenever you dance, you scare me away too, Jack. Don't worry. 73 players remaining as Cease picks up an elimination. A reminder on the right side of your screen, the format for the day. Match 5 of 6. We have 10 points for a victory royale. You make it to top 5, it's only 7. You make it to top 15, that's 5. Top 25 is 3, and every elimination on the board is an additional point.
And also keep in mind,
ooh, a big 46. The white damage, a good signal for Booga that that player most likely won't challenge unless that's the only thing they have left. No pressure there. He's an opportunity to just rotate away cleanly.
Another thing to keep in mind, you see right there, 40% extra materials when farming. You also have a max count of 500 of each material type. So you cannot carry 1,000 wood or 999 wood, 999 brick, 999 metal. No, it's 500 of each material type. Players building inside this new structure, the corpse of the monster that our glorious mech defeated to save the Fortnite island.
Hashtag team mech. Ooh, a solid hit there. Scalar gonna pressure from above, knowing that that ramp was closing it off for just a second. Gonna try and take a look at the wall to edit from above.
Surprised he's not throwing a stink.
Doesn't own it just yet. Very good question. At some point, that's gonna have to come out. Maybe pressure the player off of that campfire. Still can't get it. There it is. Still can't get it. These stalemates for taking walls, one of the highest pressure situations, because you're on the verge of a box fight in which your opponent, you know they're going to push in. They have a trap that might take a wall and place it. Go for the shotgun shot, 160. The blue pump, very, very powerful.
Yeah, it's a 160 to the jaw right there. That's people
siis mikä tilanne tällä hetkellä on? Onks nyt Karhu ja Pela kuollut vai onks kumpikin elossa vai mikä on tilanne? Pela on hengissä vielä vai?
Spot where it just completely outclasses all other shotguns. Obviously 4 shotguns in play right now.
69 pelaa vielä jäljellä.
Storm Surge did pop up, but it went away almost instantly as this lobby has dropped a little bit quicker as things have gone on. People maybe getting more desperate, challenging more early game fights to see if they can get an advantage. Sam, who won our 4th game,
one
of these big shields, and look at the inventory right now. Big shields, chug splashes, and I like that a lot. Sam at first decides, you know what, let me use this big shield. I'll get the full 50 health out of it. but because his opponent
Pelaamalla Emi
realizes, well,
paranee.
that's the lesser of two evils.
Kiitos
That
Emi
is
paljon.
popping
Pelaa
two
elos,
chunks
no niin,
back,
hyvä.
giving myself as much health as possible and not playing greedy.
Vittu tolla
I
hullut
like that
kamat.
from Sam, a sign of a veteran player. You got to take what you can get, and that's a perfect example of it right there.
At this point, he's waiting to see if there's an opportunity to sneak a shot through on the surface inside that ramp. He doesn't own it. Every time he does a little bit of damage, he has an opportunity to replace it, and he does, in fact, take it. Push on through, get the wall, goes for the edit, but a big shot from the other side, down to 71. Those chug splashes coming in big. He might have to wait, though, that last one. Don't know if he'll have time to use it. Pressure from the player inside. Rotating down, immediately popping a hole out and getting in his baller. Opts to not take that fight, and probably a very good call, seeing as how he took a ton of damage on the inside before he had a chance to move away. 110 total now. The baller's full HP, though.
Here's Riverson.
Oh.
That legendary bolt sniper rifle. 175 total health to take a bit of damage right there. Often set up on the left side of your screen in a metal box, really no one can be challenging that. Fully built metal. It's just something that when you see it in competitive Fortnite with how little ammo you have, you're basically like, all right, I'm not bothering you. You're set up. I'm not bothering you. Just don't peek out and shoot at me, because it's almost impenetrable, it feels like, with how little time you have to shoot and how little ammo you wind up having in these games. A replay from earlier on. This is Smeeth. In another one of these close box fights. Gets that ramp. Tries to challenge forward. Basically edited it into the opponent's box. That's good, Jay. And will get the combat shotgun. So a major upgrade from a common tactical shotgun up to a combat shotty.
Mungi otti karhu.
Everyone that plays Fortnite knows just how good that is. But back over to Riverson, who's, well, rolling on.
I just have to say, I'm a little surprised that he opted to take the bolt over Shadow Bomb. Looking at late game Fortnite, especially in competitive, oftentimes you see stacks of players on top of each other and no opportunity for a snipe. The Shadow Bomb is going to be a mobility he's not going to have. The baller's gone now.
Yeah.
He's inside this box. I don't know why he didn't take the Shadow Jab.
I'm going to be honest, I think Riverson viewed that as, all right, I have this baller. I'm going to play around the baller being my, well, Shadow Bombs for this game. And that's not the case. That was what just happened was the worst thing that could have ever occurred for Riverson. His baller's gone. He's got no movement items left, and now he's stuck on this mountain in a box fight.
Just quick note, Epic Whale is currently in 6th position. Riverson in 4th, so this is a battle at the top of the leaderboard, stuck inside a box, up back and forth. And Epic cannot quite find the target. Riverson picking up a big leaderboard elimination right there.
That is a moment where I think nerves gets you a little
100%.
bit. You mentioned top 6. He's thinking in the back of his head, if I have a good game here, we're moving into the $1 million prize pots. And instead, Riverson wins a fight that looked impossible to win and is now set up top.
Real quick look back here, Plug, our current leader. Look at the shots through there. Shakes the hands off a little bit, blow off some steam. As an arrow goes down inside. Very, very accurate player, Booga. See Bizzle, the top left of your screen, one of the more well-known players, like you said, one of the most consistent players, Jack, in all of Fortnite that we've ever seen. With the speed of the builds up here, so we're gonna try and get a little bit of a higher view. Doesn't want to be stuck down too low in case there's players rotating. Maybe some shots on a baller soon. There's pressure being applied on others and ops into that fight as well.
And if you look at where Buka is right now, on your minimap, the closest player on the west side of that zone, safe, and everyone has to move right towards him. Also, 6 minis, near max builds, 4 shadow bombs, 2 launch pads, a shockwave. Booga knows what a fantastic position he's in. If he can make it to late game, he basically has guaranteed placement points.
Peter Pan making his way through here. A little bit of a leftover collection. Have to do some picking up on the inside. Pretty lucky finds on the inside here. Quite a few materials. Flint knock. He's got to redeploy a ton of minis. Pretty optimal loadout for both mid-range, up close, depending on who's pushing him.
Yep.
Positional wise, no launch pads.
But a slipstream.
No shadow bombs. Does have a slip, but as soon as he's away from that thing, flying, he can establish a base, but making a move after that's going to be tough. He is getting attacked from literally every angle on the way in. Players from all sides taking shots. He's going to have to try and push his way through for an elimination. or get out of this area almost immediately. What a tough spot to be in. Shots from both sides. Puts the trap down in anticipation of somebody pushing in, and literally cannot keep the walls up enough.
And that's the downside of being one of the last players to rotate from outside the zone. Everyone who's set up, including Booga, knows, hey, we just spray anyone. They've got to come this way. They're going to be floating right at us. If the whole lobby shoots at them, one of us is bound to get them. We're all going to get damage tags, and when the storm surge just popped up, everyone fiending.
Se on mukaan vieressä tällä hetkellä, et siihen malliin on sama. Ja pelaa menee ihan hyvin.
Storm surge goes away, so don't think it'll come into play too much.
All I can imagine in a situation like that right now is from the Pro-Am, Tim the Tatman getting shot at from multiple sides. And,
yep.
It's just
that was funny.
You were one of them, I think.
Yeah,
ainoastaan mitä voin lähteä boksista pois, mutta sekin olisi ollut varmaan taas. Se on oikeastaan menoa sit.
Take a look at players stacked up all on the west side of the zone. What people at home don't know is that we were literally looking at teams to say that, which is makes it better. So. Launch pad used by Booga right away, and with 2 launch pads with all this other movement, he just needs to survive this movement. And guess what? This is a zone on the high ground. It's directly on this mountain, so for pretty early on zone, it's going to get awkward right away. Booga has made it in, but has taken a lot of damage. Will use some minis to get back up to 150. Has made it to the zone. Benji Fishy just below, who's currently top 13 in this game.
Player to G still has a little bit of a high ground advantage. Just going to look back at Booga, who's trying to build his way up, see if he can spot anybody on the move. This position still very, very good. The edge of the next safe zone. 2 seconds until that pressure starts to apply, and a lot of players you see on the minimap have already started to rotate in. They're making their moves now, but shots from Booga and many others as these players are flying in. Community launch pads, there's shadow bombs used in situations like this, and no shield on that player. Booga right now has a total of 16 elims today. King is in second with 15.
This is all it is. You just get set up in the zone, fire people who have to move from the storm. It's the common enemy. Every player in the lobby. Issa did just go down to class, and we also saw Vivid drop a couple moments ago. So nothing really from Vivid this game, unfortunately. Booga 1 elim so far. Continue to look on down. Here's the perspective of a drop coming on in. Everyone's made it up on the mountain right now. Still some people on the edge. You see the Clicks, Zate, Creo, Cosmic, Skype.
Nyt toivotaan vaan,
earlier on took home a game of his own in game 2.
Quick note, by the way, Riversun, who we saw eliminate the 6th place position, has gone down himself in 4th. So he is out of this game. 44 players reversing your feed, going down to Dementos, and we are not even at placement position just yet, and we're looking at the 6th to 7th circle transition starting in 10 seconds. Everyone has to move. The people that have the best opportunity to take shots back, they're going to be able to pick up a lot of eliminations. Players going to be on rotation.
Täällä on vittu hyvät rotateit. 2 kovasti nakki palloa.
So just wait, hop, roll, and roll.
Läksi on oikeesti puhkatossa.
Yes, high ground will be very good, but
Pela vetää
this is going to be a long rotation.
Pitäis näyttyy Mongraalilta alhaalla.
Booga, you see him soaring on over.
Nyt aletaan äijät sit lähestymästä.
Setting up, always getting ahead of the zone as far as possible.
Pisteytystilanne, että täällä on 38 äijää vielä. 13 pelaajaa.
Take even more shots at players on rotation. Very smart plays. The shadow bomb, and he still has 3 more, so this rotation better be a good one.
Tällä näitä coastinatteja käytetään.
He knows how close he is to placement points, and he's got such a lead right now that
unless he has a performance,
if he just gets placement points, makes
it again.
With just 2 games left, that could be really all he needs to secure this Fortnite World Championship. And he got the zone. The zone's going back his way, but Booga goes to edit out, and there's a shotgun waiting for him. Down to under 50 HP, frantically trying to pop these minis. The spray coming on through. Can our leader hang on to placement points? Storm Surge activated on some of the remaining players. Booga peeks out again for a shot. Not gonna connect yet. 32 players left. Shadow Bomb being used. Can Booga make it to the top 25? 3 more points can be the difference between making it as our #1 player today or second place.
Kattokaa kun viisasta laittoi ton vitun rampin tohon eteen
just so frantically looking around for potential victims.
You'll notice as soon as they're box to box, right next to another player, players like
Nyt
Buga
tulee
will
pian
have to
ensimmäiset
build straight
placementit.
up. One more, 26 remaining. If one
Nyt
more
onhan
goes down,
vittuumpi.
he's gonna pick up
Kattoo,
placement
26
points.
pelaajaa tommosella alueella.
Just to
Terve.
see only one elimination remains. There it is, 25. So he's already in placement points now, so push him even higher.
Pelaava
on the
HP
leaderboard.
maksui se
Everybody
Mongrali
left picks those points
kippas.
up too, but as we move, players starting to drop left and right.
Pelaa
Still sitting on
kuoli.
Dollar, as well as Fatch Pika with the ultimate high ground, and Buga right in the middle, right in the thick of it, looking at the outside. That's a very smart play. In that moment, you have a baller flying up. You don't want those players to hold on to those, taking the shots to break it out, maybe force an engagement.
With only 8 builds.
15 now.
Out of builds, no movement items, made it to top 15. For me, this is already a fantastic game for Buga. You've got placement points. Another elimination! Second! Buga, what are you doing? 2 elims come in. He's back up to near full HP, and he's in the top 10, and he's got all the materials he could ever need. Buga, how are you making this happen? From no mats and no movement. One player nearby. Buga at 3 elims, still ahead of this.
Helvetilliset kamat. Oh my fucking god, man.
2 away from more placement points.
Opts to drop the extra weapons.
Oi vittu, nyt. Siinä on meidän voittaja.
Green pumps, 6 minis and a campfire, 42 builds remaining, and he's just looking. 5 players left. He is sitting in one of the best spots I think he could have possibly imagined. Creo picking up an elimination. He is he's sandwiched between Pika, Pisa's, Creo on the ultimate low ground. He's looking any chance to pop through when a player is not looking to get a shot in might be enough.
Still has mats, 1 player below. Buga just staying ahead of this. Has only taken 1 score tick so far. Player up top fighting, player down low fighting. Can Buga make the impossible happen? Dodges the trap as well. Taking a little bit of storm damage. Buga's got to make it on in. 1 build left, drops on in Buga.
Ai. 3 pojoa ja ihan vittu isot. Ihan vittu isot.
That game is now we're in our top 3. Pika up top. You're following him earlier on today. Pizzas and Creo all the way down low.
0 builds in Pika's inventory. It's gonna be tough. He's going to have to drop in and go for a fight. Cannot connect. Pizzas finds that elimination. Creo gets the final one, and game 5 goes to Creo.
I don't think he can believe it. I don't know
mikä peli. Mikä peli.
Hits him for that body damage and then shoots him into the zone.
Oi.
You see repping his team. Ooh, clutching on up in the end. Here it is. The final moments. A fully closed zone. Creo's got to build on up. You see, health advantage was to Pizzas. Pizzas would win that game, but a full damage Flint knock connects and swings the tide in his favor. Here it is one more time.
Joo, otti Flintille. Siinä! Nyt te näette Flintin voima. Ihan vittun kova. Ihan vittun kova.
From Creo as he takes game 5, the victory royale, 10 points plus his eliminations.
Oi järjettömyys. Hei, me lähdetään viimeiseen peliin sitten. Viimeinen peli.
We still have one more game here at the Fortnite World Cup Finals.
Pukha kyllä vetää ihan vittun kovaa. Hei, muistakaa heittää liket.
With that performance, he absolutely popped off.
Muistakaa heittää liket Sterville ja tilaa kanava. Kattokaa vittu, ei vittu. 15 pojoa, 15 pojoa. Aivan järjetöntä. Aivan järjetöntä. Mongrali 15. Miten pelaa? Mä en tiedä yhtään. Aivan järjetöntä, aivan järjetöntä. Muistakaa heittää liket ja tilaa kanava. 100 000 likeä olisi aivan loistavaa. Yksi hullu peliä on top 10, nimenomaan tunari.
Where's your headspace at going into this last game?
Right now, I'm on third. I just need to clutch up, make sure that I don't make any dumb plays. I just keep calm and keep how I've been playing.
Well, it's great work. Fantastic job. Great victory royale. Back up to you guys.
Ja hei, muistakaa käydä tilaa Tiitarin kanava. Muistakaa käydä tilaa Tiitari. Pelaa 27. Noniin pelaa nyt sit viimeiseen matsiin. Viimeiseen matsiin pelaa nyt. Poppaa. Niin päästään top 20. Top 20, mieti. Top 20. Pelaa siellä 27 16 pisteellä. Tai pelaanko mä itse? Katsotaan, en mä varmaan. Ihan vittu iso pikki tossa noin. Ihan valtava iso. Se on sen Bukha! Sen Bukha! Bukha.
Thank you, Balla. As you know, so much on the line here this weekend of the Fortnite World Cup, but it is not the only thing that people are excited about with Fortnite right now, Dr.
Kyllä nyt näyttää siltä, että nyt vei Bukha. Bukha vei ykköspaikan. Joo, jos Mongi poppaisi nyt jonkun yli 10 pommia voittaisi, niin sittenhän se olisi aika saatana hullu. Et yli 20 pojaa, sittenhän se olisi. No, mut sekään ei riitä.
Is think back, August 1st, 2019, the next season of Fortnite. Is that what I think it is? Is that what I think it is, Dr. Lupo?
CD in the third, I bet, is going nuts right now. Jack, Dusty Depot.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you guys excited for the next Fortnite season? August 1st, all will be revealed. And my God, I got the chills right now. That's the first time we saw that. They didn't show us anything.
Se on.
Oh my goodness, you see how excited everyone is. And we are moments away from the final game. Everything that's happened. You see the leaderboards, you see how far it is.
Äijät, onks mahdolliset?
Booga, you're up by so much. What's the rest of this lobby thinking right now?
It might at this point be a battle for second place, Jack. Such a lead right now. Booga showing why he feels as though he deserves world champion. And at this point, I mean, you can't really blame him. He's playing out of his mind, playing incredibly intelligently, positioning.
Pistäkää nyt chatti. Hei,
every single time.
Meillä on uusi vuoden sponsori, Jare 88, ja tästä Jarelle irtoaa nyt modit kyllä ehdottomasti. Jare! Morjesta ja kiitoksia äijälle. Tosiaan vuoden sponsori, sä oot nyt 4. vai 5. vuoden sponsori. Hei, kiitos paljon. Ja hyvää iltaa Jarelle. Nyt äijät, 1 peli ja nyt pelaa poppaa, top 20, se on siinä. Big bang. Sitten räjähti pankki. Ketä mä kannustan? No, kyllä mä kannustan Pelaa ja Mongi nyt tähän loppumatsiin. No tietenkin Karhu joo, mutta Karhu on se, mä en tiedä missä tilanteessa tällä hetkellä, että sen on varmaan tosi vaikea popata, mutta Pelalla on tosi hyvät chanssit päästä niinku top 20. Nyt me nähdään sitten.
It is still anybody's game. We've seen crazy comebacks before, and it would not surprise me to see it again.
Hei, siellä oli pelaa. Hei, äijät, 40 tykkäystä. Pistäkää like striimille, jos et oo pistänyt. 40 tykkäystä, 1000 like täyteen. Let's go. Ja muistakaa tilaa kanava. Hei, tänään 56k rikki. 56k rikki. Muistakaa tilata. Mut joo.
Game. The new season coming out, more and more to be announced, I'm sure, very, very soon. All I know is the players are getting loaded on up and ready. You see them all looking around. What an experience this must be for all of them, their families in attendance. So many people here I've met this weekend, Ben, have been. It's their first ever gaming event. You know, not a lot happens in the Northeast because of, well, quite frank, how expensive it is to run events in this area of the country. But Epic do it, and they did it in style. What a fantastic venue. The marshmallow performance earlier. I saw how excited everyone was outside of the fan events too. It's been so cool, and I've been a
karhu, en mä nähnyt edes.
Competitive gaming events up to this
Juu, oli tunari, joo. Oh.
This might be my favorite. I'm saying it right now.
It's touching, Jack. I appreciate that.
It is. I mean, it might just be, and that's all I know. I keep looking around, seeing everyone just excited, flowing back on in after the bathroom breaks, waiting for this last game. We appreciate your patience as we just get the lobby all set up. Want to make sure everything's all set and good to go. Remember, after this ends, if you're in the venue, just rush on out and get home and go back outside of the fan experience. We're going to crown our champion. We're going to crown our world champion. You want to be here for that big moment. Congratulate them. Celebrate the achievement. The trophy. How are they going to get that trophy?
Nyt pelauttaa Aunake.
Jack, I'll give you $20 if you charge down there and grab that thing right now.
I almost threw the headset down. I almost threw the headset down.
Nyt oikeesti, nyt ollaan pojat jännä äärellä. Nyt ollaan niinku todella jännän äärellä.
Again, you know, look at these lobbies. We played on these setups the other day. You know, you can't really create if you can just sit there. So you're looking at the leaderboard. We're used to in-game tournaments, right? We have to go and see the prize pool and see how the split works. The solo and duos you see there on the screen. The solos, you know, competition is there. You click compete, and the prize pool pops up in game at $3 million for first. And it like that's where it first set into me that we were actually
oikeesti on chanssit päästä niin Mongi ja Bela. Heti karhu joo. Edelleen kun mä en usko välttämättä ihan karhu poppaa top 20, vaikka poppaisi kovankin peliä, se riitä silti. Mut Mongi on top 20 jo, ja sitä paitsi toi
so much pressure for these guys. Look at the fans around.
Bela on nyt aivan lähellä top 20. Jos se pääsee, niin sit se saa joku 100 tonnia siitä.
Skins in the background, the Chicken and Raptor were battling with the Thunder Six provided to some of our fans in the venue today. Creo again, our winner from that last game. The thoughts going through his head right now must be, I've got to rise this leaderboard. I've got to get as high as possible. Reverse, recently announced a member of TSM. Always seems like something's going on in Fortnite.
Nyt ollaan oikeesti kaverit jännä äärellä. Nyt ollaan niinku...
Wondering too, what's next to come, right? Is there more solos and duos? Is there going to be more focus on trios? I know a lot of people have been looking forward to that. Teams now switch up after seeing this performance. Do you think teams begin to switch up if they're going to play trios on who they should have in on their squad?
One of the things I noticed watching the few trio tournaments that we've seen over the last couple weekends, teams really have kind of mixed who they typically play with. That being said, one of the things I love the most about watching those is that the groups, it's always changing. And I think that exemplifies just how connected the competitive community really is. A lot of these players, they're all friends. Yeah, we see Skeptic holding up the L to the camera, which is very funny, and people doing emotes on each other after elimination in game. But
siellä on bensiini omat koneet, tai joku siis valmiit koneet.
They all recognize they're all here for the same thing. It's a competition. On top of that, it probably doesn't hurt that they all take home $50,000 at a minimum, right? Every single player. So yeah, that definitely can't hurt. But real quick, before we move on, Jack, I just want to ask, did you ever think that any of these players, the list of names, do you think we'd see these players at this event? I mean, we've watched them grow and change over 10 weeks of qualifiers. We saw people kind of rise up out of nowhere sometimes. And the other side of that, we have players like Tfue, who've been well known for forever. It's amazing to see the list.
No, for sure. There's players that I think a lot of people expected to make it in, but didn't. All I know is there's been one player who's dominated so far today. It's Booga, and Sundown is over on Unreal Island with a breakdown of how he made it to this point.
Thank you so much, Lupo and Courage. And with 1 match left in the Fortnite World Cup final. One match to put everything on the line. The Sentinels player, Boga, has dominated the entire competition. He said from the very beginning, I don't care what's going on. I'm going to do me. I'm going to challenge every single player. I'm going to play aggressively. I'm going to look to get in their faces, get in the end game. The player who qualified from the start made a name for himself after the host and continuing running through. Let's take a look into some of his eliminations and how he's been able to build himself a 15-point lead over the best of the best in the world, and he's doing it by intelligent rotation, getting to the far side of the zone, and then hitting his shots. Kid, Boga says, bring the rest of the lobby on. I'm looking to go aggressive. We talked about King and his shoot first mentality, but the difference between King and Boga is Boga chooses his spots when to go. He knows when he needs to hold off, when he needs to be safe for a second, and when he can go aggressive. You see him stall just for a minute there against Creo, who's pushing in to the top 3, and he is able to execute the game plan, come up with the victory royale, and keep pushing forward. Now again, you know, right now, he has able to pick up one right there, but he's chasing back into the storm. He's not looking to run forward, he's looking to catch them afterward. He's same thing there, dropping down, picking up Kinzel, breaking the trap, and this one in particular, incredibly well done. With the infantry rifle, laying down the shots, able to pick that one up. And you know, the one thing I really like to see about Boga after, every single time he hits those shots, real quick, he's just making sure he gets everything clean. No sweat going on him. No sweat indeed. The rest of the lobby. If you see Sentinels Boga running at you, you need to be defensive or disengage because he is not letting it go. He wants the top spot. He wants to be your wire-to-wire leader, and he wants to name himself the best Fortnite player in the world. One more match left. Lupo and Courage, take it away and close us out.
Great stuff, Sundown. Got to tell a story of how our player in first place has made it this far. We appreciate your patience as we just get a couple things sorted in the lobby, but I believe I've received word. Everything is set. It all comes down to this. Millions and millions played online. Only 200 qualified for the Fortnite World Cup Finals.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ei muuta kuin menoks!
The Fortnite World Cup Finals ends right here.
Oni tsemppi kaikille pelaajille ja varsinkin Pelalle. Nyt pelaa kovaa, pelaa kovaa. Tee se Pela. Sä teet sen nyt.
Boga sitting out in front of everyone thus far. A commanding lead. Creo, the winner of the previous game, flying in there in the northeast corner of the map. Spread of players across the screen. There's your top 10 on the left side. Boga, Psalm, Creo, Skype, Nate, Riverson, Rux, and the rest. Average placement thus far of 25th for Creo. Only 8 eliminations, but 30 points. Enough to put him in 3rd place thus far.
One thing to remember too, yesterday, Zate and Saf held on to the lead the first 5 games, and it slipped away in game 6. Boga has been in the lead for all 5 games. He has never lost the first place spot. Will he suffer the same fate, or can he close it out right here to remain our Fortnite World Champion?
Boga, by the way, hails from Pennsylvania, 16-year-old player. Sentinels qualified the very first week for the World Cup.
Probably just got his first part-time start earning money to buy himself a car. But instead, after this, could walk away with $3 million. Dude's gonna walk on in and say, I quit.
Can't wait for him to get home. As you know, imagine he wins $3 million.
Nyt on siinä paskassa situaatioon, että se kuluttaa aikaa ihan helvetisti. Näistä ei tule ketään.
He'll just pay his public to do that, I guess, at that point. As Cease currently set up, not many builds, one of these very early awkward fights. Cease knows that as well. You look at what he has, a common infantry rifle, 25 shots, and a drum gun, 0 ammo.
Jack, one of the first 4 to go down in this match. Skype, who was in 4th place.
Wow, so a little bit of pressure already gone from that top spot.
Ei se ottanut sitä taktikalia. Ei se ottanut taktikalia vai? What? Eiks nää juontajatkaan näin? Sillä on taktikalia. Mitä helvettiä? No ei sitten, jos ei halua taktikalia ottaa. Kyllä mä ymmärrän, että se on aika paskaa se. Mitä vittu nyt tapahtuu? Hei, eikö tää nyt vittu voi crashaa tässä kohtaa vittu? Tässä kohtaa ei vittu crashaa tämä peli, voi vittu. Finaalipelissä, hei. Ei juman kautta, hei. Noniin, vittu. Tää lähetys bugaa. Seuraava kerran kun mä striimaan näitä jotain, niin...
Very solid pickup to start this match. Single shockwave remaining. Legendary grenade launcher. Drum gun in hand as well.
I mean, talk about a great starting inventory.
Otti pikillä! Ottiko se vittu oikeesti pikillä?
Side pressure plan. One more player nearby, only at 73 HP, but again, when you're in this far into the tournament,
se otti pikillä.
You just gotta go for it. You gotta just force an engagement. You gotta get the points up. Shot comes on through. Not able to get it done as of yet. Blaster still healing up. Will have bandages to get back up to, I think, 75 HP.
The feed, it looked like Tfue picking up an elimination. Let's see here how things play out. 90 players remaining. The first circle starts to close in 50 seconds. Bandaging on the egg. Blaster just hanging out here. That player down below. Going to see if he can take shots here in a second. T-Chub's going to
Äijät vikamatsi. Nyt please pelaa. Nyt pelaa poppaa. Please.
Here. Jarko's two players that have faced off against each other a number of times. Going to go for the wall. And in fact get it. Gets the angle inside and pushes on through. A solid aggressive play from Ledwicki to pick up his first elimination of Game 6.
Very clean, and that will end Jarko's Fortnite World Cup run. Solid performance earlier on. We'll see where he stacks up with the rest of this lobby. When it's all
älkää jaksako. Hei.
This is our final game
Nyt tulee niin bandage päälle. Ei oo kuollut
Get
vielä.
it trending just like yesterday. Alongside the millions of people watching online, Sam, who was our player,
ei todellakaan kuollut. Pelaa poppaa tähän vikamatsiin, mä tiedän sen.
Make the trek to try to catch up to Bugha, who was 15 points ahead in first.
Pika 1v1.
Hongraali tappoi jonkun.
Down through a handful of edits here at Mega Mall. He's going to push around the side and try and make his way inside Mall itself. Pika earned 12 of his total points in just the last match, and I think that says a lot about what is possible. In 11th place when we rolled into this game, Pika trying to find a way inside, pushing down through the outside.
Nah, 200 IQ.
Place. Are you kidding me?
Oli se ihan hyvä.
Used the shockwave to get down the wall to the player inside.
No, en mä usko, että se yritti sitä, mutta silti ihan vittu hyvä pelaus.
He basically called the bluff. He called the bluff. The guy was trying to break the wall to secure it for his own. Pika was like, okay, break the wall for me. I'll just replace it my own. And he does just that. Pika, full HP, 2 slurp juices, 6 minis, a very good assault rifle, the shotgun, but it looks like the aggression doesn't end here. Wall instantly broken. Pyramid's placed as well. And he can just continue to play these box fights. Will he use the shockwave to try to drop down his opponent again? He's done it once. Wouldn't surprise me if he uses that same tactic here soon.
At this point, 100 HP, 100 shield. I do not blame him for being aggressive here. Knowing that players may be a little sparse in terms of loot, he's trying to track Keemstar on the outside, rotating around the edge of Mega Mall.
Ota se Keemstar nyt pois sieltä.
These two players
tästä on huomaa, kun nää Solarin pojat semmoset, että nää ei vittu ota mitään fightteja. Mä nyt toivon, että tää vika ottaa tää Keemstari.
And another slurp. Okay.
Okay.
He's looking for it.
It's like Batman.
See him watching.
He's waiting.
Dropping on in, does use those audio cues to try and track down the opps to back out of the fight for just a second, get a different angle. Pika's awareness inside Mega Mall is insane. Knowing exactly where his opponents are and exactly when to push. Already picked him one elimination using those skills. Gonna see if he can find a second player in the slip. Going for the snipe. Oh, and he can't quite connect.
Imagine what would have happened in this arena if he hits that shot.
No.
He dabs after it. And he dabs after it. He's like, all right, this is mine. See you guys.
Taisi olla ihan monster-sotti.
In the Mega Ball area. Pika just gonna go back. Loot on up.
Vittu, että sydän sykkii nyt ihan vitusti.
He gets in a fight, he can get the elimination. Even if he's weak, he can pop a slurp, go grab another. Don't think that's gonna happen yet. We'll shift our focus. There's Booga on your screen. Core Gaming and Benji Fishy. Within a couple boxes of each other, maybe a fight will break out here soon.
Snow rolling in the top right as well. Out in the baller. Laleo, ball boom on your screen. Edges there. Laleo being quite a bit. A ton of damage taken. Meanwhile, back at that small town in the southeast corner of the map. Banny, Arkram, back in a 1v1. Most likely, honestly, round 6 of these two facing off the beginning of these games. 73 players left. The Storm right on their backs. Things are going to start moving here in a middle battle, but these two decide to fight it out right now. He phased through the floor, could have opted to go up, misses the shot. A little bit of damage, down to 140, going to opt for a mini. Even just the 10 shield might be enough to save him from Arkram. We'll have to see here, pressure with the stink. He's trying to find a top down and kind of lead the shots on what may or may not be a build out from Arkram. Right through it, Arkram dropping all the way down the campfire. And he's going to drop that on one corner in an effort to push Arkram out of the box. Unbelievably, honestly, what a shot from Arkram, the bottom there. A quick edit on the ceiling, shot comes through.
Health very similar between the two. Slight advantage to Arkram right now.
Have to imagine that almost every 1v1 between these two has played out so complexly. If we're watching this right now, I guarantee you this is not the first time we've seen it. What a shot, a quick flip and edit on the ramp.
It's cat and mouse. It's literally cat and mouse in this fight.
This is one of the most insane 1v1s I think I've ever seen. 64 HP remaining. Bandy's gonna have to back all the way to the top. Maybe the campfire down. Just a second gets dropped in. Gonna have to wall against that. The ramp to save him. One chance for the minis. Is gonna wall off. Still back and forth between these two titans. The campfire goes down. As soon as that wall edit happens, the ramp inside just to prevent any push from the opponent. Arkram finding another angle might be the only option at this point. The campfire, though, is going to have dealt a lot of HP back to Banny. Shot through, can't quite connect. Here we go, pressure up top, and oh my gosh, dude, the pyramid block. Finally, the Storm deciding it's time to play the fight out, and Banny goes down.
Hey, great fight, though, man.
That was insane.
That went on for a full 2 minutes. I love that we got to keep our eyes on that, but moving across the map now, it's Pika. We were complimenting so much on how easily he can move through these boxes in Mega Ball, how he can navigate these areas, and it looks like that same exact pattern is continuing. It's Flexi, who's at a major health disadvantage, but as I say that, does hit a quick little shotgun shot that I think will push Pika away for a moment or make him reassess what he's doing. Maybe a miss. It looked like he didn't really mean to do that.
Actually, Pika gonna have to try and take some sort of aggressive stance soon. A minute on this Storm before it closes, and he's not in the next safe zone. Rogue Shark on your feet, picking up an Elim. We're down to 68 players remaining. Outside of that 70 range before the Storm starts to tick on you.
Pika, no wall in place yet.
He's just trying every chance he can to take these walls. This is the speed of these players. This is some insane stuff. This is why they're here at the World Cup. Can't quite hit the shot. He did a reset, took the other corner out, just as the opponent inside takes a shot with the shotgun. Can't quite connect. Still going for these wall replaces. Big hit there, down to 16 HP.
And he's got no mats. He's got 2 total builds, so...
Nyt vittu se koustinaatti!
Pika is actually going to dive into the zone to make his path a little bit less
predictable.
He'll take the long route. 10 health, he's got a launch pad. I'm going to tell you right now, Pika is not happy. Yeah, you see him kind of sigh right there. Uses both shadow bombs, uses all the materials he has. Literally can only build one wall, can't even box up for safety. Uses one of his launch pads too. Not a fun spot to be in if you're Pika. Look, still can't even build one box.
Does have the minis. He's got a campfire in case he wants to put it down. I think the fear at this point is if he puts that campfire down, It's like a signal flare for anybody around. This is the box to
Tifu
push. Meanwhile, Tifu. Dusty Divot flying across, landing near more opponent builds potentially. Back down, shots at the target he was right next to. He's in this box alone. You see in the mini-map, only a handful of players around Dusty Divot. Clicks, reverse, Bizzle you see in the top. Pretty far out there.
And Clicks is actually, you know, one of his trio partners.
Mun sydän sykkii hattu tässä päälle.
They're fighting each other right now. Trying to make his way out of here. Still not in zone yet. Really used his launch pad. He did use his last shockwave, if you remember, as well. There is some loot nearby, but player challenging. Tifu's going to back up for the moment and rebox. Oh yeah, we got a fight here. Tifu, 1 versus 1. Is it Clicks? Not exactly sure why. It is Clicks on the other side of this wall. So Tifu versus Clicks. Veteran versus the up-and-comer. Tifu backing up for the moment. It looks like there's another player nearby as Clicks will just say, nope, don't need this anymore. We'll fly away. Karhu goes down in the elimination feed. Cease goes down in the elimination feed. 63 players left. No Storm Surge in this one yet.
Bugha picking up an elimination. First of this match. Just another point between him and second place.
Pentsiotti, fragin.
Consistency so key, and Bugha has embodied that today. Only one bad game. The rest have been absolutely electric. Bugha's just sat up with the high ground in the zone, waiting patiently for this lobby to drop on down. Snazy now 1 box away from an opponent. 54 HP, needs to perfectly edit one of these walls to get a shot down range. You see his opponent not sitting still for any moment. He expects him to drop it, and that's exactly what happens. He's finding the patterns and how his opponent likes to play these box fights.
54 HP, nyt ollaan hiukan tiukoilla. Ei yhtään hiili.
Jumping back up, you gotta think some shields will be replenished, and Snazy will be at even more of a health disadvantage.
Tries to go for the reset on the floor.
No shields pop.
There we go. Catches himself. He's going to hold the edit on this pyramid. He's looking for a chance to push Martine. If one arises, we'll have to see. Snazy's hope may be to catch him off guard. There we go. Here's the Shadow Bomb. Gonna rotate up and away. Use that redeploy and try and make his way into the safe zone. Only 54 HP. He's not quite safe yet, but now's the chance to look to the right. Get a couple shots. Player inside the box as he lands right next to him. That headed through, and Rogue Shark sets the trap and gets him. Tough play there. Clicks. Meanwhile, 1 elimination, 62 builds. Sit on 2 Shadow Bombs. See here, the very north edge. He's underneath the plateau of Dusty Divot. Reverse down there as well. Tifu on the edge. Astonishing. So many players stacked up near each other. And oftentimes you do see players utilizing the already built structures for easy wall replaces. No surprise. Popped up next to him.
Inventory looks great, but he just doesn't have a lot of ammo.
Imagine he picks up 1 elim on someone who is can kind of fill those numbers up. It'd be a great spot for late game. 7 RPG.
Siis sä et saa qualifyamisesta. Siis saat se 50 tonnia kerran. Sä et saa sitä toista kertaa. Se 50 tonnia on just se, että sä pääset pelaamaan New Yorkiin ja se on se vähittäis. Sä et saa mitään 100 tonnia. Se on 50 tonnia.
Solo competition here at the Fortnite World Cup. It literally all comes down to this.
5 players will become millionaires right after this game. Tifu just picked up his 3rd elim. Still has a launch pad, some great loot on the player that they just took down.
Ja kaikille selvennys. Karhu kuoli ja pelaaja ei ole elossa. Eli nyt se on niinku pelastit tänään.
Make sure he makes those placement points, and there it comes. Launch pad used. Will Tifu get beamed? Right, it is one of those moments where you're just thinking, Ben, please don't shoot me, please don't shoot me, please don't shoot me, please don't shoot me. Looks like he'll make
ei vittu, se oli ihan paska, olisi myös se ylös.
Past the windows, opponent's gonna land on top of the second structure. Somebody underneath. Start layering up. 86 builds. Still has another launch pad. Has a boogie just in case.
Mongraali. No kattokaa nyt, missä näkyy mongi. Pitäis olla Pensifissi ainakin elossa.
Pick up that elim, jump in the ball and roll away. Even in a clutch situation, the boogie bomb can give you an opportunity for a free shot.
Pyrkkä silloin, eikö sillä ole pallo?
The loadout
Eikö
here,
pelalla
look
ole
at
pallo?
this, 2 campfires. 10 redeploys.
Ja mitä rotationi, ei sillä ole käytännössä aseelle mitään väliä, kun sillä on rotationi sieltiin matskuu. Ja tälle näin.
Fortnite World Cup qualifier started, Booga qualified in week 1 in NA in first place. From the moment Fortnite World Cup started, he finished atop North America region. And now in another spot again where it can happen, and he's just dancing up top. He knows really this is his to take unless someone has legitimately the best performance ever in the history of a Fortnite competitive game.
Nyt iski Stormsurge, kehä iski Stormsurge. Vittu se on niin perse, kun toi iskee toi Stormi.
He's trying to contest and take that throne. Replay did get his first limb of this game, and you see the fist bump right there. That was Clicks who gets cut down.
At this point, 51 players remaining. This lobby is going to get very, very tight. Going into this match, Psalm was 2 points ahead of third place, but 15 points behind first.
Talk about a lead as we've just now hit our top 50 in this game. Arkram goes down. Psalm, 1 elimination. Can he close the gap? If you think about it right now, he's still 15 behind, Ben. Booga's still in this game. What he needs right now, Booga to go down.
Nyt 9 pelaajaa elossa. Ei! Oi. Kuka otti. Eiku Kuka otti eri kaveri. Sori.
And as that happens, Booga gets a limb. The pieces are falling into place, and Booga's about to call checkmate.
Nyt pelataan Fortnitea.
Still has the launch pad, sitting on a pretty similar loadout. Not a lot has changed as he's waiting, biding his time, looking for eliminations up above the rest though. Booga
hasn't had to move in 5 minutes. He's had a height, he hasn't had to move in 5 minutes. He's sitting so pretty. Here's that a limb that we missed when Psalm got taken out. And
kato mikä ei oo todellista.
Quick one tap on Storm on the move.
It's a gift. Is it his birthday? That's about as free as it gets.
Booga might be the luckiest player with zone placement I think we've ever seen in a competitive Fortnite match. Sitting atop his tower, castle of metal.
Pitäis näkyy pelaa tuolla alhaalla. Savakin tuossa vähän ylempäällä ja Monkeroi tuolla alhaalla. Ja Bukhalla kuningas paikka.
It basically sums up the leaderboard. This is the leaderboard in the game itself. Booga on top, nobody nearby, no threats, nothing. Now with the zone moving, everyone soaring, and this is where it picks up quick, folks. The final moments of the Fortnite World Cup. We're watching Booga. Oh, please. Oh, imagine.
Onko se puus joku? Ei.
Picking up a pair in the feed there.
Ota HG. Kato, just tommonen.
Gonna be 2 very good eliminations there. 38 players remaining. Top 25 is when placement starts.
Sillä on glideri, se pystyy rakentamaan ihan pitsun korkealla.
Shots on everybody flying around. Still has that high ground advantage.
Kattokaa Mongi.
Try and contest it. Benji
miten se pelaa nyt
as well. Ballers still rotating the low ground. Tifu making his way across. A lot of damage coming in. Only 1 minute in the inventory and 15 builds remaining. A tough spot.
But can he survive? King with
Savakin otti lähtöä. Nyt mä en halua nähdä pelaan. Mä en please halua nähdä pelaa. Pelaan pallosta kaksoo pääs.
30 players remaining. 29. To get closer.
Benji kuoli.
Benji Fishy goes down. Tifu eliminated.
Missä pelaa? Se tuo vetää pallon. Kauheet vauhti vetää pallon. Kauhea vauhti. Pelaa aivan jäätävä.
Booga's still alive in this game in the bottom right of your screen. Still a max HP. He's made it in the top 25. At this point, it's basically a victory lap. Yeah, he's getting beamed out of the sky, but he doesn't care. He'll drop on in, pop some minis. King on the top right had 6 limbs. The guy's an absolute brawler. The 13-year-old should be so proud of how he played today.
Kattokaa, just tolleen liikutaan pallolla. Se pitää koko ajan pitää se vauhti päällä. Koko ajan pitää se vauhdin päällä. Nyt ottaa liikaa Stormista damakea.
Mongrel, your Fortnite World Cup is over. Vivid's still alive in this game.
Mongreli kuoli.
Limbs atop our leaderboard.
19 pelaa, nyt pelaa! Aina muutama vielä kuolee, sit tulee 2 pojoa. Joo, 2 pojoa tulee lisää.
Has all the ammo in the world, not a lot of materials. Let's see how he weasels his way out of this one.
Ball boom, the ultimate high ground. T-Chep going for a challenge up top.
Pelaa meni pallo paskaksi.
Take it over. Meanwhile, Booga.
Tai ei se hyppäs pois.
For his life, a little back and forth here.
Kuka loppu matsi, mut se on voittaja jo.
There it is, a big
ei vittu.
Peitappu
pelaa! Ei se oli pelaa! Ei se oli pelaa! Ei se oli pelaa!
The absolute siege right now. Booga still moving through, and at this point, it's a sign of respect. We've got to watch this man continue to dominate. A statement is being made. Dr. Lupo at the end of this game. He'll most likely be crowned the best Fortnite player in the world.
Never seen anybody played a competitive Fortnite match with a smile on his face like this kid right now, but he is absolutely dominating every single player he's run into thus far.
Tämä niinku pelaa.
Rotating back away, pressure from above, and he's immediately going to wall that off. The kid's
top 10. He's smiling. He knows it. He knows it.
Absolutely ridiculous.
9 players left. Unrelenting is Booga. Hasn't dropped first since today started. There's all the remaining players. Running low on materials, but he still wants more. 4 limbs in this game.
Sen Bugha pistää nyt voiton vissiin.
Pyramid comes through. Booga still alive. Shots going down. Can't connect with that one. 1 build left. The final moments of Fortnite World Cup.
Oh my gosh.
Bow down. Bow down to Booga.
Doesn't even matter. 4 players, 3 players remaining. It's a fight out for the victory royale in Game 6.
2 left.
1v1. Crew still in it. T-Chub as well, back and forth. And it might come down to a heel-off. T-Chub dropping down those campfires. We'll see here. Crew following it all the way in, and T-Chub goes down. Crew with a victory royale.
Crew with 7 eliminations.
Sen Bugha.
Victory royale. The monster.
Congrats,
at the end of it. That could have just secured him hundreds of thousands of dollars, maybe even over $1 million by just that game right there with how he does.
Se oli siinä.
But ladies and gentlemen, there's no way anyone beats him. Your Fortnite World Champion,
Sen Bugha.
Booga!
Annetaan hei GG-chattiin vielä äijät.
Richer, the biggest individual prize victory in competitive gaming history. Millions watching online, and folks, he didn't
aivan jäätävä. Sen Bugha, maailmanmestari. Voi sanoa jopa, se on kuka maailman paras. Nyt tällä hetkellä.
Ladies and gentlemen,
virallinen komppipelaaja, niin sieltä paras.
World champion solo winner.
Sen Bugha.
There's his family looking on. Hey, get double chicken. get the extra meat, do the whole thing. He's buying, I'm gonna tell you right now. And there's the dance. I don't know what that is, but I'm gonna bet his dad if he's got moves like that. And that's what it's all about. Booga hasn't moved.
Aivan jäätävä.
To get him to leave this arena. Ladies and gentlemen.
Mut hei! Tässä on pelapääs. Onko pelasia 17? Onko näin? Onko näin, Jaffa? Onko näin? Pelasia 17. Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Pelapäässiä 17, onneksi olkoon pelasi aina sille 112,5 tonnia. Aikamoinen kaveri, sija 17 maailmassa. Aivan jäätävää. Pelapäässiä 17. Pelaa läpäistä tonnia. Aivan jäätävää. Muistakaa nyt äijät heittää like tälle striimille. Ja tilaa kanava aivan loistavaa. Pelapäässiä 17. Tienas 125 tonnia. Ei vittu. vittu! Kattokaa toi ylä... Siis se veti enemmän mitä duoa! Siis se ois qualifioinut tällä Euroopassa tuonne nykiin, tällä pistemäärällä. Eikö 112,5 tonnia? 112,5 tonnia plus kaikki ne muut turnausvoitot mitä tullut. 112,5 tonnia. Aivan loistavaa, let's fucking go man. Siellä 112,5 tonnia. Mongraali 150 tonnia.
Peter Pan and Commandment. $112,500 or more earned. But as always, congratulations to everyone who made it this far out of the biggest stage.
Melkein 30 pisteen ero, ihan vittu ylivoima.
Absolutely ridiculous. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. From myself and Courage JD, the opportunity to cast the Fortnite World Cup could not have happened without you. But this isn't our show.
Aivan jäätävä settiä ja aivan 112,5 tonnia.
Golden Boy, take it away.
Boom! Chiching, chiching!
I got you covered, fellas.
Ja vittu maailmanmestaruus kisoissa siellä 17. Ei voi muuta kuin antaa pienet aplodit, hei!
World Champion Kuka!
Ja Kuka maailmanmestari. Aivan tajutonta, aivan tajutonta. Hei nyt äijät, pistäkää sitä liikkeen striimillä, muistakaa tilata 156k täyteen. Tässä on kaveri, ketä nyt otti ensimmäisen maailmanmestaruuden soolossa, kuningaspelimuodossa. Ei siinä voi sanoa kuin itse kuningas on siinä.
Ladies and gentlemen, this cup is yours. One more time, your world champion, Kuka!
Siinä teille uusi nimi nyt sitten. Mä oon täältä jäänyt tämän kaverin, varmaan nyt muutkin, mutta nyt tää kaveri koppas. Ja oli aikakin, meinaa pelas ihan saatana lujaa. Aivan tajutonta, aivan tajutonta.
Congratulations. I'm just gonna ask the most generic question in the world. How do you feel right now?
Words can't even explain it right now. I'm just so happy. Everything I've done, the grind, it's all paid off, and it's just insane.
So the last game I noticed you changed it up a little bit. You decided to change the drop spot. At what point in that game did you know that you locked it up?
Well, pretty much. I got to center zone after getting like a llama, so it was pretty much just sealed from there. I don't know. Yeah.
Now, I know that you have some family here today. They're right there. Who you playing for here, bud?
My whole family, man. Sentinels.
And finally, you know what? I don't even think we need to say anything else. Give it up one more time. Champion of the world, Kuka!
Ja Velo pisti sieltä vittu 112,5 tonnia. Äijät! Pelkästään Fortniteen pelaamaan, Juko Lauta! Vittu! Mä oon niin vittu ylpeä kaikista näistä äijistä, ketkä päästä on. Vittu mä oon ylpeä näistä äijistä. Juko Lauta. Ei vittu, on tää kyllä hienoa hei, on tää hienoa. Hei, Suomeen tuli vittu siellä 17, miettikää äijät. Miettikää! Tästä tulee melkein tippaliksi. Vittu tää oli hieno. Tää oli niin hieno. Ja mä haluan kiittää teitä kaikkia tästä aivan mahdottoman hienosta eventistä, jota sai striimata 2 päivää. Täällä on aivan huikeen porukkaa. Ihan tajuton hyvä fiilis. Aivan niinku... Kiitos teille kaikille. Tää on... Nähdään! Nyt mennään pistää onnittelut pelaalle. Aivan vitun hienoa. Aivan vitun hienoa. Mä sanoin, että kun se... Mä sanoin, että päitä top 20 se pääsi. Ei mitään, se oli ilo ja kunnia striimata tätä äärimmäisen hienoa eventtiä teille kaikille. Kiitos siitä teille. Vittu, mä oon niin ylpeä pelasta. Vittu, annetaan vielä isot aplodit hei pelalle. Ja kaikille noille kavereille, ketkä veti. Tässä on kans yksi vitun monsteri. Tää on aivan huikea kaveri. No kunkku tienas 50 tonnia. Se on win-win. Pela teki se. Kyllä se veti ihan tiitari aivan pitungovaa. Ja siinä on sitten mestari. Kuka. Aivan jäätävää äijät. Epic Veilikin otti 1,2 miljoonaa. Hei, pakko antaa Epic Veilillekin pienet uploadit. Aivan huikeet. Sekin on popannut ihan niinku... Aivan jäätävää duunia. Savage Pentfissi. No, top 30, aivan loistavaa. Hyvää iltaa Janska, aivan mahtavaa iltaa. Tää oli aivan tajuttoman hieno eventti ja mä ootan sitä. Ja katsotaan, mitä tulevaisuus tuo tullessaan. Aivan jäätävän kova, aivan jäätävän kova. Aivan jäätävän kova äijät, hei. Siinä on maailmanmestari. On tää hieno ilta ja tää on niin hieno ilta. Suomeen tuli top 20 placementti. Miettikää kaverit. Ei tää Suomi oo niin paska tässä Fortniteissa. Ja siellä on moni muita lukuisia kavereita Suomessa, ketkä on popannut ihan niinku noissa finaaleissakin ottanut ihan vitusti rahaa ja kaikkea. Ihan niinku... Kattokaa, lukekaa nyt tää. Siis tää on ihan... Aivan jäätävää setti äijät. Ja siinä on voittaja. Hei, käykää pistää IG-dire-onnittelut. Pistäkää IG-dire-onnittelut. Silleen ja niin. Meikäläinen kiittää, kumartaa huomenna. Katsotaan tuleeko striimiä, mutta tosiaan meikäläinen aloittaa nyt ihan virallisesti kunnon grindin niin kuin aina. Ja niin... Siellä on hienoja kavereita, siellä on äärettömän hienoja kavereita pelaamassa. Äärimmäisen hienoja kavereita. Miettikää, että tää ihan ansainnut voito. Ihan ylivoimaisesti. Mut hei, meikäläinen kiittää ja kuittaa. Oli aivan loistava striimi. Mä toistan näitä sanoja, koska tää oli mun mielestä, tää oli oikeesti, tää oli ihan vitun hienoa striimaa tätä. Kiitos siitä. Mut meikäläinen ottaa nyt irti. Ja me näemme silloin kun näemme. Ja onnittelut vielä Belalle. Meikäläiseltä aivan loistavaa. Nyt tulee tippalissia meikä. Nyt on pakko ottaa irti. Kiitoksia kaikille. Hyvää yötä, hyvää alkaa viikkoa ja nauttikaa kesästä. Se on meikäläisen puolesta. Morjesta. Kiitos kaikille. Ja onnea Belalle. Ja Karhulle ja kaikille. Kiitos. Se on moro.